Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
I, a 19-year-old female, study in a university. During the semester, I noticed that someone had been checking off my own attendance on our class sheet. I didn't know anyone at all, so I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, a guy sitting in front of me started talking to me, and he seemed really friendly. Eventually, he asked for my contact info, claiming that he needed help for classwork, and I gave it to him. After that, he started spamming me with messages, stickers, and videos in class. Whenever he noticed that I left them on read, he would turn around to check if I was on my phone to respond. He'd also track when I was last online and would shoot looks to get my attention. Strangely, he would browse my profile pictures and stare blankly at them, not typing anything, just frozen. I did tell him that I needed to focus, but it didn't stop him from spamming anyway. He purposely angles his screen so that I can see everything that he's doing, and it's creepy seeing how obsessively he monitors our chat. He also started to ask for hugs. A couple of days ago was my last class for this year with him. I saw that the pen ink used to check off his name was the same color used for mine on the attendance sheet. So I put two and two together, and I'm pretty sure that it's him all along. I just talked to him and he denies it, but if he is telling the truth, then this situation is even weirder. His behavior has only been limited to class hours, so I just want to know if I'm being unnecessarily creeped out. I was physically followed at my previous job, and it made me really wary since then. I just want to know if maybe he's just socially awkward, and after a while, he'll stop? He's going to be in the same class as me next year too. Update: I just confronted him, and he is more avoidant of me now, so I would like to thank everyone for their advice. This happened quite a few years ago. I had an affinity for a particular white substance in the form of lines back then. And one very cold snowy night at around 11 p.m., I went for a walk to meet my dealer. I had never been to his place before, so he gave me the address to his small 2-story apartment building with maybe 6 units in it. Upon arrival, I noticed several strangers inside. After they had hit their pipes, 2 clearly unwashed guys came over to sit at the dining table while I waited for my G. I've never smoked anything besides weed and cigarettes. I was instantly uncomfortable by this. They tried making small talk, but I grew increasingly uneasy, giving only short, vague answers. I quickly paid for my stuff. I grabbed the baggie and I got up from the table. That's when one of the guys offered to walk me home. My heart started to sink and I politely declined. "Oh, I'm okay, thanks. I don't live far." The other guy stood up and said, "No, really, we can walk you. We don't mind. We have to get going anyway." That's when my instincts finally kicked in. I became very aware and very scared, and I immediately thought that I'm fully dressed and ready to go, but they still have to put on their coats and shoes. If I leave now, I'll get a head start and quickly disappear. They said something else as I headed for the door, but I pretended to take a phone call. I waved goodbye to my dealer, and I closed the door behind me. I then jogged down the hallway to the outside door, and once I got outside, I ran for the street. I decided not to take the fast route home because, from the building, they'd be able to see me. I didn't want them knowing even the slightest direction that I lived in if they were really following me. The building was at the end of the street, so instead of going straight up the hill the way that I initially came from, I turned right and I started jogging. I kept glancing back and finally, I saw them, about a block behind, following me. The street I needed, Stanley Street, was across the intersection on my left, about another block ahead at a four-way light. As I approached the intersection, I noticed the corner house on my right. There was an older man sitting on his porch, smoking, and I recognized him. He was also another dealer that I had met only once a few weeks before when my usual guy was dry. I choked up as I got to his porch and asked if he remembered me. He did, and he asked, "What's wrong?" I quietly told him, "I think these two guys are following me," and asked if I could go inside for a minute until they passed. He didn't hesitate. We went inside past his front living room and then into the kitchen, where I explained what happened. He told me not to worry, that I was safe there and I could stay as long as I needed to. Then, we heard a knock at the door and I started to panic. He went to the door, looked through the peephole and yelled, "Just a minute!" He came back quickly and then whispered that he knew the guys and that he was going to invite them in to have a hit. He told me to sneak out through his back door, which was beyond the kitchen, and then go to the right of the yard and find the gate. This would lead to a side street. He instructed me to creep up along the side of the house, close to the shrubs, and check the porch to make sure that they went inside. I followed his plan, and when the coast was clear, I didn't jog. I sprinted up Stanley Street and I zigzagged all the way home. When I think back now, I am in disbelief at my actions and how foolish I was. I thought I was invincible. I was far too trusting, but I truly thank God for the man who helped me that night. I don't know what those two guys wanted from me, but I'm forever grateful that I never had to find out. I'm a 29-year-old man from the Philippines, and even though this incident occurred back in 2013, over a decade ago, I still find myself haunted by it every time that I return to my hometown. At that time, I was just an 18-year-old college student. It was the night of our department's socialization party, which had wrapped up around midnight. As the only one among my friends with a car, I had always taken the role of the designated driver. And after dropping my friends off at their homes, I was parking in my usual spot, just a few houses away from my own, due to the limited parking in our area. As I was about to exit the car, I noticed a girl standing near the entrance of the alleyway leading to my house and several others. She was wearing a shirt with our department's logo, so I assumed that she had just walked back from the party. But in front of her was a man in his late 20s. He was clad in a hoodie, stood ominously, seemingly blocking her path. The girls then locked eyes with me, and I immediately recognized her expression. It was a silent plea for help. My instincts kicked in. I grabbed my bag and I stepped out of the car. The man, noticing my presence, began to walk into the alleyway, and when I reached the girl, he had vanished from sight. It felt as though whatever threatening situation had occurred moments before was over, and I was tempted to walk away. But then, I caught sight of the strange man again. He was leaning against the wall of a nearby house, and his gaze fixed on me. A chill ran down my spine, and just then, the girl called out from behind me. Her voice trembled with fear and I saw her approach, visibly shaken. "Can you walk with me to my apartment at the end of the alleyway?" she asked, explaining that the man had been silently blocking her way. I glanced back at the man. He appeared intoxicated, perhaps drunk or on drugs. We began to walk, our breathing shallow as we passed him. and after putting some distance between us, I glanced back, but to my horror, he was following us. We had already passed my house at that point, but I couldn't leave this girl to face him alone. As fear coursed through me, she suddenly broke into a full sprint, and I had no choice but to keep pace with her. We reached the gate to her apartment, and she hastily swung it open, slamming it shut behind us. We then dashed into the building where a second gate stood, this one smaller, likely designed to keep pets from escaping. She opened it, and then we slipped through, just as the sound of the man approaching the first gate reached our ears. We bolted up the stairs, making our way to the third floor. Breathless, the girl knocked urgently but softly at her apartment door, and after what felt like an eternity, it swung open, revealing her friends, a guy and a girl, around her age. They looked bewildered but quickly locked the door behind us and then led us into the bedroom. They turned off the lights, and we just sat there silently, with our hearts pounding. The girl broke down in tears, recounting the terrifying events to her friends. She revealed that the man had been following her for 10 to 15 minutes, and she expressed her relief at having seen me. Unsure of what to do next, I just called my aunt, who was staying at our house that night. And thankfully she answered swiftly. I urged her to call the police, and at this time, we could now hear the man pacing around the apartment, seemingly looking for us. He was mumbling something that we couldn't hear well from the other side of the door. A few minutes later, my phone rang with an unknown number. It was my uncle, a policeman, reassuring me that help was on the way. What felt like hours dragged on, and eventually the police arrived. My uncle instructed me via phone to come downstairs and recount the ordeal to the officers. They informed us that they had seen the man wandering around the gate and eventually into the far end of the alleyway. And once the police had finished their inquiries, they allowed me to go home. I recounted the entire story to my aunt, who urged me to get some rest. Despite my exhaustion though, sleep eluded me as my mind raced with thoughts of that strange man. What if he had caught up with us? Was he armed with a knife or some weapon? I fought to dispel the terrifying images racing through my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be watching me in the dark, a knife glinting menacingly in his hand. So, I am not necessarily sure whether this counts as a creepy or more so just unsettling, but here it is. This summer, I went to LA to spend time with my boyfriend, and me, being European, became obsessed with Target. Hence, we would often venture in there to browse a bit and whatnot. This particular store was in a rather nice area of LA, so I never had to really worry about some creeps, but here we are. Anyway, we decided to go to Target on a nice afternoon, and I could spot some people standing in front of the entrance while walking from the car. Generally speaking, I usually don't think much of this, since people wait to be picked up and whatnot. But there was this one guy who just looked kinda off, like I got immediate bad vibes from him, and he kept staring at everyone walking by. What ticked me off is how he stared at me and my boyfriend walking by for just a tad bit longer. I saw him in my peripheral, just taking off right after us and walking into Target. And hear me out, I am naturally a very observant person. I've had my fair share of creeps, and I stand on business when it comes to observing my surroundings. Anyway, I tried glancing over my shoulder in a very subtle way to check if he's still there, and as you can guess, not even 10 feet behind, there he was. My boyfriend was completely oblivious to the whole thing, so I started to suggest going into different aisles to see if this guy will still follow. I didn't tell him because I didn't want to make him stress if I didn't have a super valid suspicion. And would you look at that? Every time that I look around, there he was just staring at me. So I kept trying to test my theory until he just suddenly vanished. I just thought, I'm just being paranoid again. So I thought that we would grab a drink from Starbucks on the way out since everything is okay. We go to Starbucks, and I'm still glancing around to see if I can spot the guy anywhere around. But nope, nothing. So we happily take off towards the exit, and there he was, just waiting. I saw the moment he spotted us and just smirked and then just proceeded to follow us to the car. And at this point, I'm like, screw this, and I said to my boyfriend very quietly, "Hey, someone has been following us since we walked in. I lost him in the store, but he was waiting by the exit. He's right behind us. Don't make it obvious. Just get into the car and lock it as fast as you can." So, my boyfriend looked behind, and would you look at that? The guy was following us to the car very closely behind. The moment that we were by the car, my boyfriend just unlocks the door and we get in as fast as we can and just lock that shit because what if he tries to get in? But the man just stood behind the car, staring through our back window right at us, and then proceeded to just walk away like nothing happened. The weirdest thing? When we pulled out of the parking spot, not even 10 seconds later, the guy just vanished into thin air, nowhere to be seen. I have never been so paranoid in my entire life if he got into another car and maybe tried to follow us home. But after that, we just got back home and everything just seemed so oddly normal, besides my minor heart palpitations. I still don't understand what might have been the purpose of the whole thing, but boy, it scared me just fine. My encounter when I was 14. So when I was 14, I liked to go for walks alone, just me, some music, and wherever I decided to go. One day, it might have been early spring, I'm walking through a beautiful wooded area with the sun glimpsing through the branches and leaves. I then saw a man I'd say around mid-30s, walking and looking around in the opposite direction to me. He then turned to me and asked if I had seen his dog. Me, being oblivious to what he said no, and then I tried to walk away. But he seemed really desperate and upset, practically begging for my help. So eventually I agreed and I helped him look for close to an hour. He then disappeared down a heavily wooded area and called out that he found his dog and needed help to free him from some branches. Me, being relieved to have found the dog, was originally skeptical to go in after him, but stupidly I did. It was only then where I found the man's true intentions. He had pulled his trousers and pants down and wanted me to do unspeakable things to him. I stood frozen as he only stepped closer towards me. In a panic, I ran while trying to take photos of him to show anyone for help. But as I ran, he chased close behind. We came to a bridge which was over a river. Don't ask me how I did it, but I managed to slip, dropping my phone into the river. I scrambled to my feet and I continued to run. Then I realized that he wasn't chasing me anymore, and he had seemingly disappeared. I never told anyone this story because I thought no one would believe me. But now, I'm 17, happily in a relationship, and it's been on my mind for the last 4 years, so now I just have to tell someone. Hi everyone, my name is Cynthia. I'm 31 and female. When I first moved into that old brick apartment building, I was drawn to its charm. The neighborhood was quiet, with tree-lined streets and friendly faces. For someone starting anew, it felt perfect. My one-bedroom apartment was on the third floor, offering a view of the little park across the street. It was cozy, and it was just right for my needs. Settling in took time. I painted the walls with soft shades of blue and gray. I hung pictures and filled the shelves with books and tiny little trinkets from my travels. The place slowly became my home, and I found peace in my routines and in the gentle hum of life around me. The building itself was not large, just 4 floors with a handful of apartments on each. People came and went, and we exchanged polite nods in the hallways. Among those people was Mr. Barrett, who lived directly below me. He was an older man with a kind face and had a habit of striking up conversations about the weather or city events. At first, his friendliness was a comfort to me, a sign of the welcoming community that I was now a part of. But after a few weeks, I noticed small things out of place in my apartment. A book moved from the shelf to the coffee table, a mug left in the sink when I remembered washing it. I just shrugged it off, attributing it to my own forgetfulness. Life was hectic. I had a new job, a new environment, and it was easy to overlook things. The feeling of being watched began to creep in though. It's a sensation that prickled at the back of my neck when I was alone. I dismissed it as paranoia, especially that I live alone and I'm in a new place. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just nerves. But then, the noises came. Late at night, footsteps above me when I knew the apartment was vacant. Faint taps on the walls, as if someone was listening. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, straining to hear more. But the sounds would cease as suddenly as they started. My mind raced with different explanations. Old pipes, settling foundations. I clung to logic even as doubt gnawed at me. Mr. Barrett's presence also became more noticeable. He seemed to appear whenever I left or arrived home, lingering just a moment too long in shared spaces in the building. His questions, once charming and friendly, felt intrusive, like he was prying into my routines and my plans. I began to take longer routes, avoiding paths where our encounters seemed inevitable. But despite my efforts, his interest persisted. He left small tokens at my doors when he stopped seeing me. It would either be freshly baked cookies, a book he thought that I would like, and initially, I accepted these gestures with forced politeness. Yet each gift felt like he was binding me to his attention. It was an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake. One rainy evening, after a particularly long day at work, I entered my apartment to find a strange scent in the air. Mr. Barrett's cologne. Let me tell you, ever since the moment that I met this guy, I have noticed the scent of his cologne, and he uses the exact same thing every single time. And that cologne lingered in my apartment unpleasantly that night. I panicked. I checked the door, the windows, all were as I had left them. The thought of him being inside, invading my space, sent a shiver down my spine. I considered reaching out to the building manager, but I hesitated. I was unsure of how to explain what felt like a series of coincidences. Without concrete evidence, my concerns seemed trivial, an overreaction from stress or fatigue. So, I just decided to request a change of my locks, hoping that that would bring peace of mind. My life continued, my days blurring into one another. I tried to distract myself through my job and my friends, yet at night, the feeling of being observed returned, stronger and more pervasive. I'm not the type to lock doors inside my house, but I took to sleeping with my bedroom door locked. It was a small act that offered little comfort. Really, they could break it down if they wanted to. But knowing that it was locked was so much better than not doing anything. One morning, As I left for work, I noticed Mr. Barrett watching from his window, his gaze following me down the street. It was unnerving, the constant awareness of being under scrutiny. I resolved to be more vigilant and also to document every single odd occurrence so that I may build my case if needed. Weeks passed and the situation escalated. On a warm Sunday afternoon, I returned from the market to find my apartment door ajar. My heart raced, fear twisting in my stomach. I stepped inside cautiously, noting the subtle disturbances. A chair moved to a different side, a drawer that was fully closed and now open. Ever since things like this started happening, I've been extremely vigilant and aware of things in my apartment, to the point that I would take a picture before I leave so that I can assure myself that I was not just losing my mind, but that something was really moved. But the most unsettling was that my journal, one that was tucked away in a drawer, now splayed open on the coffee table. The pages were turned, my handwriting and my intimate thoughts laid bare. I was angry and I was scared at the same time. This invasion was personal, deliberate. I documented everything just as I had been doing, and I brought to the management all the evidence and observations that I have gathered, and they approved to check the cameras in the hallways. Well, the footage revealed what I dreaded. Mr. Barrett entering my apartment. Armed with this evidence, I filed a formal complaint to the building management. The response was swift, decisive. Mr. Barrett was confronted. His key was confiscated. My locks was to be changed immediately. But they did not want to kick him out though. I threatened to involve the police if they didn't, and they probably did not want any bad press or issues, so they decided to kick him out. What's weird is that when all of this happened, Mr. Barrett remained silent. He didn't deny anything. He didn't try to explain his side, defend himself, tell us where he got the key to my apartment from. And all he did was just give me an unsettling stare. And to this day, I still live in the apartment. Everything is normal now, but sometimes, when I'm outside, I look over my shoulders. I have that little fear inside me that one day he might get back at me. Also, my doors are always locked now and I got my own camera. Mr. Barrett, I hope that I never see you again. For context, this happened to me years ago when I was about 13, maybe 14. I grew up in a small to mid-sized city in the West, pretty safe in a quiet middle-class neighborhood. This was back when I still bought into organized religion and I was going to an overnight lock-in at the church gym. For the non-Christian kids who aren't familiar, it's basically a huge Jesus-focused sleepover for teens. The church was only maybe a 10 to 12 minute walk from my house, and the quickest way to get there was to cut across a park right next to the elementary school. This was the early 2000s, so I definitely grew up in the age of stranger danger and teaching girls to always be vigilant. On the other hand, I was walking a short distance through my own neighborhood to the church, and I was very responsible for my age. I was an oldest daughter, always the babysitter, and my parents had okayed me walking by myself. I would drop by with my sleeping bag and pillow after they picked up my little brother from practice. I was running a little late, so the sun was just setting as I approached the park. As I crunched my way across the grass next to the tennis court, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning my head, I saw a figure, clearly a man, dressed in dark clothing and leaning against the brick wall of the school. He was kind of tucked into an alcove formed where the building met the fence around the playground. He was out of sight from the road. The man was just standing outside of the halo of light from the lamp above a nearby door. The man was just lounging in the crux of the wall and the fence. What initially caught my eye was the flicker of the lit cigarette in his mouth. It was too dark to see his features, but I could tell, as I noticed him, that he was already watching me. He was a fair distance away across the grass, but it was just open space between us. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them on me. I felt that uneasy tingle creep down my spine. I suddenly realized that I was alone in the growing dark, and there was some unknown man tracking me with his eyes, and I couldn't make out. Instead of continuing to cut diagonally across the park, I veered right toward the sidewalk and the street so that I wouldn't come too close to him. I walked a little faster, trying to shake off my uneasiness. I was telling myself, "You're just being silly." And the first time that I glanced back, he hadn't moved, though I could still feel him watching me. As I left the grass of the park and I approached the street corner, I felt briefly relieved. I was back under the street lamps, which by now had flicked on. Only 3 or 4 short blocks until I was at the church. I glanced back once more to reassure myself that I had worried for no reason, expecting to see nothing. By now, the man should be completely out of view, right? Instead, I felt the pit of dread in my stomach turn to acidic fear when I realized that the man was in fact halfway across the park now, walking in my direction. I immediately crossed to the other side of the street and I began walking faster. At this point, I could feel the adrenaline rushing through me. I didn't have any real words or images to describe what I thought would happen to me. It was just a jumble of snippets of news reports and vague fears about what happens to young girls who are out alone at night. I was still trying to convince myself that it could just be a coincidence. The man could just be walking in the same direction. After another block, as I approached the next corner, I looked back again. The man had reached the edge of the park, and instead of walking straight ahead, he too had crossed the street to my side. And even worse, it seemed like he had closed some of the distance between us. And to my eyes at least, it seemed like he was walking faster. I immediately felt my terror increase. At this point, I was convinced that he was a predator and I had made myself easy prey. I still had 2.5 blocks to the church, but at this point, I was wondering whether I would ever make it to the lock-in. I glanced back at the man once more, and he had closed the gap even further with his longer legs. I still couldn't clearly see his face, but I had seen enough. I turned around, and I started all out running up the street. My backpack thumped against my back, my heart raced, and my breath turned shallow. I ran all the way to the church parking lot before I looked back again. And by the time that I did, the man was gone. To this day, I have no idea if that man was after me, or if he just thought that I was some weird kid running down the street at dusk. Frankly, I'm glad never to have found out, one way or the other. I never post anything on Reddit, but I have to share this story because it really affected me as a child. When I was about 12 or 13, I used to play a lot of video games with my best friend, and we often played shooters together. As you can imagine, it's easy to get frustrated, and at one point, I ended up breaking my PlayStation controller. Since I didn't have a spare, I couldn't continue playing. So I told my friend that I had to stop. He said that I could come over and borrow his second controller since he didn't live far away and it was just a short walk. I thought, okay, and I told him that I would be over soon. So I grabbed my keys and I started walking to his house. It was already dark, and since it was winter, it was snowing and very foggy. While walking, I had a strange feeling like I was being watched. I kept looking around but I didn't see anyone. When I arrived at his place, I picked up the controller and I saw through a window that a man was standing in the middle of the street. I pointed it out to my friend and we both wondered who or what was standing there. It did look like a person, but we couldn't make out any details, just a silhouette. Eventually, we decided to go outside and see if the person needed help or if something was wrong. We stepped out and asked what was going on, but there was no response. The person just stared at us and then walked away. We were both confused and then we told his parents, but they just brushed it off thinking that we were imagining things because we played too many video games. And after a while, I figured that it was time to head home. Since we had played video games together for a while, I almost forgot about the strange encounter. But when I was walking back, I started to feel that same eerie sensation of being watched. I saw a few passerby, but they all seemed normal, nothing strange. But just before I got home, I looked behind me one last time and I saw that person again, this time standing behind a tree staring at me. Then they started walking toward me and eventually they began running. I could tell that it was an older man, probably around 60, but I was surprised at how fast he was running. He was shouting something in a language that I didn't understand, but he didn't seem happy. I ran for my life, clutching my keys, and tried to unlock my door as fast as possible. And when I got inside, I quickly glanced back but the man was gone. I rushed to my room and I immediately told my friend about what just happened. He suggested that I call the police, which I did. But since my description wasn't very detailed, the police took a report but didn't seem to take it too seriously. My parents were visibly shocked, but nothing ever came out of it. In my village, 4 other people reported similar experiences, saying that someone was watching or following them. I was one of them, but no one was ever caught by the police. To this day, no one knows who this man is, whether he's just trying to scare people or if it's something more sinister. No one knows for sure, but everyone agrees that it seems to be a man around 60 years old. Beyond that, no one can give a detailed description. That day, I feared for my life. I've told many of my friends about this, and I have received mixed reactions. Some said it sounds like a spooky campfire story, while others believed me and were visibly scared. A few even told me that they had experienced the exact same thing. A few years back, my mom, 46 and female, my sister, 23 female, and I, 28 female, were driving to the shops when we noticed an old car tailgating us. As we pulled into the shopping center car park, we couldn't see the car behind us anymore, so we assumed that he had driven off. Just as we pulled into our parking spot, the same old car sped into the space directly in front of us, and we saw the driver. He was maybe in his 40s, and he looked really angry. He got out of his car, and he kept looking back at us as he walked into the shop. Just as we thought that he was gone, we saw him poke his head out around the door and then look at us again. This really freaked us out, so we decided to go park somewhere else. That's when he noticed him running out of the shopping center and then looking through all the cars for us. At this point, we were really getting freaked out, and keep in mind, this was a busy shopping center in the middle of the day, so it just seemed so strange. Eventually, he spotted our car and randomly stopped what he was doing to stare at his phone. My sister and I decided to run over to the security guard and then tell him what was happening. The guard went over to him, said something, and then the guy looked over at us again before getting into his car and then driving off. He must have been on something, but it was really freaky. Hi everyone. I would like to share my story. I apologize if some writing may be off. I'm not a native speaker, and I asked Google Translate plus my little English to help me write my own experience down. So here we go. Working at the little coffee shop on the corner had always been a pleasant part of my life. It was a cozy spot, a place where regulars came to escape the rush of the city, to linger over steaming cups and quiet conversations. I loved being part of their routines, their familiar faces, and the small interactions that made my shifts enjoyable. One regular stood out among the rest though, a man named Thomas. He was in his mid-30s with a mild demeanor and a penchant for black coffee. Every morning without fail, he'd take a seat by the window with a notebook, scribbling away as the world passed by outside. At first, I thought nothing of it. Many patrons found comfort in the routine, and Thomas seemed no different. He always greeted me with a polite nod, his eyes lingering just a second longer than necessary. I brushed it off as friendliness. After all, in a place like this, regulars became part of my shop's character. Thomas's visits became so predictable that I hardly noticed him sometimes. He was just another piece in the tapestry of my workdays. But then, subtle changes began to occur. Thomas started arriving earlier and staying a bit longer than usual. His questions about the coffee shop turned personal. He was inquiring about my preferences, my work schedule, my hobbies. I tried to answer politely, but I was also maintaining the distance expected between a barista and a customer. The exchanges, while innocuous at first, began to feel a little more intrusive. One rainy afternoon, while wiping tables, I found a note tucked beneath a mug at Thomas's usual spot. It was nothing more than a thank you for the coffee and the atmosphere, but it kind of unnerved me. He wrote my name with a heart on the side. He had left it on purpose, a message for me alone. I just crumpled the note, dismissing it as an odd gesture from an eccentric patron. But days turned into weeks, and he started leaving small gifts for me. A bookmark, a pen, a flower. I accepted them, but the gestures were becoming a pattern, one that I couldn't easily ignore. One evening after closing, I found a postcard slipped under the door. It bore a simple message that says, "Thank you. You make my day so much brighter." His name was scrolled at the bottom, and I felt a chill, a realization that his interest had crossed the line into something personal, something unwanted. I confided in my manager, a kind woman named Susan. She listened carefully, her expression concerned but also understanding. We decided to monitor the situation at first to see if it would escalate. She assured me that I wasn't alone, which was a small comfort in an increasingly uncomfortable situation. Thomas's behavior continued though, his visits more frequent. He used to come to the shop 2 to 3 times a week, but now he's here almost every single day. He never crossed the boundary into overt hostility, but his presence was wearing me down. Each shift, I found myself on edge, scanning the shop for his familiar face, dreading the sound of the bell announcing his arrival. One day, as I finished my shift, I noticed him outside standing across the street watching. My heart raced, a mix of anger and fear. It felt like an invasion that separated my professional life from my personal space. I just tried to hurry home. I began to change my routine. I left the shop at different times, taking varied routes home and different shifts at work. I hoped the changes would dissuade him, signal my discomfort and an interest. But Thomas was persistent. The gifts kept coming. It was left on the counter sometimes when I wasn't looking. Small tokens that made my skin crawl. I wanted to file a report with the local authorities. I just wanted to document the situation in case it escalated. The officer that I spoke with was sympathetic. He was explaining the limits of what could be done without direct threats or evidence of the harassment from Thomas. I know, the system, though well-intentioned, it offered me little comfort. I took additional precautions. I changed my phone number. I adjusted privacy settings on my social media. I just made sure that my personal information wasn't easily accessible. The breaking point came one evening as I closed the shop. The street was dark and it was illuminated only by the glow of streetlights. While I was walking home, I heard footsteps behind me, soft but unmistakable. My pulse quickened, instinct pushing me to quicken my pace, and I reached my building, my heart pounding in my chest. Later, from the safety of my apartment, I tried peering through the blinds to see. Thomas was there, and he stood on the opposite sidewalk. The sight filled me with dread, the realization that avoidance and subtle hints had failed. I was facing something that I couldn't ignore. The next day, Susan and I arranged for a colleague to escort me home after my shifts, an interim solution until a more permanent one could be found. The support of the coffee shop staff was a small beacon in a challenging time that I was in. Their presence and support was a reminder that I wasn't alone in this. The final encounter came on a sunny afternoon. Thomas went inside of the shop, directly to the counter. He was calm, yet with intent. I could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken acknowledgement of all that had passed between us. His expression was different though. It looked calm and something like he's given up. He just placed the final note on the counter, turned, and left. It read simply, "Goodbye," and that was it. Just as how it started suddenly one day, it also just stopped. I would never understand what was going through that man's head, but I appreciate the fact that he did not end up harming me and I was able to escape this ordeal unscathed. Though I will admit that I still get nervous at times when I hear the bell ring in the coffee shop, thinking that it may be Thomas returning. I am a nurse who works the night shift, and there have been 2 occasions when I have been stalked on my way home, and I'd like to share them with you. This happened when I lived in Tokyo. I was returning home on the last train of the night and it was around 12:30 a.m. When you get off the train and exit the subway, there is a convenience store at the top of the stairs. My apartment at that time was about 7 minutes away from the store in a residential area. At that time of night, when you get off the last train home, the lights of the convenience store are pretty much the only light source in the area, and the roads are usually empty too. Well, back to the story. I was climbing up the subway stairs, and I noticed a man waiting at the top of the stairs staring at me. He kept widening his eyes as he stared at me. He was shifting around restlessly, and at that moment, I knew that the guy was weird. I ignored the traffic lights, and I crossed the road. I took a quick look over my shoulder and I decided to quickly walk home since the situation was a bit creepy. But as I was walking, I felt a presence behind me. I looked over my shoulder and I noticed that the weird guy from the subway was following me and he was closing the distance between us. Without any hesitation or thought, I instinctively started running. I remember running like crazy and I was so panicked and frightened. There was no one on the streets to help me, No cars passing by, and it was so dark. I ran up a path in someone's private garden, pushed the gate aside, and I hid there. I crept around the back of the house and it looked over a road. I saw a taxi passing by and I saw my chance. The taxi driver must have seen how desperate I was and slowed down and saved me that night. After this event, I moved to an apartment right in front of a different train station, and this area seemed much safer as it had a 24-hour taxi rank, buses, and it was well lit and it was busy with people even at night, so it was reassuring. I had been living in my new place for about 2 years when something else happened to me. Of course, it took place when I was coming home from my night shift. In those days when I left the hospital to go home, I used to take a shortcut through a dark alley. It was there that I am certain that I had met the same man again, and I quickly headed to the train station. I boarded my train, and I saw him again as I sat down. The man was staring at me. He must have followed me onto the train. I had a terrible feeling about this. He kept glancing at me and fidgeting in his seat. The train pulled into my station, and I got close as I could to the doors. And as soon as they opened, I ran as fast as I could, and I ran to an exit that I knew to be busy. I took my jacket, and I tried to blend into the crowds of people. When I found a safe place to hide, I looked over my shoulder, and he was there desperately searching the area. I knew how much danger I was in. Luckily, there was a police box at the west exit of the station. In the following days, I became paranoid that the man might know where I live or will be waiting to ambush me next time that I got off at the station. I told the police everything about the man, and one of the officers seemed to know the man that I was speaking of and then described him as perverted. When he said that, shivers went down my spine. There are lots of young nurses in Japan who work late like I did back then. It's 10 years on, and I still get creeped out thinking about it. As peaceful as Japan is, be careful while walking home at night. My name is Sarah. I'm a female, and I'm now in my 30s. I'm living a different life far from where I grew up. But there's a story from my teenage years that still lingers in my mind, one that I have never fully shaken off. It happened in what seemed like the safest neighborhood, a place that felt like nothing bad could ever touch us. I grew up in a small, close-knit community where everyone knew each other. Our neighborhood was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked during the day and the kids played freely in the streets. There was a strong sense of trust and care among the neighbors, always ready to lend a helping hand or keep an eye out for one another. My family had lived there for years, and over time, we have created bonds with those around us. It was comforting to know that we had such good people nearby. Neighbors would check on each other's homes when someone went on vacation, and there were regular barbecues and gatherings that kept us all connected. Among our neighbors was Mr. Pierce, a man in his 50s who lived just a few houses down. He was always around, helping with yard work or chatting with the parents as they watched their kids play. He was a tall man with graying hair and a kind smile, wearing thick glasses that seemed to magnify his gentle eyes. He never married, never had a child, and all I knew was that he was living alone. I had known him since I was a little girl, so I never thought twice about his presence. Fast forward, I grew older and I entered my teenage years, and I, of course, began to change physically. Like most teens, I started dressing differently. I was experimenting with fashion as I figured out who I was. It was a time of self-discovery, as you might say, of feeling out new identities and expressing myself in ways that I hadn't before. Well, that's when the letters began. They were anonymous at first, left on our porch or slipped through the mail slot. The letters were unsettling, filled with comments about my appearance, my body, and how I was blossoming into a young woman. At first, I tried to brush them off as a prank, something silly that would stop if I ignored it. But they didn't. They got more personal and more invasive. I kept the letters to myself. I was unsure of how to explain them to my parents without causing alarm or feeling embarrassed. Part of me thought that I was overreacting, that it was just someone being stupid and careless. I know you'd scold me. I'd scold myself too. I should have brought this up to any adult's attention, but I kept my mouth shut. I was a teenager, and our brains just worked differently during that age. I thought that I was the one who is getting in trouble if this comes out. But then came that night. My parents were out and I was home alone, which wasn't really new for me. I was watching TV, wrapped in a blanket on the couch, when I heard a knock on the door. I froze, I stood up, and then I walked to the door and checked the peephole. It was Mr. Pierce. I opened the door, and he was standing there, looking at me with a strange intensity that I have never seen before. My heart suddenly started to race. I didn't understand why. He started talking, his voice calm and steady. He was then saying things that made my skin crawl. He spoke about how he'd watched me grow up and how beautiful I have become, that I have somehow blossomed into this pretty young lady, how the way I dressed was a signal, a call for someone like him to approach me. He said things that made me realize that he was the one behind the letters. I felt trapped, my mind racing to find a way out, because I understood that I was not in a safe situation. This was Mr. Pierce standing in front of me, but I don't know who this man is anymore. While he was saying all of this, I didn't even realize that he was slowly inching his way in the house. Like I was in a daze and my mind was reeling, but the sound of the door closing and the lock snapped me out of it. Somehow, I managed to blurt something out. I don't even remember what it was, but it caught him off guard for a couple of seconds, and it gave me the chance to bolt towards my bedroom. I slammed the door behind me and I locked it. I didn't have a phone at that time, and my room did have a window, but it was high above the ground that I would surely get hurt if I jumped. The four walls of my room suddenly felt like they were closing in on me, and Mr. Pierce was right outside, banging on the door yelling for me to let him in. My heart pounded in my chest, each bang on the door matching my racing pulse. I had no idea what to do, and fear paralyzed me as I pressed my back against the door, hoping that it would hold. I prayed for help, for someone to come, for this nightmare to end. He kept screaming at me through the door, telling me all the things that he was going to do with me and how he would end me once he was done. I thought that that would be my last night alive. But then, amidst the chaos, I heard the faint sounds of sirens. I wasn't sure if it was coming for me, but relief washed over me, thinking that someone had heard the commotion and called for help. The banging on the door stopped, replaced by the sound of Mr. Pierce's hurried footsteps retreating. The police arrived swiftly and apprehended him though, leading him away in handcuffs. It turned out that one of our neighbors, a kind woman with a young child, had heard the noise and called the police. She hadn't been able to come over herself, fearing for her safety and her child, but she did what she could to make sure that help was on the way. I was overwhelmed with gratitude and relief. I later thanked her profusely for her quick thinking. She had acted as my guardian angel that night, and her kindness left a lasting impact on me. The incident actually shook our neighborhood. It was a wake-up call that even in the safest places, darkness can lurk just next door. But it also reinforced the strength of the community, the way we looked out for one another. Though years have passed and I have since moved away, I often think back to that safe neighborhood that wasn't as safe as it seemed. It was a lesson learned the hard way, but it was a reminder that I carry with me, ensuring that I remain aware and protective both of myself and of those around me, especially my children. Hi, I'm Lily, and I'm 28 years old, and I work in a mid-sized marketing firm. It's a pretty standard job with lots of brainstorming sessions, endless client meetings, and the occasional team building exercise that always seems to involve awkward icebreakers. The office itself is open and lively, with a mix of cubicles and communal tables. On any given day, you'll hear the hum of chatter mingling with the clicks of keyboards. My role as a marketing coordinator is mostly managing projects and keeping track of deadlines. I like my work, and my colleagues are generally a nice bunch, though we're all more acquaintances than friends. Among them is Fred, a quiet guy from IT who everyone knows but never really notices. Fred is always around in a distance, fixing computers, setting up new systems, and generally being the go-to tech guy. Though he doesn't go to your specific cubicle unless there is a general update or if you complain about a problem with your system or computer. He's a bit of an enigma really, polite but reserved, always ready to help, but never one to join in on post-work drinks. We would exchange pleasantries, sure, but nothing beyond that. Everything seemed routine until the day that I found a note on my desk. It was a simple handwritten letter tucked under my keyboard. At first, I thought it was an office memo, maybe a reminder about an upcoming meeting. But as I read it, I realized that it was a love letter. It was a bit flattering, but also unsettling because it was so out of the blue. The letter didn't have a name on it, just some vague expressions of admiration and a hint of someone watching me. I shrugged it off, assuming it was a prank or a mistake. I mean, who wouldn't, right? I mentioned it to a couple of colleagues who just laughed it off, suggesting that it was probably just someone messing around, or they kept teasing me that I now have a secret admirer and my single days will almost be over. A few weeks passed and another letter appeared. This one was more personal, noting things about my day-to-day life that weren't common knowledge, like the fact that I always grab coffee from the little shop across the street before my work starts, or how I like to take my lunch breaks outside when the weather was nice. I started to feel a bit uneasy. It was one thing to get a random note, but this was different. Someone was really watching me, and the idea that they were close enough to notice these details made my skin crawl. Still, I don't know what to do about it. I hadn't seen anyone suspicious hanging around, and there was no clear evidence of who it might be. But the letters kept coming, each one more detailed than the last. They were always left on my desk tucked under my keyboard or slipped into my bag when I wasn't looking. I wondered if it was a colleague playing some twisted game, but no one seemed out of the ordinary. I was getting worried, but my workmates just kept saying that it was probably nothing, just an intense crush that someone had for me. But then, things started disappearing from my desk. At first, it was minor. A pen here, a sticky note there. I barely noticed it until it escalated to things like a framed picture of my family disappearing and then reappearing a few days later, slightly askew, as if it had been handled. I reported it to HR, but they couldn't do much without proof of wrongdoing. They promised to keep an eye out, but nothing really changed. Meanwhile, I noticed Fred seemed to be around more often. He didn't act differently, wasn't overtly suspicious, but something in his demeanor made me uneasy. The realization came one afternoon when I caught a glimpse of him hovering near my desk when I returned a bit earlier from lunch. He seemed startled, mumbling something about needing to check the computer systems in the area, but it struck me as odd because they already did that last week. And why was he only checking mine? I was now getting extremely suspicious of Fred. There was nothing wrong with my PC. And again, he only comes when we report something to him or if something needs some fixing. Soon after, I started receiving messages online from a profile that seemed faked. They were vague at first, and then they grew into confessions of love and promises that we were meant to be together. It was the same writing style as the letters. My heart raced and I finally connected the dots. It had to be Fred. I took it to management, who agreed to speak with him, and Fred denied everything, of course, and without concrete evidence, they couldn't take it further. They suggested that I just clean up my desk, like take home important items to me, like my family photos and stuff. They also suggested to just block the online stalker and also just to ignore the letters if I ever get more. They told me that I should be more vigilant, which only heightened my anxiety. I began to feel trapped, always looking over my shoulder. Well, things escalated further when I found a small gift box on my desk. Inside was a delicate bracelet that had gone missing from my home weeks ago. I thought that I just misplaced it or something, but it was a clear message that whoever it was, they'd been inside my house. I feel violated, scared, and unsure of what would happen next. I knew that I had to be careful, and I was more guarded than ever. Then one night, as I was winding down from a long day at the office, I heard noises from outside my apartment. My heart pounded as I approached the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. There he was, Fred, lurking just beyond the porch light's glow, trying to stay hidden, but clearly casing my place. Panic set in. I couldn't believe that it had come to this. I immediately called the police, whispering my fears into the phone. They urged me to stay inside and then remain calm, promising me that help was on the way. The minutes stretched like hours as I waited. Each creak and rustle outside made me jump, and when the police arrived, they caught Fred trying to pry open a window. He was arrested, finally putting an end to this ordeal that I've been going through. The officers reassured me that I had done the right thing by calling them and promised to keep me informed about the case. This experience left me shaken and more cautious than ever. It's hard to trust your surroundings after something like that, knowing how easily normal can turn into a nightmare. But fortunately, life at work slowly returned to normal. Well, I say normal, but ever since that incident, I always kept a wary eye on new and familiar faces, making sure that no one else tried to cross those lines again. Let's just say, if something feels off, it probably is. And in those moments, it's important to speak up and seek help because you never know what people are capable of when they let their obsession take over. So Fred, you obsessed creep who tried to break in my house, I hope I never see you again. I would like to share an experience that I've had a couple years ago, which I considered as the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me. I'm Emily, 27 and female. So here we go. In today's world, social media has become a big part of our lives. And just like everyone else, I also share snippets of my day, my thoughts, and sometimes my plans for the future. It's mostly my thoughts and my art though. It's a way to stay connected with my friends and family especially since moving to a new city for my job as a graphic designer, which was both exciting and a little lonely. The new city was everything I hoped for. It was full of culture, art, and opportunities. It had a vibrant art scene, perfect for someone like me trying to make a mark in design. I started following local art groups and events on social media. I was aiming to get involved and maybe make new friends along the way. As I settled into this new chapter, I noticed a particular user who frequently liked and commented on my post. At first, it was encouraging to have a little support, especially from someone who seemed to appreciate my art and my thoughts. This user, who went by the name ArtLover23, was a constant presence online, always quick with a positive comment or a thoughtful reply. At first, I was flattered. In a city where I was still finding my footing, having someone who appreciated my work felt nice. But gradually, ArtLover23's interactions became more frequent and personal. They started commenting on older posts and then sending private messages, asking detailed questions about my projects and also my daily activities. I figured that this was just part of the social media landscape, people being more forward online than they might be in person. I replied politely when I felt comfortable, just keeping things casual and friendly, as I would with any online acquaintance. But as time went on, I began noticing ArtLover23 knew more about my life than I had shared publicly. They mentioned places that I had visited, often within a day of my being there, even when I hadn't posted about it until later. At first, I chalked it up to coincidence. Maybe they lived nearby or followed similar pages and events. But soon, it became clear that they were tracking my movements. I'd post a picture from a cafe, and they would comment something like, that place makes the best lattes. Almost as if they had been there too. It was a bit unsettling, the way someone could be so tuned into my life without ever meeting me. I started to feel uneasy. It seemed like no matter where I went, ArtLover23 was a step behind. One day, while attending a gallery opening, I noticed someone watching me from across the room, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that it might be my mysterious follower, though I had no way of proving it. After that night, the private messages from ArtLover23 increased, and they started suggesting that we meet up. Well, this was too much. I liked sharing my art and my thoughts online, but meeting a stranger who knew so much about me was a line that I was not willing to cross. I decided to scale back on what I shared online, adjusting privacy settings and being more mindful of the details that I revealed. It was a bit disappointing because I enjoyed connecting with fellow artists, but my safety had to come first. Despite my efforts, ArtLover23 continued to comment and message, almost as if they hadn't noticed the change. It was as if nothing could deter their interest. I even stopped responding to their messages, hoping that they'd get the hint. But still, they persisted and faced by my silence. Some of you might be thinking, why didn't I just block the person, right? And to be honest, I have no answer for that. I have no idea why I haven't even thought about that. But it gets worse. The situation escalated when I received a package at my apartment. It was addressed to me, but there was no return address. Inside were art supplies, the exact kind that I used that I posted about before, and a note that read, "For your next masterpiece." My heart skipped a beat. How could someone know my address? It was a terrifying reminder that my life was no longer just my own. But maybe it was from a family member. So, before I did anything, I tried reaching out to my family, my close friends who knew where I lived, but all of them said the same thing, that they have no idea what I'm talking about. I was just fed up at this moment and I was frightened, so I decided that it was time to take action. I sent a strong message to Art Lover 23 telling them that I was aware of their behavior and that if it continued, I wouldn't hesitate to involve the authorities. I laid it all out, explaining how their actions had crossed the line and were making me feel unsafe. Their response was immediate. Art Lover 23 at first tried to deny stuff, but then they end up admitting it. They then apologized and started begging for me to not involve the police and that they will stop bothering me. Art Lover 23 finally went silent after that. The messages stopped and they seemed to disappear from my online world as quickly as they had arrived. I just felt the weight lift off my shoulders. My takeaway from this experience, and something that should be a takeaway for you too, is that we should be careful with what we share online to keep our peace of mind and safety. So, everyone, please stay safe. Hello everyone, I'm a female and 28. This year, I decided to throw myself a birthday party, something that I hadn't done in a long time. Between work and life's chaos, celebrations often fell by the wayside, but I felt like this year should be different. I wanted a chance to gather my closest friends, to laugh, enjoy good food, and just simply unwind together on my special day. The idea of a party was exciting, and as I started planning, I imagined a cozy evening filled with laughter and warmth. I planned to cook some of my favorite dishes, ones that brought back memories and were sure to please my friends. There were dishes like spicy buffalo wings, a creamy pasta salad, and a homemade chocolate cake that I had perfected over the years. And to make it extra special, I decided to try a new drink recipe, something vibrant and fun, perfect for a festive evening. But of course, to pull it off, I needed supplies. So after work one evening, I headed to the grocery store, list in hand, full of anticipation and a little bit of stress from the day. It was around 6 p.m., and the store was bustling with people getting their last-minute shopping done, and the aisles were crowded and lively. As I navigated through the produce section, I noticed a man who seemed to be following me. At first, I thought nothing of it. The store was crowded, and it was easy to end up on the same path as someone else. But as I moved through different sections looking for ingredients, I kept seeing him. He was a tall man with a scruffy beard, wearing a faded baseball cap and a jacket that looked too warm for the mild weather. His presence started to make me feel uneasy. Whenever I paused to look at something, he was there, just lingering nearby. I tried to focus on my list: olives, cheese, a special pasta for the salad, but I could feel his eyes on me, just watching. And then, he started asking me questions, his voice low and casual, like we were old friends. He was asking me how to make a good pasta sauce, where to find the spices, trivial things that felt out of place. I mean, if he wanted to know where things are, I'm not the one he should be asking. But I tried to answer politely, trying to not show my discomfort, hoping that he would pick up on the cues and just leave me be. But every time that I moved on, hoping that he'd get the message, he seemed to reappear just around the corner, still watching, still there. It became a pattern as I continued. I'd turn down an aisle and he would be there. I'd stop to compare prices, and he'd casually wander, pretending to be interested in something nearby. My heartbeat quickened, and an unwelcome sense of anxiety creeping in. This was supposed to be a simple shopping trip, but now I just wanted to get out there with my groceries and my peace of mind. Finally, I decided to just rush through the remainder of my list, deciding to skip a few items in favor of leaving sooner. At the checkout, I kept glancing over my shoulder, hoping that he would have disappeared into the crowd. But as I packed my bags and headed towards the exit, I saw him again, leaning casually against the wall near my car. My stomach twisted. The thought of approaching my car alone was too unsettling. I knew I needed some sort of assistance, someone to be with me in case this stranger decided to follow me further or try to do anything. So I approached an employee who was stocking shelves near the front of the store. I was explaining the situation as calmly as I could. The employee nodded, clearly concerned, and then arranged from someone from security to escort me. I felt a wave of relief, thankful for their understanding and swift action. The security guard was kind, walking with me to my car as the man watched from a distance. And when he saw that I was not alone, he slowly walked away and then disappeared into the darkness. When my groceries finally packed away, I thanked the security guard profusely, grateful for not having to face the unsettling situation alone. And I drove and got home safely, thankfully. I got transferred to a rural area of Kanto with work. It wasn't the worst timing in my life, to be honest, because my child was just about to start kindergarten, so it felt like the move wouldn't disrupt our lives too much. We enrolled our child into a school, and over a short space of time, we were introduced to a few of the other parents. I was surprised when I realized that I recognized one of the faces in the crowd. I saw someone that I went to high school with, who we will refer to as A in the story. It was a surprising coincidence, but the truth of the matter was that A and I weren't that close. We were just in the same classes at school, and I'm sure you can relate to what I am saying. Just for clarification, I'm a guy and she is a woman. Bear that in mind for this next part. One weekend earlier this year, I got a knock on my door. I was having dinner with my wife at the time, and we weren't expecting company that night. I went to the door and I looked through the peephole, and I saw a strange man outside there. I opened the door, expecting it to be a neighbor stopping by, but it wasn't. The guy said, "Hey, I'm A's husband. You know why I'm here, don't you?" I don't know what to say to this guy, and of course, I didn't know why he was here. My only thoughts were about getting back to my dinner. He said some other stuff that I didn't really understand or care about, and I quickly became impatient with him and his conversation, so I cut him off mid-sentence and asked, "Look, do you need something?" And as soon as I asked that, I knew that I had just pushed him to the edge. I would expect that kind of attitude from a guy like you, because you're the kind of guy who thinks it's fine to put your hands all over someone's wife, aren't you? He was close to yelling, and I could tell that he had come here to cause a scene or embarrass me. I stood there in shock. I didn't know what he was talking about. Just as I was thinking, "Oh great, I met the local lunatic," I heard my wife patting down the hall towards the front of the door to join us. The guy at the door then thrust a piece of paper at us both and then ordered us to read it. I could tell from the first glance that it was a printout of some kind. That printout turned out to be from his wife, A's, blog. That acquaintance of mine from my school days. I looked through it, trying to make heads or tails of what this man is accusing me of. I was utterly shocked to find that the printout was a catalog of lies. His wife had imagined a relationship between her and me. It was as if she had written her fantasies down. I need to tell you a little bit about what I saw on those pages, so here it goes. I was reunited with, and then she mentions my name. I had such a crush on him at school. Apparently, he moved here through work. What a wonderful coincidence. I know where he works and what window he sits by at work. It feels so good to have him so close by again. When his wife stepped away for a few moments at kindergarten, he asked me to give him my email address, and I did it. It was such a thrill. From that day onward, I received an email from him every day. He took me out to dinner and asked me to keep it a secret from his wife. Well, I get on with his wife kind of well, but I like him too much to stop all the fun, so I went along with his lies, and I did as he asked. I can't believe that this guy is sending me such dirty emails while keeping a straight face when I see him and his wife at kindergarten. Next, he told me that he would take some paid time off and ask if I wanted to go on a drive with him to a secluded area. I did want to go with him, so we met up. We had lunch at a swanky hotel, and then we checked into our room. His fingers are mine. And it just went on and on like that. She listed more personal details about me, which I don't wish to share online, and I don't know how she found them out. Needless to say, I didn't check into some hotel with her. I didn't send her erotic messages, and hey, I didn't even ask for her email address. It was all lies. Her husband wasn't interested in my side of the story. He just said things like, "If it's not you, then who else just moved to our area that you went to school with? Who else has the same name as you? And who else works where you work?" Apparently, these rumors had been spreading for a while. It didn't feel great to know that we were probably getting pointed at and spoken behind our backs. The friends we thought we had made likely all thought that I was cheating on my wife, and that just wasn't true. I found out about the fact that A's blog post began to include plans for her and I to run away and elope, and in her words, we promised each other that we would abandon our current families. This all came out when a friend of A contacted her husband to let him know about her blog post. Her husband apparently didn't even know that she kept a blog, but became utterly furious when he discovered what she had been writing. He confronted her, and she doubled down with her delusion. He said she cried as he told him about it. I can only assume that those were tears of embarrassment or guilt, but not guilt of cheating, because she was innocent of that and so was I. Well, those tears and her inability to tell the truth led to the angry husband at my door. He didn't seem to be interested in anything I said. He was here to yell at me, and it looked like he wanted to go further than that. I showed him my phone, my emails, but it made no difference. This guy didn't want to see sense. He said that I could have deleted all the emails and calls, and I could have been using different accounts and etc. He was adamant that I had done all these things that he had read on his wife's blog. It wasn't until my wife stepped in that he was willing to listen to the voice of reason. Excuse me, but the only proof you seem to have is your wife's blog post, right? Why don't you go and see if you can gather any other evidence, and I will do my own evidence gathering this side, and by all means, if you find something compelling enough to come back here, I will open our door to you again. Give me a couple of days." And with that, he packed away all his little printouts from his wife's bogus blog and left. I was confident in my ability to be proven innocent, so I had no fear when I received an invitation from A and her husband to meet at a family restaurant to discuss our issue further. I guess that some people might find that a bit weird of me and my wife to agree to meet them, but let me just say that when you have been accused of something that you know you are innocent of, and you feel like all the eyes of the community have been on you for the longest time, then you would be eager, like me, to clear your name, I imagine. We headed to the restaurant. At least it was a neutral setting with many potential witnesses. I saw the husband there with all his printouts again. He wasn't alone though. There, sat next to him was the cause of all my problems, A from high school. My wife and I didn't come empty-handed though. We arrived with receipts, literally, cell phone records, credit card statements, timesheets, business trip information, the whole 9 yards. None of it would match her blog post, and I had an alibi for every occasion. Then, as if a light went on in the husband's mind, He turned to A and asked, "If you're not talking about this guy, who the hell are you cheating on me with?" I was so convinced that A was about to say something like, "Oh, I just made the whole thing up because I was bored." My wife agreed with this theory. I just have to quickly thank her for understanding about the whole situation because it could have been a lot worse without her support. So, we expected her to say that she made it up, but instead, she actually gave her husband a name of some other guy. I didn't know who he was though. I asked her who he was, and I noticed that there was a silence on the other side of the table. The name she spoke had significance. I looked at the man, A's husband, and he looked pale. "Are you talking about my brother?" Yep, surprisingly, she was having an affair with her husband's brother and seemed happy enough for me to be the shield for their affair. I get it. It must hurt less when it's not your brother. But why fuck up my life? A started to blurt out some reasons for her affair with his brother at that point. You always come home late. You work national days. You don't care much about your family, clearly. It was inevitable that I would end up feeling so lonely, can't you see? Sorry to say, but my brother-in-law was there when you weren't." I went ahead and asked the question that had been on my mind since her husband darkened my door. "Why the hell did you involve me? Why did you make all that stuff up about me? Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused me?" In response, all she did was wail like a scolded toddler. I knew that I would never get a straight answer out of her, but to my shock, she blurted out something close to a tangible reason. She said that she was embarrassed by her brother-in-law's age difference and social status. Apparently, he was older than me and only worked part-time. He took her to internet cafe dates, and it was one of those moments that she fantasized about high-class dates. And I guess that's where the blog post started. In the end, I didn't feel any embarrassment. I was proven innocent, and my wife was vindicated for sticking by my side. I was ready to walk away from this too, and I was already looking forward to have nothing to do with them ever again. Before I walked out of the family restaurant's door, the husband stopped me, and he just approached me and said, "Man, I'm so sorry." I accepted, of course. He bowed his head and made a huge show of it. He didn't need to do that. Actually, that was probably the only point where I felt embarrassed, if I'm being honest. The following day, a care package was delivered to our door, and it contained expensive sake and snow crab. I guess it was another one of his apologies. In the days that followed, A's daughter was absent from kindergarten, and eventually she left the school altogether. A's family seemed to have suddenly moved too. I always wondered about where they ended up and what happened to them. I actually was lucky enough to find out a few more details when I went back to my hometown, the hometown where A and I went to high school, and I was there to attend a friend's wedding. Apparently, A had moved back. Her husband had filed for divorce and taken custody of their child. She initially moved back in with her parents, but they kicked her out for some reason. Apparently, she had lots of drinking parties where she would complain about her ex and the circumstances of their divorce. Within a month or so, she was looking for a new partner, apparently, so I guess it didn't work out with her and her husband's brother. I hope that her husband finds some peace and a partner who will treat him right. I wish him no ill, and I hope he can get over that hideous betrayal. I have to be most grateful to my wife, though, for sticking by me through it all. Even though, before we went to meet them at the restaurant, and she told me that if they could prove that I was having an affair with his wife, she said she would cut off an appendage of mine and then turn it into stew. And you can guess which appendage I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I made my wife's birthday extra special that year and every year since. I am a lucky guy to have her, and I am just so glad that all that stuff is behind us now. I live a pretty normal life, working as a nurse in the local hospital. My shifts are long and often end well into the night. The drive home is my quiet time, a chance to unwind after dealing with the hustle of the ER. It's a routine that I have grown used to, finding peace in the emptiness of the road under the night sky. But a few weeks ago, something changed. It started on a Monday evening. I was heading home after a particularly exhausting shift, and as I merged onto the main road, I noticed a car following close behind. It was a dark SUV, nothing flashy, just a typical vehicle that you'd see anywhere. At first, I didn't think much of it. Lots of cars share the road, and I assumed that the driver was just heading in the same direction. But the next night, it was there again, creeping up as I left the hospital parking lot. It didn't take long for me to realize that it was the same SUV, always a few cars behind, but never out of sight. I just thought that it could be a coincidence. I mean, that person just might have the same shift and route as me, right? But there was this uneasy feeling that started to grow in the pit of my stomach. As the days went by, I became more aware of its presence. It was always there, following me through the winding roads that led to my neighborhood. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was nothing, but the more it happened, the harder it was to dismiss. I started to memorize the make and model, the small dent on the rear bumper, and the way the headlights were slightly uneven. One night, things escalated. I'd stopped at a light that turned red just as I approached. The SUV pulled up beside me, its engine rumbling in the stillness. I could feel the driver's eyes on me though, and I didn't dare to look over. When the light turned green, it sped ahead, cutting in front of me sharply. My heart pounded as I gripped the wheel, steadying myself. From then on, it wasn't just following me, it was toying with me. It would speed up to catch me on straight stretches of roads, then slow down suddenly, forcing me to either overtake or trail nervously behind it. I felt trapped in this bizarre game, one that I didn't know how to win. On another occasion, as I turned onto a narrow street, the SUV swerved into my lane, forcing me towards the edge of the road. I managed to brake just in time, with my heart racing as the SUV accelerated, only to fall back into place behind me, and each encounter left me rattled, unsure of what was coming next. I started taking different routes home, hoping to shake the driver off my trail. I even tried leaving earlier or later, hoping that that would help. But no matter what I did, the SUV found me. The constant presence unnerved me, turning my once peaceful drives into a nightly dread. But the final straw came on a particularly foggy night. Visibility was low and the roads were slick with the recent rain. I just left work, tired beyond words, when the SUV appeared again. It followed closely, headlights glaring in my mirror, making it hard to see past the blinding light. As I neared the turnoff to my street, the SUV suddenly sped up, cutting into my lane and forcing me to swerve onto the shoulder. Fear and anger surged through me, and I knew that I couldn't ignore this any longer. My hand shook as I reached for my phone, dialing the police. I explained what had been happening, my anxiety lacing my voice, and they instructed me to drive straight to the police station, saying that they would send help to meet me there. Following their guidance, I turned back into the main road, trying to keep calm as I drove towards the station. The SUV stayed close, but as we neared the bright lights of the station, it suddenly veered off, speeding away into the darkness. Relief washed over me, yet mixed with frustration and fear. At the station, the officers took my report, but the mystery driver remained a ghost. They assured me that they would keep an eye out, but without a license plate or a clear photo, their hands were tied, and I just went home. The silence of my apartment, a stark contrast to the chaos of the road. The next day, the police called to inform me that they hadn't found the SUV or its driver. It's really disappointing, but I'm not surprised. But they did promise that they will update me once they find something out. But thankfully, the SUV never returned though. So, crazy creepy guy driving the SUV that followed me for days. I hope we never see each other again. My name is Mike, and I'm 35 years old. A few months ago, I made a big move to a new city, hoping to leave a complicated past behind. My old job had become stagnant, and also after a long relationship of mine ended, I felt like I needed a change to shake things up. The city seemed to offer exactly what I was looking for, a fresh start and new opportunities. The city is incredible. It was full of life and growth. It's got a thriving tech scene, which was perfect for my background in software development. There were meetups, networking events, and workshops happening almost every week, and I knew that this was the place to push my career forward and maybe even meet new people. The move turned out to be great for my personal life too. With beautiful parks and a vibrant cultural scene, I quickly fell in love with the place. Every weekend, there was something new to explore, whether it was a food festival, a music event, or just a quiet walk in one of the many green spaces it had. It felt like the city was breathing new life into me, and I was grateful for the change. As I settled in, I joined a community gym and I started attending a few local meetups to make new friends. The people here were friendly and welcoming, and I soon found myself with a decent circle of acquaintances. One of these new faces was Jenna, a lively and enthusiastic person who seemed to know everyone. She was always eager to help out, offering tips on the best places to go and introducing me to her network. At first, I appreciated Jenna's friendliness. She appeared whenever I needed advice or company, showing up at meetups, gym classes, and even at local cafes where I worked on my laptop. I brushed it off as a mere coincidence, figuring that we had similar tastes and routines. But then, Jenna started showing up more often and in more places. It felt like I couldn't attend an event or grab a coffee without running into her. She'd always be there, ready with a smile and eager to chat, knowing more and more about my schedule and my habits. It was flattering, really, but it also began to feel a bit overwhelming. I started to notice Jenna's influence creeping into other parts of my life. She began arranging social outings and subtly steering me towards certain events. Whenever I hesitated, she'd gently insist, making it hard to refuse without coming off as rude. Her enthusiasm was hard to manage, and I found myself participating in activities that I hadn't planned on, just to avoid conflict. I know, it does sound a bit like I'm a doormat, but oh well. Things started getting uncomfortable when Jenna began showing up at my apartment building. She'd be there under the guise of dropping off something that she thought that I would like, or just passing by on her way to another destination. It was really too much, and I just couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. One afternoon, I returned from work to find a care package at my door. It was filled with snacks, books, and little things that I had casually mentioned enjoying. The card simply said that it was from a friend, but I knew that it was Jenna. I felt uneasy knowing that she'd taken notes on my preferences and gone so far as to leave something at my home. Some would say that it would be flattering, but honestly, I felt it suffocating and creepy. It was just too much. Plus, despite the fact that I was single, I was not in the right mindset to be in any relationship so soon. As I mentioned earlier, I broke up from a long-term relationship just before moving, and my heart has not fully recovered yet, as corny as that may sound. So, I try to distance myself, attending fewer meetups and changing my routine slightly just to avoid constant run-ins with her. This seemed to only increase Jenna's presence though. She would text me and call me, asking why she hadn't seen me around and offering to meet up for coffee or lunch. I struggled to respond politely, hoping that she would take the hint, but she didn't. The breaking point came when Jenna found out about a new job opportunity that I was considering. She began pushing me to apply, even reaching out to contacts of hers to put in a good word for me. It was a well-meaning gesture, but it felt invasive. I hadn't even made up my mind about the job yet, and here she was, taking steps on my behalf without my consent. Feeling cornered, I decided that it was time to have a conversation with her, and I needed my space back and I wanted to draw a line before things escalated further. It was a difficult decision because Jenna genuinely seemed to want to help, but her actions were just crossing boundaries that I wasn't comfortable with. When I finally confronted her, I explained that her constant presence and involvement in my life was overwhelming me. I told her that while I appreciated her kindness, I needed her to take a step back. I also mentioned that if she continued to ignore my boundaries, I would have no choice but to completely cut her off from my life. Her reaction was a mix of surprise and hurt, but I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. I think the mention of that scared her enough to make her understand the seriousness of the situation. She apologized, promising to give me the space that I needed. After that confrontation, Jenna did keep her promise. She stopped showing up unannounced, and her messages became less frequent. I sensed that she was keeping her distance, which allowed me to finally relax and enjoy my new life in the city. This experience taught me how important it is to set boundaries and speak up when something doesn't feel right. Please, don't be like me. It took me a couple of months to do it, but I can tell you that it's definitely worth it. This didn't happen to me, but it happened to a close friend of mine, and she has told me that she wishes to stay anonymous. But I can tell you that she's in her 20s and she's very attractive. I will write this story as if it happened to me though, so you can hear it the way my friend told it. I had been working late at the office pretty much all week, which caused me to miss my regular bus ride home. Usually, if I wasn't working late, then I would get off the train and then get the bus. But as I mentioned, I was working late, so I had to get a taxi home all week. On the night that this experience took place, I got off the train and I saw that there was only one other person waiting in line for a taxi at our usual spot. I was relieved because at least I wasn't going to be in line for a long time. But just as I was about to stand in line, a man came running down the station steps, and then he ran ahead of me and then got in line. This both surprised and annoyed me, but I couldn't really do anything about it. I should have rushed to get in line myself, I guess. I tried to not let it bother me, since it would only be a short wait until I would be on my way home. I then lined up behind the man. After waiting for about 15 minutes, a taxi turned up and then picked up the first person waiting in line, who was a middle-aged woman. Then, the metal shutters to the train station stairs behind me slammed closed. It was later than I thought. I even wondered if the lights in the station will go out and all the staff would leave. I didn't want to be here alone. Well, I wasn't alone yet. The man who pushed in front of me was still waiting on his taxi. and moments later, a taxi pulled up and the man got in. Before he got in, I think we were waiting for another 20 minutes. This was much longer than usual. And I come to think of it, the first taxi that pulled up was black, and the second one was black. Was it just the one taxi driver working? So, I made sure to take a look at the driver's face. I then continued waiting there alone, and it was a little unnerving. I hoped that a taxi would turn up soon, because I didn't like being on my own in a dark area so late. And then finally, after about another 20 minutes or so, a black taxi pulled up, and it was the same driver that I saw earlier. I got in, and I was tired of standing there, and I'm glad to be able to sit down. I told the driver where I wanted to go, and I asked if he could drop me off a certain location. I asked, "Hi, can you take me to the construction yard?" The reason I asked for the construction yard was because it was really close to my apartment, and drivers and delivery people can never seem to find where I live. The construction yard was well known, so I always asked to get dropped off of there. And with that, we pulled away into the night. It was dark, summer had gone and autumn was here. The taxi driver then said, "Sounds like hard work. Are you going there to work the night shift?" I was a bit too tired to enter into a conversation with the driver, so I replied something simple like, "Yeah, I guess." I am always cautious when giving out personal information. He didn't need to know, so I kept it vague. We got closer to the construction yard, and I started to route around my bag to get the taxi fare. "Do you really work at one of those office buildings by the construction yard?" the driver asked me. What a nosy guy, I thought. "No, I don't," I replied to him a little sharply. I didn't know what he was trying to get at. Why did it matter where I worked to him? And as soon as I told him that I didn't actually work there and I wasn't going on the night shift, he changed. Instead of pulling over by the construction yard, he then sped up and kept going straight. "Hey, you can drop me off here. You're going past it," I said. I started to panic. I didn't know what to do when he didn't say a word. He just looked focused on the road ahead. "Excuse me, driver, here is fine. Let me out," I said. I could now hear the fear in my voice. It had a shaky quality to it. "You got in my taxi on Tuesday night, didn't you?" Yeah, I remember you," he said while glancing at me in his rearview mirror. He was showing no signs of stopping the taxi, and I was really scared now. I was scared of where this was all heading, or where we were heading. I had taken a taxi every night that week, but what did it matter? Why was this guy so invested? I sat there frozen in the back seats of the taxi. I can still remember the song that was playing on the radio and the smell of the leather seats. I couldn't understand what was happening. We drove for another couple of minutes down a dark highway. The lack of light made things 10 times worse. And up ahead, I saw the lights of a convenience store that I use regularly, and I can remember thinking vividly, will anyone find me when this taxi finally stops? I was scared of what the driver's intentions were and what he was capable of. I think at that point, I reached my limits, and silent tears began to roll down my cheeks. What's gonna happen next? I wondered. And then to my absolute shock, we pulled into the convenience store's parking lot, and as soon as we were stopped, the driver turned around and spoke to me in a calm voice. "Hey, I'm really sorry. If you want to make a complaint about me, you can. Here's my card and all my information. You can call my bosses and tell them my name. It's all on my card." He went on to explain that he was the driver who picked me up and dropped me off on Tuesday. And because of the location that I wanted to be dropped off, he remembered me. He said he wondered why someone would want to be dropped off at a construction yard at night. And then he said, "You know that guy who was waiting in line ahead of you at the train station? Well, that guy also wanted to be dropped off by the construction yard." And I remembered. I remember that guy, the one who pushed in front of me. The driver said that while he was taking him to the construction yard, he made a couple of calls. He was saying stuff like, "Oh, yeah, I'll be there soon." And, "I think it will be about another 20 minutes after I get there." And then I was thinking, well, so what? They have a night shift in the yard. I can sometimes hear work going on when I walk past there to get home. Why is my taxi driver not taking me where I want to go? I asked him if it could have been a coincidence and what he was trying to get at, and then he replied, "Well, the guy didn't seem to be an employee. There were no cars or trucks in the parking lot, and there were no lights on in the office or in the yard. But then, I saw a minivan parked just off to the side of the entrance. It had blacked out windows, and there were about 4 people in there. And when my headlights landed on the windshield, they all ducked down, as if they didn't want to be seen. So, for that reason, I found those people in my passenger very suspicious. So, I'm really sorry that I took things into my own hands. And if you want to report me for it to my bosses, then I'm fine with that. But I could never be fine with dropping you off there with those men in that van." I stared at the driver. It looked like he had tears in the corners of his eyes waiting to come out. I wondered if there was a reason why he understood the red flags. He was a young guy, and he was taking a big risk by doing what he did. It almost made sense, but I guess that it still could have been a coincidence. But then, I remembered something that made me shiver. While I was waiting in line, my mom called me, and she didn't like it when I worked so late, and she wanted to check in with me. I remember the words I said on the phone. I said, "Yeah, I'm about to get a taxi now." "Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll get it to the construction yard." That man was in front of me at that point in the line, so it began to make sense. Maybe the driver was right. It did seem like the guy in front of me was planning on something. I've thought about it for years, and I am so grateful to the taxi driver. Of course, I didn't report him, by the way. He might just have saved me that night from those men and that blacked out minivan. And I don't want to even think of what their intentions might have been. This happened when I was in high school. At that time, I was working hard on my studies, and I was staying late after class as I was part of a lot of club activities. All these extracurricular activities meant that I would end up heading home later than most kids my age. On the day that this took place, my club activities ended at around 8 p.m., so as soon as I was all done, I hopped on my bike and I rode for home. I was riding alone, and I didn't have any friends who lived in the same direction that I was heading that night. It was late, but it wasn't super dark out. But I have to say that I lived in a rural area, so the cars on the roads and the streetlights were few and far between. Looking back on it now, I probably shouldn't have taken the route that I usually took to school on the way home when it was dark. It wasn't well lit, but back then I was familiar with the route and I took it to school every single morning, so I never questioned how it could appear dangerous after dark. This route involved heading down some twisting and turning alleys down by the canal. At some points, the width of the pathway got so narrow that you have to walk in a single file. It probably wasn't the best idea for me to be racing through there on my bike. I never really thought of any danger or trouble befalling me down there, and I didn't realize that it was unsafe for a teenage girl until that night. I was rushing home, not thinking about much in particular. I think I was probably wondering what was for dinner, and that's when I saw someone on the road up ahead. This guy was just stood directly in the middle of the pathway. He didn't seem to notice my bike approaching, and he made no effort to get out of the way. He was stood with his back to me, and before I got close, I knew that he was a big dude. I rang the bell on my bicycle, but he didn't seem to react. He just stood there as still as a statue. He gave me the creeps instantly. Who comes out down by the canal to stand in the dark? I didn't know what to do, but I knew that I needed to get past him. I decided that it would be worse if I slowed down altogether, so I tried my best to maneuver around the guy. I feel as if he was stood there on purpose to block the way, and I was scared to get off my bike in case anything happened. I rode as tight as I could to the edge of the pathway, scratching my arm and my bag on the branches of the bushes to the side of me, and as soon as I was next to him, I started pedaling like crazy. The most frightening thing that has ever happened to me came next. He lunged at me, and I swear, he only just missed out on grabbing my school bag. If I hadn't sped up when I was alongside him, then he would have grabbed me. It really scared me. I felt sweat pouring down my temples as I raced away from him. I looked back, and he was running, but he wasn't anywhere near fast enough to catch up to me. I carried on along my route for a little while longer, maybe like another 5 minutes. But I was shocked to see the silhouette of a person stood in the middle of the pathway again up ahead. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was the same guy. I remembered seeing his dirty-looking gray coat with my bike light illuminated it, and I felt so much unease and fear as I drew closer. He was somehow ahead of me now. It didn't make any sense. I knew that I didn't want to try and cycle past him again, so I slammed on my brakes and I did 180. I knew that there was an alleyway that led back to a busier-looking street back that way. I managed to get there before the man followed me again. I don't know if he chased me that time or not because I didn't have the courage to look back behind me. I stopped my bike under a streetlight and I took out the old cell phone that my parents gave me for emergencies. I tried to call my mom, but there was no service. I got back on my bike and I just headed towards the area which had the most amount of light. And before long, I was able to find a convenience store. From there, I called Mom and I asked her to come and pick me up. I remember that my hands were trembling. I couldn't help but think that that man might turn up again at any second. I was trying to browse the magazines while waiting for my mom. I was still shaken up, but I couldn't focus on reading anything. I then saw a guy outside who looked at my bike and then decided not to come into the convenience store. I have no idea if that was related or not, but I definitely noticed it. I was so paranoid that I felt like I was being hunted. My mom arrived and then she took me home. I told her everything and I was banned from using that shortcut again. Also, if I didn't have a friend to head home and it was late, I was always to be picked up. That traumatic event has stayed with me, and to this day, I still don't like being out on the streets late at night, especially in the colder months when it's darker out. One thing that didn't make any sense to me at that time was how the man appeared ahead of me on the pathway. But I think I can explain it now though. One other night when I was on my way home, I waved goodbye to my friend, turned a corner, and then suddenly, a car sped up from behind me and overtook me while I was riding my bike on the road. It then slammed on its brakes as if to stop me from going forward. I just cycled around it the first time, thinking that it was just some older kids trying to spook me or something. But it happened again, so I knew that it wasn't a mistake. I tried to carry on cycling on the sidewalk, but then the car rode up onto the sidewalk to stop me. And I heard the driver's side door open and I just froze. If it wasn't for another car turning down the street, I'm not sure what would have happened, because as soon as I saw the other car approaching, I took the opportunity to pedal like crazy and make a few turns to try and lose the car. So, if the same person who was driving that night was the same person who stood in the middle of the pathway, I guess that after I pedaled away from him by the canal, he jumped in his car and then drove ahead to a point that he knew that I would likely pass through to wait for me again. Nothing ever happened after the second experience, but I hope that that man got arrested, and I hope no one else had to experience what I did, because I shudder to think of what it would have been like in both occasions without my bike. I don't think that I would have outran him. So then, what would have happened to me? Night 1. I'm 20 and male. I'm a pretty small guy and have a routine of walking my dog in the morning and at night. And what happened these past couple of nights does not seem normal. At 11:30 p.m., this white BMW is driving down the road, and then all of a sudden, he slows down close to me. I assume that it could be a delivery driver of some sort because other people live in our property. And after slowing down close to me, he then speeds up again, and this time, pulling into the house next to mine. I had the feeling that he was going to turn around and then come back, and he did. This time, rolling up real close behind me. There aren't any sidewalks here. He stops for a second, and then speeds up again past me. I give him that fight or flight look, almost an angry look, and he parks sideways down the street. At this point, I just started running back to our property out of panic, and then he also drives off. Night 2. My girlfriend told me that she would prefer if I went out with another person for safety, and so tonight, we went out together instead. It was a normal walk, everything's going great, except for some paranoia. We turned around to go back home, and I hear this quack noise, like a call or a signal. I look at my girlfriend confused, and her face is pale. I then look at my dog, who is normally energetic and protective, and he has his head down and is frozen in place. I look, and I see a black figure moving towards us that came out of nowhere. I quickly rush my girlfriend and my dog home, and they sped up just as we do. As we get home, he rides past on an e-bike wearing all black, and the bike had no reflectors or night visibility. We are both terrified and unsure of what to do. Luckily, we live inside an RV on a big property with multiple people. So, that's about the only thing keeping me calm currently. Not too long ago, I was driving back home late one night. I had visited a friend of mine who moved out to the sticks. It was always a long drive, and I was feeling more tired than usual that night, so I decided to try out a shortcut that she mentioned. It was really dark out. The stars and the moon were hidden behind the thick clouds. I took the shortcut that my friend suggested, and I headed down a narrow country road. There were no streetlights, so it was hard to see my way. I always avoided this shortcut because I hate driving down dark country roads. But I wanted to get home quicker. It was late and I had work in the morning. I thought of what might happen if a car was coming in the opposite direction, we would definitely be stuck. But just as I was mentally taking note to call out my friend for her terrible shortcut suggestion, I noticed something up ahead. It was faint to begin with. It looked like a stick was glowing, and it swayed from left to right. I wondered what it was, and I strained my eyes to get a better look at it. I couldn't make out what it was, so I decided to turn up my lights to the max. In doing that, revealed the man that stood in the middle of the road, waving a lit-up traffic conducting stick thing. You know the ones, the little baton things that are intended to get the attention of the road users. He was also wearing a high-vis coat. I wondered if there was some kind of construction going on up ahead. I thought about it for a second, and I realized that it didn't make a lot of sense. It was a Sunday night, probably approaching 1 a.m., and there were no road signs or anything to indicate that there was supposed to be work ongoing on that road. As I drew closer to the traffic maintenance worker, well, that's what I presumed he was, he then guided me with his lit-up baton to pull over. I looked behind him, and I saw nothing but an open dark road. No barriers or temporary traffic lights, no workers or any form of lights behind him. It just didn't make any sense to me. That's the moment that I thought that something was definitely fishy about the situation. Also, this guy had one of those clear ponchos that people wear at the theme parks, you know? A raincoat in a sense. It wasn't even raining that night. I mean, what the hell? I wondered. I had to pull my car to stop as I was going to hit him with it. I was feeling really nervous, and I watched as he stared at me through my windshield. He then walked to the side of the car and looked in my windows. Something was wrong here. My brain was screaming that to me. He then finally stood a little off to the side and then indicated with his baton that I was clear and then to keep going. I didn't like that. I didn't want to go any further. I was really nervous of where he was telling me to go. For the record, I'm a female in my late 20s, and I wasn't sure if I could trust that man. Even though I am terrible at reversing, I decided to back up to the best of my ability, and then when there was enough space in the road, I would be able to do a 26-point turn or something just to get out of there. But as soon as I started backing up, the maintenance worker's expression changed. He looked surprised, and then he looked angry, and then desperate almost all at once. It was just unbelievable. He started power walking towards my car, and I let out a scream. He wasn't behaving like a maintenance guy anymore. He was scaring me. I knew that I needed to get away from him, so I gunned it as hard as I could in reverse to try and get away. I had to be careless and not care about bumping some of the trees, rocks, and bushes that lay at the side of the narrow road. I had to pray that a car wasn't coming up behind me too. And I watched in horror as he began to run. I had to keep checking behind me, as well as keeping an eye on him, and it was incredibly stressful. But I managed to create enough distance between us to allow me to turn the car around, and there was a wider portion of the road that I used to do this in. I managed to get away from that guy. I just keep thinking of how there wasn't any traffic lights or construction signs in the area, but just one lone maintenance worker that stood on the road alone in the dark. I don't think it was a ghost or anything paranormal. That was a very real person, and I think that that person had some bad intentions. I sometimes wonder what might have been waiting for me further down the road if I kept going. An ambush? Tire spikes? Or something worse? I find it very creepy how he looked over the car, saw that I was alone, and then waved me on, and when I didn't do it, he gave chase. And needless to say, I am never trying that shortcut again. This happened quite recently, so I am keeping the names anonymous. To give some context, at the time that this incident occurred, I was a 20-year-old female living in Nagano, Japan. I had passion for live streaming on the internet. I would sing, play the guitar, and I was enjoying it so much that I streamed daily. The effort that I put into my daily stream started to pay off, and I gradually gathered a small but dedicated fan base. I had regular viewers that started to join, and I recognized their usernames. We would chat between the songs, getting to know each other a little better, and it was great to meet people who shared my taste in music. One of the regulars was a man who I will call Mr. A. Mr. A always joined the stream and is one of the people that I spoke with a lot. We shared music recommendations quite regularly, and it felt like we had a real connection to each other, even though we had never met in person. One day, when he joined the stream, I thanked him, saying something like, "Hi, Mr. A. That band that you recommended the other day was so great. So thank you." He then wrote in the chat that the band that he recommended, he was able to see them in person, and he got a limited edition signed CD from them. I casually responded with something along the lines of, "Oh wow, that's great." And this is where the horror began for me. In addition to live streaming, I also had a few social media accounts across different platforms. One afternoon, I was scrolling through my feed and a private message from Mr. A popped up. I went to read it, and it read the following. "Hey, I sent you that limited edition CD that I mentioned on your stream." I immediately thought, "Sent where? I didn't give you my address." I had never shared my address during my streams or on social media, so I was completely baffled by Mr. A's message. When I asked him what he meant, his explanation was not just surprising, but downright creepy. Mr. A had tracked down my personal social media account using my public account ID. From there, he found my sister's account, and my sister had a lax attitude toward online privacy and had publicly shared our city and town. From her account, Mr. A discovered my full name, our city, my boyfriend's name at that time, and even my parents' social media accounts. I was so freaked out by this because I had made a very conscious effort to not put anything personal on the internet. And despite my efforts to stay hidden, Mr. A managed to piece together enough details to send the CD to me via postal service hole. I was so creeped out that I picked up the CD from the post office but immediately returned it, telling Mr. A a white lie. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, but it seems like the information you looked up about me was wrong, so I didn't get that CD. It should make its way back to you though." At this point, I was trying not to upset him. I mean, I did like chatting with him when he joined my live streams. He had just kind of ruined that relationship though. Since I returned that CD, I felt as if Mr. A's kindness turned to malice. Mr. A's friendly demeanor seemed to turn into something more sinister. His next message, seemingly advice, but potentially a subtle warning or a threat, it said, "Be careful leaving your personal information online. There are people out there who might misuse it." Then, the harassment began. He created numerous accounts with variations of my name and birth date, following my accounts with all these weird new user profiles. Let me explain. If my birthday was January 1st, the accounts would be named things like my name 0101. It is unnerving to see accounts with private information in their names that start to follow me. He also tweeted about places in my town, making me feel as if I was being watched. There was no direct threats, but the fear of being constantly monitored became overwhelming. I think he was being very careful. He knew if I said anything, he could just claim that tweeting about a shop in my town wasn't a crime. I bet he thought he was being really smart. But then the situation escalated. Mr. A tweeted from his account, "I got the Zenrin maps and phone directories. Just a little more to go." Zenrin is Japan's database of a residential map and is used for route planning. It's very accurate. And when he mentioned he was looking into that database and said he only needed a little bit more to go, it downright terrified me. That short tweet sent shivers down my spine. It was clear that Mr. A was trying to pinpoint my exact address. And up to that point, he only knew my city and town, which gave me some comfort. But the thought of him finding my house horrified me, not just for my safety, but also for my family. We couldn't just pack up and move. My parents weren't renting, they were paying to own the house. I felt so scared because if he knew all our names in our city, finding our exact address seemed inevitable. I started obsessively checking Mr. A's account every day, praying that he wouldn't figure out our address. But my hopes were dashed when Mr. A got dangerously close. He identified my grandparents' house from a photo of a nearby rice field that I had posted on my private account. The photo barely showed anything but fields, yet he managed to use Google Maps and the Zenrin directories to narrow down the area, looking for homes with our surname. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to contact the police, hoping that they would intervene without escalating the situation. Their suggestion to directly confront Mr. A with a warning made me reluctant. However, I followed their advice and I sent a cautious message to Mr. A, hoping that it would put him off doing whatever he was plotting. I remember shaking as I was typing, not sure if that was fear or maybe adrenaline, but I wrote, "I have gotten in touch with the police. You need to stop." He came back almost instantly with a chilling yet cowardly response. He said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." After that, his numerous fake accounts began gradually disappearing one by one. The tweets about finding my address also stopped, and his dismissive response and the subsequent disappearance of his fake accounts brought temporary relief. But the damage was done. Since then, I haven't faced any direct harm from Mr. A. Years have passed, but the memories of that time linger. I still catch myself checking Mr. A's account, a habit born from those anxious days and the long nights. I'm not scared anymore, but I am very aware, if that makes any sense at all. The internet still is a source of joy, but social media is mainly a reminder of the darker side of human nature for me. I stopped live streaming and I deleted all my social media accounts. Erasing my accounts did come with some tears, but it was for the best. I had to do what I could to protect myself and my family. I learned a harsh lesson about privacy. It's a lesson that I will carry with me. I will always be cautious about what I share and who I trust. The scariest thing about my experience was not just the invasion of privacy, but the realization that behind the screens, humans can be the real monsters. I just hope that he wasn't doing this to others online like what he did to me, especially to those who weren't so careful with the information they share. Reflecting on the whole experience, it's alarming how someone can piece together your life from bits of information shared online. The fact that Mr. A could track down my family members, use public records, and even analyze photos to find my location was beyond my wildest nightmares. In the aftermath, I became almost paranoid about my online presence. I would spend hours going through old posts, deleting anything that could be even remotely revealing, and I changed my passwords frequently. I set all my profiles to private, and I stopped engaging with anyone that I didn't know personally. The internet felt less like a community and more like a potential threat. The support from my family and friends was crucial during this time. My sister felt particularly guilty. We forgave her, of course, but it was a wake-up call. Despite the fear and anxiety, I tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. I focused on my studies, spent more time with loved ones, and I found other hobbies to fill the void left by my streaming. Even now and then, I would consider returning to live streaming, but the thought of another Mr. A lurking in the shadows always held me back. I continued to hope that Mr. A has moved on, and no one else falls victim to him. This happened a few days ago when I, a 19-year-old male, went to a festival in a city 2 hours away from my home. I booked a hotel room for 3 days, and this happened on the second day. I just woken up and I was slightly hungover, so I decided to go eat late lunch. This was at about 5 p.m. I got back at around 7 p.m., and as I was approaching the entrance to the hotel, a guy in a suit holding a computer bag followed me to the door. He looked professional, like he just got back from some sort of meeting, so I didn't think too much about it. I had an empty bottle of Coke in one hand, so I struggled to pull out my card to open the door. I found it weird that he just stood behind me when he could have just opened the door if he was staying in that hotel, but I really did not realize that until after. And once I got in the building, however, I noticed his weird behavior. He followed me to the reception because I needed to throw away the bottle, and that's when I realized that he was following me back to the elevators. When I got to the elevators, he stood a few feet beside me and watched me press the up button. I was getting more and more suspicious of this guy, and I got really anxious when he walked into the elevator with me. I gave my back to him, and I pressed my floor number, and I moved to the right to let him press his floor number, which he didn't. And that set off my alarms. I have social anxiety, and I couldn't bring myself to confront him. So I just stood in silence and I waited for the door to open. When the door opened, I walked out, and he followed close behind me. My room was at the end of the hall, and he followed me about halfway before a group of girls, clearly tipsy, came out of their room, and by God's graces, I somehow knew one of them. I made a big deal out of meeting her, and they invited me to go clubbing with them. I obliged, and I just talked with them as I watched the guy slowly reverse to the elevators and then get on one. When we finally went down, I noticed that he was not in the lobby, and I did not see him for the rest of my stay. I really don't know what that was about, but it shook me to my core. Like I said, I have really bad anxiety at times, and this made me feel like vomiting. What scared me even more is that I am physically a big guy. I hit the gym almost every day and I tower over most people. So, I never thought that something like this would happen to me. What freaks me out the most is that he just followed me so blatantly. I really don't know what to make of what happened, but if anyone has any idea as to what this guy was up to, please feel free to share. My name is Mary. I'm a female, and I'm 27 years old. And when I was promoted to a position at the accounting head office, it felt like a dream come true. The pay increase was a significant bonus, and I was excited about the new responsibilities that came with my role. I threw myself into my work. I was so eager to prove that I deserved the promotion. However, the one aspect that I didn't enjoy about my new job was my new team of coworkers. In particular, there was one coworker who seemed to have taken a special interest in me. His name was Tom, and he was fairly popular in the office. People often gossiped about him, and many thought that we would make a cute couple. They even had a word for it. Shipping, they called it, as if my life were some sort of a romantic drama that they all watched unfold. But for me, it felt more like a nightmare. I had no interest in Tom, and from the moment that I started in my new position, he seemed to spend a lot of time hovering around my cubicle. His constant presence was unnerving, and I did my best to keep the interactions brief and professional. I even asked him to leave me alone more than once, trying to make it clear that I wasn't interested in anything beyond a working relationship with him. But despite my efforts, Tom persisted. He often stopped by my desk with flimsy excuses, asking for a date at every opportunity. His presence was draining me, and I found myself dreading encounters with him more and more. And finally one day, I reached my breaking point. I told him plainly how I felt, making it clear that I wish he would leave me alone. And I hoped that that would be the end of it. The next day, I was busy completing a report when I realized that I needed a hard copy. I went to the printer, only to find out that there was no paper inside. Frustrated, I looked around for help and I saw a coworker nearby. He happened to be one of Tom's friends and mentioned that the paper was in the storeroom. And to my dismay, he called Tom over to show me where the supplies were kept. I felt trapped in a setup, but I just decided to get it over with as quickly as possible. Surprisingly, Tom seemed unusually helpful, leading me to the supply closet without his usual obnoxious attempts to ask me out. I hoped that this meant that he had taken my words to heart. And when we entered the closet, the door clicked shut behind us. I immediately felt uneasy and I tried the handle, only to hear laughter from the other side. My heart sank as I realized that I had been set up. I turned to face Tom, who wore a smug expression, and he told me that he wouldn't open the door until I agreed to have a date with him. My annoyance turned to anger, and I began to yell at him, telling him how wrong this was. I was not playing hard to get as he claimed. I genuinely did not like him, and his actions only proved why. But instead of backing down, Tom laughed, insisting that I drop the act. My anger turned to fear when he stepped forward, his hand clamping over my mouth to stop me talking. Panic surged through me as I realized my situation. I was locked in a room with someone who didn't respect boundaries. Tom, now angry, accused me of being a tease and pushed me against the wall. Tears began to well up in my eyes, and I felt trapped and helpless. But just when despair threatened to overwhelm me, the door swung open, and our supervisor stood there, his face a mask of anger and disbelief. Relief flooded through me as I broke free from Tom's grasp, and I rushed out of the supply closet to safety. My supervisor sternly instructed Tom to follow him to the office, where they had an intense discussion about what just had occurred. From what I had gathered, my screaming was heard outside, and someone alerted my supervisor. The incident was reported, and an investigation followed. Many coworkers who had once thought of Tom as charming were shocked by his behavior. And as a result of his actions, Tom was fired for sexual harassment and misconduct in the workplace. And the other people who helped the setup were written up. I was not satisfied with that, but oh well, better than nothing, I guess. Though the experience was terrifying, I was immensely grateful for the support from my supervisor and the swift action taken by the company. It was a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving and that it's crucial to stand firm in your boundaries. After this, I just focused on my work, though I have been a bit vigilant when I'm outside of the office. I'm kinda paranoid if Tom would show up again to get revenge on me or something. I do hope that he is not out there doing this to other women. So, creepy Tom, who can't understand the word no, let's not meet again. It was summer break, and we, my family, didn't go on any trip. Unlike every break, I was just 8 years old, and my younger sister was 3. We were playing along with other kids who lived in the same building as us, just on different floors. The building is not exactly an apartment building. It's more of a multi-storied house. The front gate is a bit further from there and the only entrance and exit of the building. So, since we were downstairs and playing, anybody who would enter or exit the building would be visible to us, and we would greet them because every tenant knows us and we know them, as well as their family members who might visit them. A new person visiting any tenant is rare but not impossible. Right adjacent to the big entrance gate is a small old-style window with a grill, but it has a small opening at the bottom. We were all playing, but then I got tired and I sat on one of the chairs placed at the porch-like place. I'm not sure what to call it, to be honest. From where the window thingy falls on my right side, and I can see it as well as the gate clearly. I was just looking out when I noticed a man staring at the gate, which looked similar to this. So, basically, he was able to look at my sister and friends through it. It concerned me when I realized that he wasn't even trying to look away and just staring at them blankly. I turned around from where I was sitting to signal my friend to move to the other side away from his sight, which she didn't understand. Frustrated, I turned back and I was about to stand up when my gaze fell on the guy, and he was now staring at me. My body froze, and I could feel fear creeping up on me. I couldn't move. I don't know why I stared back at him. And suddenly, he started smiling. And when I say smiling, I mean full-on grinning from ear to ear. That scared the soul out of me, and I mustered some courage. I then got up and I ran towards my friends. I didn't tell them anything, and I just asked them to go upstairs with me, which thankfully they did without questioning. I didn't tell anything about this to my parents because I thought that they would stop me from going downstairs to play. The next day, we again came to play and I looked through the window just to make sure that he wasn't there. Fortunately, he wasn't. Or so I thought. 15 minutes in, I spot the guy again. He was again standing at the very spot and staring at us, at me. I tried to play it cool because my friends knew nothing about him, but I couldn't for long and then we went back again. From what I remember, this happened for 3 to 4 days, and now my friends started to complain about how I don't let them play and that they have to come back earlier than they are supposed to. On the 5th day, or 4th, I don't remember correctly, I made up my mind to not pay attention to him and just focus on playing. We were playing cricket that evening and I was batting. I hit the ball hard, causing it to go over the gate, which was a very normal thing. And as per rules made by us, the one responsible must fetch the ball. My heart started beating because I could see his grin getting wider and creepier. He went towards the ball on the road and then picked it up. He then held his hand out, gesturing for me to come and take it. I was shit scared at this point, but I had to go, so I did. And as soon as I reached to take the ball from his hand, he bent, coming close to my ear, and his words are still ringing clearly in my ears till this day. He said, "I'm a good man. Look at the window when you go inside. I'll leave something for you." That sent shivers down my spine, and I ran with the speed of light. After we were done playing, I saw him sliding a piece of paper from that little opening. He then looked at me, grinned, and then waved goodbye. I grabbed the paper and I opened it. He had written his phone number and asked me to call him sharp at 2 in the afternoon, that he knew my parents would be asleep by that time. It was also written that if I don't do it, my friends' lives would be in danger. As an 8-year-old, I didn't know any better, so I called him through my mother's phone. He picked up the call, and I didn't have the courage to say anything, so I was silent. He said, "You're a good girl. Just like me. You should come stay with me. Come outside. I'm waiting to pick you up." Because I live upstairs, I went to the balcony and he was actually standing near the gate, looking directly at me and waving and smiling. I couldn't contain it anymore, so I started crying and I disconnected the call. I ran inside and I bawled my eyes out in my room. Thankfully, my mother didn't wake up and I cried it all out. I didn't go out for the next few weeks and everybody kept asking me about it. I still didn't tell them though. That guy stopped coming too. I don't remember the time he stopped coming, but he did and I was relieved. Eventually, this experience started fading and I grew up. Fast forward to 10 years, I was 18 and my mother asked me to buy some snacks. I took my sister and then we went out. The shop that I had to go to was at the end of the road, several houses away, so not too far. I was standing in a queue when I felt uncomfortable because of the man standing behind me, because he kept pushing me. Annoyed, I looked at him, only to realize that it was the same man. My face went pale and I could feel my heart throbbing in my throat. I tried not to panic and I calmed myself down by telling myself that he couldn't do anything in public, that there were tons of people there and that gave me a sense of security. And as soon as my order came, I took out my wallet hastily to pay, but he beat me to it. The owner looked at him weirdly and then at me, because I was a regular there and he was seeing this man for the first time. I paid for it anyway, and the owner politely asked him to take his money back. I gave the bag to my sister and I asked her to go home to inform our mom about a man following us. And just in case that he attacks, I'll have a backing and she would be safe too. Our house is within the vision range of the shop, so I waited for her to get inside. And now, it's my turn to go home. As soon as I stepped out, the man followed me and said something like, "You're a beautiful lady now. Let's catch up." I kept walking and walking, but now they were far from the shop and he started speed walking and I had to walk faster. I could feel goosebumps all over my body. I started running and I could see him catching up to my speed when the owner of the shop called for him loudly, saying that some of his money was still at the counter and asking him to come back, which gave me enough time to get inside and lock the gate. I haven't seen him since that day and it's been 2 years. I'm 20 right now and I hope to never meet him anywhere in the future. I hope I never see him again. I don't know why it has instilled a paranoia in me and I dread seeing him when I turn 28. Update. I told my mom everything after that because my dad lives in another city for work. I didn't tell him since it would make him hella worried and possibly affect his work. My distant uncle is a local cop and is quite close and trustworthy. We tried finding the creepy guy after that but couldn't. He literally vanished in thin air. We also asked the shop owner about him, but he said the guy came back, took his money, and then went away. Nobody else paid any attention to this guy, so we couldn't find anything. I go to college by public transport, so I have to walk around 1 kilometer to reach the stop. I take the other road, which is opposite to the road that leads to the shop. It does take longer comparatively, but I feel better at least. Not once have I seen that guy or felt anything creepy since then, which is a relief. But again, I'm kind of paranoid every time that I step out, though I do carry pepper spray and a sharp keychain with me all the time. About moving out, well, we can't afford that just yet. Possibly after I complete my degree, which still has 3 years left. So this happened less than 30 minutes ago, and I immediately thought of this sub, and I wanted to see what all of you thought. I'm a single female living alone on the 3rd floor of a row home in Philadelphia. The house has been modified into 3 separate apartment units, and I am on the top floor. I ran through a property management group, and a few days ago, they let me know that they would be sending someone out to repitch my window AC unit as it has been leaking and the water was getting in through the window downstairs. It's an old building, so it's more of their problem than mine. So I said, "Cool, no problem." They send out a guy who I assume they have contracted, but is not necessarily a part of the property management group. He comes in, makes some light small talk with me about my 2 cats, and then he gets to work. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He finishes in about 15 minutes, lets me know that he is done, and then he leaves my unit. About 2 minutes later, I hear him knock on my door again. I usher for him to come in, and he then proceeds to ask me if I have an extra key for the main door downstairs. I tell him that my neighbors, whom I am close friends with, have my only extra copy, and that I only have one in my possession. He then proceeds to ask about nearby Home Depots and the like, questioning as to the closest place where he can get a key copied. I ask him straight up if he is implying that I give him a key so that he can go make a copy, and then he said yes. That the property management asked him to ask me about it while he was there because they lost theirs. I politely told him that that was not going to happen, and I suggested that he take it up with them if that's the case. I then called my property management company to confirm this information with them, or to report the incident just in case. They never answered the phone, so I ended up leaving a voicemail, and I plan to follow up with an email as well. A small detail to add, I could have sworn that I heard him messing with one of the doors downstairs after he left my unit the second time. The key to the main building is obviously different than the keys to get into each of our individual units, so having a key to the main door is only the first step, but being that both I and the unit below me are single females living alone, I didn't like this one bit. This is weird, right? Or am I bugging? Update. My property management group answered the second time that I called. My guess is that I was speaking to one of the leasing agents. She was pretty useless, sounded unbothered when I told her the story, and basically said that she would follow up with the contractor, but that she didn't really know anything about the service order because this was not a property that she personally managed. I planned to give the other tenants a heads up. In his defense, he did not give me any weird vibes prior to, and even in his request, he sounded innocuous enough. However, I don't know which door he was messing with, the downstairs or main, but he was messing with one. I thought about popping out to ask him what he was doing, but instead, I opted to call my neighbor friend and loudly explain to her the situation that had just occurred, making sure to emphasize that I thought that it was weird and that I was calling the property management company to fact check. The walls in this place are thin, so if I could hear him, he could definitely still hear me. I just saw another post on this sub, and it made me think about this weird dude that I met last year. So I decided that I want to do a little story time because I totally forgot this happened to me a bit ago. I'm 20 now, and this happened in like October or November, so not even a year ago. I was homeless and I was couch hopping with friends or sleeping in my friends' cars, and I was drinking a lot and etc. One of my friends had met this dude in the same neighborhood who they did deals with. This neighborhood is known for old crackheads basically, so he was a bit younger, but looked like he definitely dabbled in some hard drugs. He had a sunken face and eyes with scabs on his face too. He was generous and welcoming though. He was obsessed with his cat, so I thought he was an innocent guy. Her BF, and I think one or two more people and I go and chill to drink at his house. He was a cool dude, a little weird, but he was alright, and I can get along with weird people. After a few hours roll by and everyone's ready to go home, my friend asked me where I needed to go for the night. I, of course, didn't have a plan. I never did. And that guy then offered to let me stay there after hearing my situation. I said yes very hesitantly because for some reason, my skin kind of crawled when he offered. I don't know if it was intuition or what, and my friend then insisted and said that I should stay there if I have nowhere else. I then agreed, and then everyone left. He then yapped my ear off about spiritual things that didn't make sense. He then said that he was going to bed and offered for me to sleep in his room. I walked into his room to check it out, and he had a day bed that pulls out another bed at the bottom. So I was like, okay, I don't have to sleep with him, so this could work. Also, I forgot to mention, this is a trailer home that was not very well kept up with. The dishes were nasty and piling up, and they were attracting all sorts of bugs. The counters were covered in resin, tobacco, soda, just looked like it's never been cleaned before. The living room was clean, but that was it. He then started clearing some clothes off the upper part of the bed so he can lay down, and then stopped and was like, never mind. We can both just sleep on the bottom one. I then looked at him and said, you know what? I think I'll just sleep on the couch. It's okay. He then insisted that it was okay and that he wasn't gonna be weird. And he was acting like a kid begging me to buy him a toy. I insisted on sleeping on the couch, and then he got upset and then laid in his bed. But then like 30 minutes later, he says from the other room something like, you know what? This is weird. Maybe you should just stay here. He then proceeds to say that he needs to be alone, and I'm like, dude, at this point, it's 3 a.m. You're whining because I won't sleep in the bed with you. I don't know you. And then, he kept insisting on me sleeping in the room with him. I keep declining and I say that I'm going to sleep. He says fine, but that he's kicking me out in the morning, and that was totally okay with me. Morning comes around and he wakes up making pancakes. I then ask if he can drop me off at work since I'm working in the morning. He said yes and acted like nothing happened the night before, and then started yapping my ear off again about spiritual bullshit. It was time for me to go to work, so I finally leave this man's house and he drops me off at work. I work all day, and while I was still at work, during night, he somehow got my number from someone and then texted me. He said something like, hey, I got a case of beer and some weed if you want to come over. I told him that I had other plans, and then he texted me that I said that I told him that I would hang out with him later. Well, I never said that, so I just ignored him. He then texted me a couple more times with a question mark or a hello, and I ignored all of them. Fast forward, I think a week or two later, this man then comes into my job and asks someone for a job interview. I recognized him, and I was very scared because I did not want him working with me at all. He gets an interview from my manager somehow, and then he leaves. My coworker came up to me and was like, "Hey, have you seen that weird dude that just came in?" I mentioned that I somewhat knew him and that he is in fact very weird. He then brought up that maybe he was trying to stalk me. This was a joke at first and we laughed about it, but then he continued his work, but he did warn the managers about what I told him, just in case, and the manager emailed him immediately saying that he wasn't hired, and I was very relieved. But then, I shit you not even an hour later, this guy comes back to my job with a different outfit and then asks for an interview. This time he was looking around the place all sketchy, and I then ran into the bathroom because now I think this man is stalking me for real. Thankfully, the first person that saw him was my coworker who I was just talking to, and thank God, he seems to be a smart protective man because he then tells the creepy guy that he just came in an hour ago and already got an interview and didn't get hired and that he needed to get the hell out. He did leave, but not without a bit of arguing. After I got out of the bathroom, my coworker gave me the rundown on what happened and said that the guy was definitely bad news and told me to never go near that guy again, and I haven't. I don't know what could have transpired from that, but it probably wasn't anything good. I was 11 years old when this happened, and I'm currently female and 24. I was visiting my dad and my stepmom over the summer in Saskatchewan, Canada. My dad worked long days during the week, so on her day off, he had planned for my stepmom to take my sister, who was 8 at that time, and also I, out for a date to get some bonding time in with us, as we didn't know her super well yet. She took us to get our nails done, to the mall, and on the way home, we stopped at the McDonald's. We planned on eating inside in the restaurant, but it was very busy, so my stepmom asked my sister and I to find a table and wait there while she went to the counter to order food. I noticed this rough, older-looking woman, possibly in her 60s or 70s, and she was looking towards the direction of the table that my sister and I were seated at. All I could remember is thinking that she looked like a drugged-out Susan Boyle. She looked possibly homeless and addicted, so I didn't give her much of a thought, letting her do her own thing, and I just tried to talk to my sister about random stuff. Once my stepmom came back to the table, this woman was seemingly already approaching us and then stopped beside us. She just said hello, so we all kind of said hi back and tried to ignore her. She asked if we were my stepmom's daughters, so she says, "They're my stepdaughters," trying to be simple to kind of shut her down. The lady says that we were beautiful girls and then begins to walk towards the door. She stops one last time and then asks how old we are. We had the impression she was on her way out, so my stepmom just says to her, 11 and 8. Her eyes lit up and she looked at me with a strange look. She said, "I've always wanted an 11-year-old. I'd buy her from you." That definitely crossed the line, so my stepmom finally tells her that we are trying to eat lunch and asks her what she's even saying in a somewhat aggressive tone. The lady got one last look at me, and then she finally left. She definitely didn't have the money to buy me, even if I was for sale anyways, so I wasn't worried. I think she was possibly on some drugs and not in the right mind. But knowing my shy ass at 11, I wouldn't have known how to get rid of this lady if she tried to talk to us without my stepmom there. We weren't super close then, but I respected her a lot after that day for being ready to protect us, even in a minor situation like that. When I was 14 or 15, I used to have absolutely no stranger danger awareness at all. I didn't mind being out at night on my own. I'd go down back streets on my own. Any basic safety techniques just didn't bother me because I thought that I would always be fine. One day, I was walking back from town and I thought that I would take my usual shortcut down the alleyways behind the high street. I'm quite happily walking when I round the corner into a guy who's loitering, and then we lock eyes straight away. I thought the polite thing to do was smile, and thankfully, he smiled back. I decided that he's no threat, and I just walk right by him. Then, I hear him say something about my smile. I shout thanks over my shoulder and then I carry on. I turn down another corner, and so does he. And now he's saying that he likes my trainers, so I yell another thanks. He asks me where I got them from, and I say I don't know. And now I'm speeding up because this dude's definitely following me. I turn down onto the main road where I know there will be people, hoping that this will deter him. Well, nope, there he is, following behind me, still trying to get me to engage. I come to a busy crossing and I know that he's about to catch up to me. And as safely as I could, which was probably not that safe, I just bolted across the road, leaving him waiting on the other side still shouting something at me. I ran across another road and I dived into a convenience store and I called the person who was looking after me at that time. They told me to stay there and that she was coming to get me. While I was on the phone with her, I see the man round the corner looking around. He's even checking between cars and everything. And thankfully, he gave up pretty quickly and seemed to leave. My care worker called the police and 2 officers came, but they weren't overly concerned. I guess he hadn't technically done anything. But what was interesting was that they did seem to know from the description who it was likely to be and said that they are in touch with the people who work with him. Anyway, about 4 days later, I go to a coffee place that I used to read in not far from there, and it didn't even cross my mind that I might see him again. In my head, it was all sorted, done, dusted. I take a seat near the toilets and I start reading when the toilet door opens and the big blue coat that I described to the police a few days earlier emerges. I stare at him in fear and he briefly regards me and then he carries on past. I have no idea if he recognized me or not, and it didn't seem like it. So safe to say, I'm a lot more careful now. Hello everyone, my name is Molly, and I wanted to share my story, so here goes. Every morning at the crack of dawn, I would trudge into the little coffee shop where I work part-time. The early hours were grueling, but the routine had its comforts. The shop, with its warm lights and the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee, felt like a small bustling world of its own. As a university student, balancing my work and my studies was challenging, but I did enjoy the independence, and my co-workers too, they were nice and hilarious. That particular morning seemed no different from any other. I set up the shop, filled the grinder with beans, and I did my best to prepare for the onslaught of regulars who relied on us to kickstart their day. The mingling of voices, orders, and the hiss of the espresso machine became a familiar symphony that I found strangely soothing. I was halfway through my shift when she walked in. An older woman with a striking appearance. Her hair was short and spiked, the sort of style one might call edgy. She wore dark sunglasses and a leopard print jacket that certainly stood out amidst the usual crowd of business suits and the casual commuters. But still, it's none of my business, so I just greeted her with my customary smile, ready to take her order. The woman, with a confident air, approached the counter and without removing her sunglasses, ordered a drink that was nothing short of a barista's challenge. It was a concoction of espresso, rare syrups, non-dairy milk substitutions, all to be crafted with precision. She also requested a bagel toasted just so. As I worked on her order, she struck up a conversation, and her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of the other customers. "So, what's your name?" she asked, a question that I couldn't really sidestep while on the job. "Molly," I answered, maintaining politeness even as I felt a slight edge in her curiosity. She repeated my name, and despite her chatty demeanor, I sensed an intensity in her that was unsettling. As I handed her the drink and the bagel, she smiled widely, reaching into her handbag, and then she pulled out a slip of paper, scribbled something on it, and then extended it towards me. Her number. She insisted that I take it, expressing a desire to hear from me soon. I kind of hesitated, trying to think of a way to refuse without causing a scene that might disrupt the flow of the morning. But her insistence was so unnerving that I found myself just accepting the paper with the intention of discarding it later. And with a wink, she left the shop. Once she was gone, I discreetly tossed the slip into the recycling bin, hoping that she wouldn't return. The rest of my shift passed in a blur of steaming milk and grinding coffee beans. I tried to shake off the encounter, just focusing instead on the usual rhythm of my day. As the clock ticked towards the end of my shift, I began to relax. The thoughts of my afternoon classes and also catching up with friends filled my mind as I prepared my stuff to leave. I said my goodbyes to my coworkers, and then I headed out the door. Outside, the world felt vibrant and alive, a contrast to the structured environment of the cafe. I took a deep breath of fresh air, and I was ready to embrace the rest of my day. Until I saw her. The woman from the morning, leaning casually against a car, sunglasses perched on her head as her sharp eyes locked into mine. I paused, unsure how to react. She pushed off from the car, approaching with an air of casual confidence that was borderline arrogant to me, and she expressed her disappointment that I hadn't called her. Her tone was light, but with an undertone that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to explain that I wasn't interested. I was hoping that my politeness would diffuse the situation, but she pressed, demanding to know why not. I felt cornered, and honesty seemed the only course for me. I told her that I wasn't interested in women, hoping that she would understand and then leave me alone. But then her demeanor changed. She was angry, she was frustrated. She accused me of being brainwashed, and she ranted about how I didn't know what I was missing. I repeated my refusal, more firmly this time, and I turned to leave. But she wasn't done. Her hand shot out, grabbing my arm, and her grip was firm and unyielding. A jolt of fear coursed through me as I tried to pull away, my mind racing with possible ways to escape the situation. And just then, help arrived in the form of my co-workers, who had just clocked out as well. Seeing the confrontation, they then rushed over and they urged her to leave. They also told her that if she didn't listen, they would be calling the police. Reluctantly, she released her grip. There was a look of irritation clearly on her face. She muttered something inaudible, then she retreated to her car, and then gave me one last glare before she left. As she drove away, I felt the weight lift off my shoulders, though my heart continued to race. My coworker stayed with me until I felt steady enough to head to class. In the days that followed, I just couldn't calm down. I always felt like someone was watching me. I was also paranoid that the woman would just come again and cause a scene. So I kind of altered my routine slightly, taking different paths to class and keeping an eye out for unfamiliar faces. And thankfully, I didn't see that woman again. For context, I live in the UK, and this happened when I was around 9, and this is a true encounter. My friend had come over and we had decided to go to a sweet shop, which was a few minutes walk down my house. We picked a few treats, went to the cashier, and while we were in the queue, I remember her saying that thank God that we were alone to play peacefully at home. And I meant alone, as in the fact that this time, her mom didn't send her younger sister who would annoy us. And now looking back, I think this man heard and thought that we were home alone entirely. Skip to when we were about to pay. This older man looked like he was in his late 40s, offered to pay for us. We politely refused, but upon his insistence, we didn't know any better as little girls, so we accepted. I actually remember being happy that I saved on my pocket money that day. We were leaving the shop, and I saw the man get into a car which had a few other men inside, and then he even waved at us. We were walking home, and I noticed a car behind us, but I didn't give it much thought. Until he slowed down to match our pace and rolled down the window, telling us that he was on a call with my dad, who told him to drop us home. We got a bit scared because I don't know this man, and why would my dad tell him to drop us home when he doesn't even know we left home because he's at work? We said no, to which he said, "I paid for your sweets. Won't you pay me back?" We started walking faster. It was daytime, so he couldn't have forced us in because I remember it being a sunny day, so more people than usual were in the park that was within eyes distance away from us. Forcing us would mean noise, which would attract attention. Within a few minutes, we got home thankfully. But moments later, we heard the doorbell ring. My mom was at home, and she answered the door. This man was startled and stuttered. He said, do you need help with the garden? I'm a garden cleaner." My mom then declined. At first, we didn't tell her about what had happened because we were too scared, but then we did it later, and she did report this to the police, but I don't know what happened next. Now, I think, what if we were home alone? What if we opened the door? And worse, what if we sat in the car? This happened fairly recently. I was trying to get a train to the city for a night of drinking with some friends. Unfortunately, the trains weren't running to the city center that day for some reason, so they had a replacement bus service instead. So I then went to go looking for where they had hidden the replacement buses in the train station, and after a while, it seemed like I was on the right track. But just as I had found a very promising corridor, I heard running footsteps coming from behind me. I glanced around to find an Arabic man sprinting to a stop beside me. I know that he was Arabic because he tried to offer to teach me Arabic while I was trapped with him later on. He asked me if I knew where the replacement bus service was. I replied that I was probably just as lost as he was, and that I was trying to find it myself. I thought that that would be the end of our interaction, but he continued walking beside me. Fair enough, I thought. We're both looking for the same thing, so maybe he thinks that we stand a better chance of finding it together. I wish I had turned around and darted into a bathroom or something. It turned out that the corridor did lead to the replacement bus, and the driver was standing outside the doors. He assured us that we had plenty of time and that we were the first ones here. He opened the doors to let us in, and the bus was completely empty. I decided to take a random seat in the middle and then huddled up next to the window, ready to put my headphones on. And where does this guy choose to sit in the completely empty bus? Well, right next to me, trapping me in the row of seats. I thought that it was a little weird at that time, but I figured no harm would come of it. He asked me why I'm headed to the city center. I tell him that I'm meeting friends for a girls' night out, and then very pointedly put my headphones on and then start finding a good song to listen to. He insists that he should join us, but I tell him that it's girls only and that I don't really know him. He answered that we could get to know each other and that he'll buy me a drink. I tell him no thanks and that I just wanted to see my friends today. The bus has gotten moving at this point, and there were a few others on board. From there, he then proceeds to badger me with questions, all of which I ignore or give one-word answers to. After a bunch of them, my replies became variations of, "I just want to listen to my music now," and "I'm not interested in talking, I'm sorry." He then starts complimenting my body, telling me that he thinks that I'm beautiful and repeating over and over and over again, "I really like you." My only responses now are, "Leave me alone," every so often, and I am visibly shrinking away from him as he's leaning closer. The bus driver doesn't seem to know where he's going for his next stop, and the city center is ages away, so I'm trapped in the seat and starting to really panic. He then starts stepping up to "I love yous," and then he leans right up to me making kissing sounds with his lips. That was the moment that my hero intervened. It was a man around my age, sitting a few seats back. I'll quote what I can remember of the conversation. For my hero, let's call him Hero, and for the guy, let's call him Creep. My hero said, "Excuse me, mate, she asked you multiple times to leave her alone." The Creep answered, "Fuck off." My hero then said, "You need to move away from her. You're clearly bothering her." The Creep angrily replied, "Mind your own business, we're fine." My hero then talks to me and asks, "Do you want to move?" And me, practically pinned against the window getting pretty scared, I answered yeah. But then the Creep gets up and then storms up to the man and asks, "Do you want to fight? Do you want to fucking go right now?" And then my hero says, "Nah, I'd rather you control yourself and leave her alone." The Creep is visibly ready to start throwing punches when the driver calls back if there's a problem and if he needs to kick anyone off the bus. The Creep quietly says no and then moves to a few seats behind my hero, much to my relief. I mouth several thank yous to my hero, who just smiles like it was no big deal. The Creep tried following me off the bus, but my friends met with me, so he then walks off. And I'm so glad that my hero intervened when he did. So long story short, there was this man who looked to be in his 30s staring me down at the train station on my way home from school a couple of weeks ago. Initially, I, a 17-year-old female, had been waiting near the station exit because it was absolutely pissing it down outside and I didn't have an umbrella on hand. I ended up waiting for a while after the raining had stopped because that man, who had waited near for what I presumed to be the same reason, had been staring at me the entire time. I hoped that he would leave before me, but seeing as he didn't, I eventually brushed it off and I left the station. Of course, because I wouldn't be writing this if he hadn't. The man followed me. He practically chased me down and managed to catch up to me at a red light. At this point, I was alarmed because the route that I have to take to reach my house is usually vacant and quite obscured, and just generally not a safe area to go through alone. Immediately, he started talking to me. He was offering to take me to lunch and buy me things. I was polite but very clearly dismissive. And while he talked to me, I quickly decided to run in the opposite direction to reach one of the main streets where there'd likely be more people so that I wouldn't have to be alone with him any longer. He followed me there too and kept insisting on buying me an umbrella even though it had stopped raining. I politely declined, and I was walking faster with every moment that passed, but he just seemed to get frustrated and then followed me the whole time up until I reached a store. He didn't stop there, of course. He walked in the store with me, and the cashier seemed oblivious to how uncomfortable I was. I tried to distance myself by going through one of the aisles, which was quite narrow, and the guy took that as an opportunity to grab me by my waist and then run his hands down my lower back, and I just froze. At that point, I felt defeated. I decided to play along, so I told him that I'd write down his number at the exit, and he seemed happy with that. He kept touching me, and I felt disgusted just at the memory of it. I'm not even sure how many times he'd had his hands around me in the span of a few minutes. He'd hugged me, and at some point, grabbed me by my hands and wrist, and I just barely dodged the kiss. Luckily, I seemed convincing enough, and he didn't follow me all the way to my house like he was insisting on. I didn't see him again for a week, so I started to let my guard down. But as of a few days ago, I keep finding him sat in front of the train station at the time that I come back from school. I had seen him for 4 days in a row now, and although it's probably a coincidence, and that I shouldn't think much of it, it's a really unpleasant reminder. Every time that I see him, he's sitting on the bench on the street that I have to cross, and he just stares at me. And it is beyond creepy. The story dates back to spring of 2016. At that time, I was in my late 20s. I was young and fit with very long blonde hair, a total hippie chick that had quit her job to travel the US with my ex at that time. This was pre-pandemic, before the van life or tiny home movement really took off. We left our home in the Midwest of January that year after holiday celebrations, saying goodbye to our friends and our family. And by some time in April or early May, we made it to southern Texas and decided that we wanted to check out Padre Island National Seashore. For those of you unfamiliar with Padre Island, it is a seashore that you can drive right onto with your vehicle. My now ex and I were in a 26-foot Class C 1976 Chevy motorhome. We drove into the island at nighttime, and waking up the next morning was the most insane and phenomenal experience. The ocean was a mere 15 feet away. I mean, the visual was so breathtaking that I will never forget it. We arrived on a Thursday or Friday, and the beach was beyond packed. Another thing for people unfamiliar with Padre, it is where many Texans, high schoolers and college kids mainly, flock for their spring break. Spring break was just the week prior to when we got there, or maybe still going on, but either way, it was busy and we had an awesome weekend partying away. During this weekend, we noticed that workers for the park would often drive down the beach. They are very protective of their sea turtle population there and would slowly drive by in marked vehicles a few times a day. By Monday morning, we awoke to find the entire island emptied out. When I tell you, we were literally the only ones, both when you look left or right. We were the only ones for what seemed like miles. But still, it was a gorgeous morning, so I walked the dog quickly and then I came inside to sit at our pop-up dining table to do some journaling. My ex was asleep on the very back couch, and we were backed in with the windshield facing the ocean, and so of course, I took a seat looking towards the beautiful view. Maybe 15 minutes after I sat down to journal, a gray beat-up pickup truck drove by kinda quickly heading towards the direction of the park entrance. That was the first activity that I had seen on the island that morning, and I thought nothing of it. However, maybe 5 to 10 minutes later, the same truck came driving back past our RV, and this time, much slower. The man driving the pickup was going so slow in fact that we made eye contact for several seconds as he went back by. He also seemed to drive closer to our vehicle in order to better see inside. Well, alarm bells should have been ringing at this point, but I kind of just shrugged it off. I was very much in my free spirit phase, and I was not easily put off. This is where it really gets creepy. So, obviously, this guy needed to turn back around since he was driving away from the park entrance again. But I was honestly minding my own business. I kind of immediately put him out of my mind. But yes, several minutes later, maybe around 10 minutes, the man came back. But this time, he pulled directly up to our RV with his truck, essentially nose to nose at a 45-degree angle blocking us in. It was at this point that my heart dropped and I began to get scared. I screamed my ex's name immediately and up he jumped from the couch. I know he could hear the panic in my voice, and I will never forget how quickly he got up and how he had his arms spread across while he ducked down to see through the windshield. He was 6'5" and very bearded, and I'm 1000% sure that he was the only reason that the man in the gray beat-up truck sped off like a bat out of hell. It took several minutes for my heart rate to return to normal. My ex and I just looked at each other, and that was the most unusual encounter in our trip. Surprisingly, we stayed another week after that in the same spot. The idea never entered my head that the man could bring reinforcement and come back for me or us. I was so very fearless and naive back then. Anyway, it wasn't until later that day that another fact dawned on me. When my ex and I had arrived over the weekend, we only pulled out one camping chair. That one camping chair was in plain sight next to our RV outside. Prior to this spot, we had never done that. We always got both chairs out, but we ended up using driftwood to sit on when we had our bonfires. So, that was the nail in the coffin for me. The scary man in the gray truck absolutely thought that I was a young girl all alone, and I still wonder to this day, almost 10 years later, what all he had in mind for me that morning. I'm a 19-year-old female. At that time, I worked at a resort. We closed at around 10 p.m., and the bus showed up at 10:20 p.m. I'm taking my usual route, and I have my headphones on. Usually when I do, I'm paying attention to shadows, sounds, and looking behind me with one ear always out. At that point, I'm walking up to my bus stop that's on the right side of the sidewalk, and right across on the left side, there's this doorway entrance, but it created like a little nook if you know what I mean. I always wait in that nook. This time, I decided to stand by the road right next to the actual bus stop, and maybe a minute later I turned, and there is this man in the doorway nook, and I ignore it, but position myself so I can see him through my side view. A few seconds later, he then walks up and asks me if I'm taking the bus. I didn't think much of it because I've had that happen a lot, so I just reply with a yes. He then says nothing for a few seconds and then says, "Well, I'll be waiting over here." And then giggles and then backs up into the nook. A few minutes go by and then he walked up to the bench which my back is facing. So I reposition myself again, and in the corner of my eyes, I can see him unzip his bag and slip a pocket knife up his sleeve, and then walks back into the nook. At this point, I decide to move in front of the bus stop along the curb so that my back is facing everything but him. He then sees that and then walks past me and then try to go around the actual bus stop and then walk right up behind me. As he is walking behind me, maybe 4 feet away, I turned around and I stare at him. He pauses, smiles, and then backs up and walks around and goes back into the nook. The bus then shows up. I should have caught the next one, but he insists that I go ahead of him. I get in, and then he follows me to the back of the bus. Again, I should have just sat up front, and he then sits in the row right next to me. We would have been shoulder to shoulder if the aisle wasn't there. I was texting my boyfriend the entire time, so he's already at the bus stop waiting for me. This man followed me to my town, gets off with me, walks with me to the end of the sidewalk, and once he saw my boyfriend, he turned right around and was waiting for the next bus. About a year ago, I was asked if I wanted to play some online MMO by one of my friends. At that time, I didn't know how much trouble a game would be able to cause me. Let me start off by saying that I haven't ever really been a gamer. I wasn't even aware that you could have in-game chats with people. I didn't know what to do, but I wanted to give this online gaming thing a try since my friend said that it was so much fun. I joined a large guild, and some veteran players were kind enough to show me the ropes. And thanks to everyone's help, my character grew and I was enjoying my new gaming experience. One of the best players was a guy called Masaru. He seemed to be a pro at this. He was among the highest in our guild and boasted an armory of rare and difficult to obtain weaponry. He seemed to have all the best stuff, and everybody looked up to him. Masaru seemed to care about me the most though. I don't know if that's because I was the only girl on the team. He helped me raise my level and gifted me loads of cool weaponry and armor that he said that he didn't need anymore. Everyone in the guild was surprisingly close to one another. They regularly had Skype calls and even met up in real life. We used to use Skype to speak to one another while we played. We then chatted in the in-game chat and we all exchanged email addresses. Most of the members of the guild lived in Kanto and Kansai, and I lived in Hokkaido, so I never attended any of their offline meetings. It was just too far to go, and there were too many meetings for me to attempt to go to any one of them. The distance between Hokkaido and Kansai is about a 24-hour drive, around 1,500 kilometers or 956 miles. So no. I wasn't really careful enough about what I was doing online though. I realize that now. Without thought, I shared personal information about myself with people that I hadn't even met, including members of my guild. Thankfully, I didn't reveal my address or my phone number, and I am really glad that I didn't do that. Now, let me tell you about Masaru. He was a student living in Kansai, and it seemed like every time that I logged in to play, he was ready and waiting for me. He was always eager to play with me, and I would get messages like these from the moment that I logged in. "Ah, I found Mokori." That's my name, by the way. "What are you doing at the moment? Are you alone?" Maybe not. I guess you could be with someone." One thing that I need to point out is that every time this Masaru guy would send me a message, he would include a certain emoji, and he was known for those emojis, so keep that in mind. He would send these messages to me in a one-on-one chat, excluding other members from the guild. He would send them when we were playing as a group and when we were doing our own solo plays. It was pretty intense. I responded dutifully to begin with, but one day that I was busy hunting with my friend with another group, I didn't have time to reply at that point, so I didn't reply. I just thought to myself, I'll just reply to him later. Then suddenly, he sent that emoji that he uses in the main chat that everyone can see who plays the game. He was supposed to be playing with someone else, but what it looked like he had done was go in search of me to see what I was doing. I know it was only a game, but it felt a little weird that he did that. I should have probably realized that this was an early red flag. Because he then turned up and started talking to me in the game in an open environment that anyone could see, and I felt as if I needed to apologize for not getting back to him in our private chat, and I feel like that was his intention. So I said sorry, and then he replied, "It's okay, Mokori. If you have more fun playing with others than playing with me." And then he posted that emoji that was quickly becoming his calling card. After replying to me, he then logged out, and that was weird because this guy was always logged in. I was shocked by his lack of embarrassment. My friends were shocked too. It was so weird of him to come over and find me and then do this lame sulk quit. And now I realize that that was the point his unusual obsession with me was beginning to be revealed. Every time that I logged in from that day forward, the first message that I would get would be this emoji. The game we played had this friend list built into it, and whenever someone in your friend list appeared online, the list would light up and tell you which part of the map your friend was at. I'm certain that Masaru was sat there waiting for me to log in and monitor my location in the game. I found his actions creepy, and I didn't feel like dealing with him for a while, so I planned on giving the game a break and not logging in for about a week or so. After about a day at best of not logging in, I got an email notification to my phone, and I bet you can guess who those emails were from. They went like this. "Hey, why haven't you logged in for a while?" Followed by that dumb emoji that he sends after every message. He then added, "I feel so lonely without Mokori. I guess maybe you hate me, but I don't understand because I like you so much." Okay, at first it was chat in game, then it evolved, and now it was getting close to harassment. I have a private life and I preferred to keep that from the internet, and I wasn't interested in Masaru becoming a part of my private life either. On top of all of this was the fact that Masaru was a college student and I was a working adult. I didn't really have time to play email ping pong with him, but he seemed to have endless hours of free time. The emails were so constant that it was a nightmare. They would come in the middle of the night, in the morning, when I'm at work or on a break. It was just too much that I decided to act, and I decided to respond. "Hey, when I'm playing games, I want to have fun with everyone who plays. I don't want to give you special attention. I have no intentions of doing that. I don't have any special feelings for you, and I would like you to refrain from sending me these emails at all hours of the night. It's annoying." I wrote something like that, and in a matter of moments, I had a response from Masaru. It was just that emoji that he used all the time, and nothing more. I sighed at the sight of that, and I locked my phone because I was just so done with it. From that day onwards, I stopped speaking to Masaru and I stopped playing that online game. Well, I think I might have logged in once or twice more, but I just couldn't enjoy it again. After 3 weeks after I quit playing online, I got an email from someone else that I used to play with, someone from my old guild. They said, "I haven't seen you recently. Maybe you got busy? But hey, we all miss you. So if you ever get lonely, log back in again and hang out with us." Masaru seems to be a bit busier these days. He quit university or something. We don't see him log in at all. Masaru quit university? I somehow felt a bit of a bad feeling about that email. Having said that, I decided that I would log back in when I was free soon. I replied with some words to that effect and then completely forgot about the whole thing. A little about what I was doing at that time is that I was working as a certified instructor. Basically, I visited educational bodies, and back then, I was in charge of free trials. A means for my company to get work, I guess. At the end of each free trial, participants were asked to fill out a survey. It was a simple questionnaire where you can enter your thoughts on the instructor, which is me, what you made of the class and the content, and of course, some personal information about yourself, such as name, address, and etc. We ask our participants to fill this out online via QR code. One day, I was looking through the questionnaires at the office and compiling the results into a data chart. This was part of my job. I was scrolling through the entries, and then I froze. My hand stopped rolling the wheel of my mouse from what I saw. Under impression of the class was Masaru's emoji. Under impression of the instructor was another of Masaru's emoji. Name, Masaru. Address, Kansai. It felt like all the hairs on my body were standing on end when I saw that. He had found me, and he had attended my class. I couldn't believe it. I still cannot believe it. I racked my brain to try to remember incidences when I might have revealed personal details about myself to Masaru. I think that I may have told him that I worked as an instructor in Hokkaido's largest city, but nothing more than that. The bad thing about saying that was I wasn't sure if I said that my office was in the building in front of the station or not. I feel like I might have said that, but I am not too sure. I was so scared that day that I ended work early that day, and instead of going home, I decided to go and see my parents. They lived a good 200 kilometers or 125 miles away, and I stayed with them that night. It helped that I wasn't supposed to work the following day. It was my scheduled day off. In the coming days, I decided to inform my guild friends about Masaru and let them know that I was leaving the game for good. I was told that Masaru had told the guild that he was looking for a job in Hokkaido recently. I knew I needed to do something about him, so I changed my phone number, my email address, and I quit my job. I left Hokkaido after a few months, and I met a guy that I ended up falling in love with, and we got married. Although some of what went down was my fault for sharing too many personal details about myself online, it was truly frightening to discover that someone that I had met online would go to those lengths to track me down. I had no idea that someone who I had met through a game would be capable of acting like that. I guess for some this may not seem that scary written down, but to me, the person who lived it, it was terrifying. Truly terrifying. I don't think that I will ever be as shocked as I was the moment that I saw that online questionnaire filled in by Masaru. That emoji as well, I can never unsee it. And that is the reason why I will never play online games again. So, I'm new to this city for a concert that I'm going to see. It's my first time traveling alone, so I felt like the safest spot for me is just to relax and read some manga in the city library while I wait for my hotel check-in time to come. Well, I guess I picked a bad spot to read at because people kept trying to talk with me, which is fine, but I'm too shy to just tell them to go away. One person sat a table across from me and asked me where I'm from and who I came with. Obviously, I lied, even though I assumed this person was an older lady. They were wearing a hat and a thick coat, so I just couldn't really tell. I was nicer to them than I should have been, since I assumed this older lady was the chatty type, you know? She says that I look young and have nice hair and stuff, and asked if I'm from around here and where my parents are. Well, just so you know, I'm an adult. Well, turns out that they're not a lady, as I got a closer look at them as he came closer and he then comes to sit next to me. He then asked me for my number, and stupidly, I did give him my actual number. He wrote his number down and his name and asked me to write my name too, and I put a fake name on it. And then he gives me his phone to put in the info and then compares the written to the one that I put on his phone. Again, I gave him my real number but a fake name. I can't bring myself to refuse since none of the librarians were looking our way and he was very big, so I didn't want to make him mad or something. And then he turns to leave and asks when he can call me, and I'm just like, "Oh, just whenever." Obviously, I blocked him when he tried to call later, so I just hope that he assumes that my number was fake too. But as he left, he asked if I had Facebook. I said no, but then he asked if he could take a photo of me. He's like, "Can I take some pictures of you if you don't have a Facebook?" And I nervously laughed and said, no. Anyway, I don't think that I'll visit a big city library again. I'll just go to Barnes and Nobles next time or something. Hi, I don't want to use my real name, so let's just say that I'm Hannah and female. In my line of work, securing deals with large clients was both the challenge and the reward. I had worked hard to establish myself in the business world, proving my worth time and time again. This time, the stakes were high, as I was assigned to close a significant partnership with a renowned company. The anticipation built up as I prepared my presentation. I was ensuring that every angle was covered and every question anticipated. When the time for the deal came, I walked into the meeting with confidence. I was ready to meet the representative from the other company. He was a man known for his firm negotiations and sharp business acumen. But as the meeting commenced, it became clear that his interest was not in the details of the deal, but rather in me. Instead of engaging in the business proposal, he diverted the conversation to my career, questioning how a woman like me had risen to such a position. His comment carried a weight that pressed down on me. I felt the sting of his words, as they implied that my presence here was unexpected, perhaps undeserved. So I asked for clarification. My tone was steady, yet demanding respect. He then backtracked, trying to paint his remarks as a compliment about my youth and my achievements. But I wasn't about to let it slide. I pressed on, and I was challenging the notion that my gender and age should be a surprise in this setting. His response was jarring, though. He suggested that a woman's primary role was to have children, as if my career was somehow secondary, like an afterthought. The mix of anger and disbelief surged within me, and I saw no reason to continue the charade of a meeting. With my decision firm, I gathered my things and I just left, leaving behind not just the potential deal, but also his outdated mindset. Back at the office, I relayed the experience to my superiors, and predictably, they were less concerned with the nature of his comments and more focused on the lost opportunity. Their criticism came swiftly. They were scolding me for letting my personal feelings sabotage a valuable partnership. The situation weighed heavily on me for the rest of the day. Later on, as I was wrapping up my work, my office phone rang. On the other end was the man from the meeting. He apologized and he acknowledged his unprofessional behavior earlier at our meeting. He expressed a desire to continue discussions about the deal, and he then invited me to a follow-up meeting that night. Despite my lingering resentment for him, the possibility of salvaging the situation led me to agree. So I arrived at the office after hours. The quietness of the place felt different, almost unsettling. The building seemed deserted except for him. He greeted me with a warmer demeanor, seemingly intent on making amends. As we began to talk, his focus appeared more sincere. Yet, something about his demeanor was off. I couldn't quite point out why. But I then noticed that he started edging closer, his body language shifting from professional to intrusive to downright creepy. He placed a hand on my shoulder, and it was a very unwelcome gesture that I promptly removed. I reminded him of the boundaries that we were to maintain, and he seemed taken aback by my reaction, but I held my ground. And soon after, he made another attempt, resting his hand on my thigh. I pushed him away. I rose from my seat with the intent to leave, but before I could make my escape, he seized me with sudden aggression and he was pinning me to the ground. Panic surged as I screamed, and his voice hissing at me to be quiet. In the midst of my struggle, the sound of another voice cut through the chaos. It was the janitor, an unexpected savior of mine. He demanded that the man let me go, and his intervention was enough to break the hold, allowing me to scramble to my feet and take refuge behind him. The businessman, the creep, was furious. He attempted to threaten the janitor, claiming that he had the power to cost him his job. But the janitor remained steadfast, refusing to be intimidated by this pervert. The janitor looked strong, a bit old. He could be around my dad's age. That's probably why he saved me without any second thoughts. He probably sees his daughter in me. He then escorted me quickly out of the building, ensuring that I reached my car safely. The aftermath of the incident was a whirlwind of emotions and formalities. I pressed charges, of course. I was determined to seek justice for the horrible experience that I've had. The creep was suspended pending investigation, but doubt lingered in my mind. Would he really face the consequences of his actions? Or would the system fail to hold him accountable? I don't know. I can only hope for the best. As I returned to work, I carried the scars of the experience with me. This incident, though harrowing, had not broken my spirit. Instead, it strengthened my resolve to succeed more, not just for myself, but for all women who face similar battles in their lives. I'll come back if there are any updates to let you guys know, but that's it for now. So everyone, please, stay safe. A few minutes ago, I was just surfing in Omegle. I added chatting as the keyword for the common interest thing. A guy then appeared. He was skinny in a healthy way, with blonde hair up to his neck. He had a sharp jawline too. I started by asking how his day. He said it's nice, and then he asked for a favor. He talked very fast. He said that his online Skype friend isn't picking up his calls, that he has been calling her for the past 6 days. So, he asked me to call her, and then he started to say her name, or ID, I don't know. I've never used Skype before. And then he spelled it. The name starts with Sunny. I didn't give attention to the name thing fully because all the while I was asking him to stop. He said that she's a popular girl and that they were good friends. I said to him that maybe she's avoiding him and just to let her go. And then he started to act very strangely. He started to cry a bit, but like the tears didn't come out, but his face turned a bit sorrowful. He said that someone might have stolen her Skype account and asked me to call and confirm that that was the case, where, meanwhile, he will stay on Omegle. I again said that she's avoiding and things like that. He added a pint of rage to his sorrow face and then yelled, "No, she can't avoid me. She will not. I donated $1,000. She dare not. I'm going to call again and again, and I'm sure it's an identity theft." He said these words in a threatening way and squeezed his mic a little bit. At this point, I got terrified and I placed my fingers near the escape button, and I was ready to disconnect. Before doing it, I said to him that he's crazy and that he's a psychopath. He then made a creepy grin and said, "That's called bait." And then he disconnected the call. This ain't RBI to ask things, but why did he say the last thing? Omegle can't be hacked, only the location can be pulled out. But that's also useless in this case. And I don't know why he said bait. This is my first post on this subreddit, but I recently can't get the story out of my head and I need to put it down so that I can move on and forget. I met Leo, 18 male at that time, during my junior year of high school. I'm a female and I was 17 at that time. Leo was an immigrant from Guatemala and he was new to my school. We had many classes together, but we both enjoyed choir a lot. One day, when we were coming back from a choir trip, I mustered up the courage to sit with him on the bus and begin a conversation. He charmed me immediately. We talked for 3 hours and enjoyed the time so much. He then gave me a cute origami boat with his number and Snapchat on it, and I had fallen hard. We spent the next 10 days messaging and snapping every single day. We sat next to each other in every class, and we also started eating lunch in the library together. I began to notice a few red flags that I chose to ignore because I thought that I was being crazy. The first was that any time that I invited him to an activity or hangout outside of school, he would blatantly refuse. There was never any excuse or reason, and the answer was simply no. I invited him to several things, even some with my family, and he would never consider it. The next red flag started when he would ask me questions, but never allow me to answer them. He would ask a question, and right as I begin to respond, he would interrupt it with a much more personal question. For example, "What are you doing today?" "Oh, I'm going to... How many boyfriends have you had?" It was really strange. On day 10, I was walking my dog and I got a strange message from him. It said, "I had a dream and I want to tell you about it." At first, I was thrilled and I was curious. But then when he started sending a bunch of messages through, I got really sick. The dreams he had were a bunch of very descriptive, sexual fantasies about me. All of them were sickening and objectified my body in ways that no one would be comfortable. He started telling me the types of nude photos that he wanted to take of me and the things that he wanted me to be doing to myself in them. It wasn't sexy, it was scary. And then he told me how he wanted to meet up in secret several times a week that nobody would know. And that's when I responded, "No, please, never talk to me again." And I blocked him on everything. I called my friend who had him on Snapchat as well, and she frantically told me that he was adding photos to his story. All of them were pornographic photos of girls that look a lot like me. They had the same body shape, the hair color, the skin tone. He did this for 2 months until he graduated and announced to the class that he would be moving to California. Throughout those 2 months, he would constantly try to talk to me at school, the way he first did when we were harmlessly flirting. But I shut it down and I told him to go away. And I thought that I was in the clear, but that was not the case. All summer, I would get messages from random numbers saying, "You look pretty in that pink shirt." "What did you order?" "I ordered a burger." "It's a nice day for the fair, right?" Anytime that I went out with friends, he was there. I would never see him, but he would message me something so that I would know that he was there. All of the numbers were burner phones. At the same time, he was posting photos on his Instagram of being in California, about his new life there and how he was getting a new job, a house, and many more. None of the pictures had his face in them though. I deleted all of my socials and I changed my number. And eventually after I graduated, my family moved to a new town and I followed. He clearly no longer knew where I was, but I would still get messages, some emails, fake profiles of him, just trying to stalk my friends and family. It continued for 3 more years until one day he just stopped. I've never heard from him again. Eventually, I got my socials back, but I made everything private. I'm now married and killing it at my job, but I will never forget this awful experience. Every few years, it resurfaces and plays through my mind on repeat for months. So Leo, let's not meet. This happened like 6 to 7 years ago now, so feel free to ask any questions. Your questions might help me jog my memory and I'll remember more details. I played soccer for 1 year in community college after high school. I knew this guy because he worked for the athletics department. He was also another student. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I had a 1-hour gap between classes. This guy noticed me in the library, asked what I was doing there, and I told him that I had an hour-long gap, and then he started coming regularly to hang out. I didn't mind because he really seemed like a normal guy. He wasn't waiting for anything, but he just wanted to hang out. He brought me little gifts a few times like chocolate and stuff, and he was being a little too sweet for someone that I barely know. I didn't think about red flags back then. With the gifts, I remember that he always downplayed it. He'd be like, "Oh, they had extra Kit Kat bars today in the office. Do you want some?" He never said that he purposely bought Kit Kat for me. I know a lot more about boys now than I knew back then, and I think that he knew that buying me gifts would be too much, but he still wanted to do it without doing it. The soccer season for us ended before Thanksgiving, and the only teams that kept playing after that were going to the playoffs, not us. So after Thanksgiving, we had finals. In that brief period after the soccer season and before Thanksgiving, he asked me about my classes for second semester. To be honest, I hadn't been super organized with course registration, and I honestly didn't know. Also, the counselors were completely clueless. I didn't tell him that, but I remember saying that I didn't want to have another gap hour like this because it wasted so much time. And I don't think that I was happy to hear that. He also asked if I would play another season, and I said no to that. I needed to manage my time better, and playing soccer every day was not helping me. I think my mistake was that I just said too much and unfiltered. I used to do that a lot back then, saying too much without thinking about how it can affect other people's feelings. That was on the last Thursday before Thanksgiving, so no more hour gaps to hang out anymore. We had Thanksgiving break, we took finals, and then we had winter break and everything was great. Winter break was when the real problem started. In the mornings, this guy literally showed up outside my house while sitting in his car. The first time, I didn't believe that it was actually him. The second time, I checked and it was. And by then, it was really clear that we both knew what was going on. He was stalking me. And that wasn't all. I posted on my Instagram stories sometimes about places that I was in. This guy literally showed up there several times, like girly stores at the mall where he had zero business being. He did lots of things like that. He also started pointing his phone at me like he was taking pictures, and that was even weirder. I basically stopped using social media over this. After winter break, this continued. When my parents were at work, this guy came during the afternoon too. I called the cops a few times. They went and tried to talk to him, but he basically told them that he wasn't going to talk and that was it. I think the cops wanted to help, but they could never do anything about it because he was careful not to break the law. Like, he didn't trespass, he didn't make any threats, and he didn't show any weapons. I have no idea what he's doing now, and my guess is that he gave up. Maybe his little obsession kind of became old, and he found other things to pay more attention to. At least, I hope so. But if he still comes by, I have no idea. I think the most challenging thing is that I couldn't tell my parents, since I knew that they would completely freak out. I came here to tell you my story because there are people that go through these types of relationships who are maybe still healing, but I also need some advice. I'm a 17-year-old girl, and when I was 14, I liked older guys. And not guys who were 1 year older than me, I mean 3 to 4 years older. That's when I met my ex. He was 17 at that time, and he was a really sweet guy, until he started opening up about his mental health and also his drug addiction. And don't get me wrong, I don't judge him for being mentally unstable, but he never took his prescription, and he just threw tantrums all day, verbally abused me, and overall didn't care about me. I was with him for 2 years until one day he finally blocked me, basically ending our relationship, and I never heard from him since. Well, until 2 months ago. I came home from school one day and I looked into the mailbox because I saw an envelope. It was unusual for us to receive envelopes unless it was a bill. But it wasn't an envelope for bills. It was one meant for letters. I put it in my purse and I went inside the house. I then went into my room after I said hi to my mom and I opened it up. There was no return address or something like that, but my name on the letter caught my attention. I never received letters from anyone, and I was worried to see a signature that I recognized on it. I started reading the letter. Well, hardly, because the writing was awful. But the person who sent it was telling me how they regret letting me go and that they wanted me back. I thought that one of my friends was playing a stupid prank on me, so I just brushed it off and I put it in my drawer. I was actually laughing about the situation. And later at night, when I was about to go to sleep, there was an unknown number that showed up on my screen. I looked at the screen, confused, because I barely received such weird calls from unknown numbers. I didn't really want to pick up, but I thought that maybe it was one of my friends who was trying to pull one of their prank calls on me, as usual. I picked up, and I heard breathing. "Hello?" I said, but there was no answer. So I added, "Beatrice? Are you this bored that you want to pull pranks on me?" And still no answer, just heavy breathing from the other end. But all of a sudden, I heard his voice. "Who's Beatrice?" My eyes were wide open and I hung up. I stared at the ceiling in disbelief and I put my phone on silence mode and I just went to sleep. I didn't think for 1 second that this phone call was about to be the beginning of my biggest nightmare. I woke up the next morning with several calls from that unknown number and I got a little scared. I opened my phone and I saw messages from the same person telling me to pick up and to just talk to them. I tried to ignore it, but the calls and the messages continued even after I got to school. When I was outside the school gates and smoking a cigarette with my friend, I got a call again. I answered, and I gave an upset answer. I said, "Dude, who the hell are you? Why are you calling me?" The person sat in silence for a few seconds, and then they said my friend's name. They heard their name and asked me who the hell was I on the phone with, and then he said, "You are with..." They then say my friend's name. "Aren't you?" Of course you are. I can see you." I looked around and I didn't see anyone other than my other schoolmates. There were only 6 people around us and nobody was on a call or something. I got creeped out and I hung up. I recognized that voice. It was my ex's. I told my friend that he kept calling me and texting me from an unknown number since last night and that I didn't know what to do. She said that I can't really do anything about it and that I should just ignore the calls. But as time went on, I started to get more letters, sometimes even flowers right next to the fence of my home. For context, my ex was from another city and I never told him where I lived. He knew what school I went to, but never which class I was in. But then, I started to get single roses once a week on my desk when I got to school. My classmates told me that they never saw the person who brought me the roses, but they were always there by the time that they got to class. I was super paranoid. I then started to receive pictures of me and my friends outside the school gate. Sometimes, even when I was alone. I was shitting my pants whenever I saw the unknown number pop up on the screen with a picture attached to the message. I finally had enough one day and I called this number that was saved in my phone. I called him, but he never picked up. I started texting him on the apps that I didn't get blocked on, and I told him to stop or I will contact his boss and I will complain about his behavior and even make fake complaints about his service at work so that he would get fired. He really needed the job, so he kinda left me alone for like a week. But then, I started to see him on the street, in public transport, and also outside my school. Mind you, This dude lived in another country by the time that we broke up and only came back when he started texting me again. I asked some of his friends about the time that he got back, and they told me that he came back into our home country the day that I started getting the calls. I could barely leave the house after I found out that he knew my school schedule, and I always asked one of my classmates who lived nearby to pick me up with their car on our way to school. But one day, I wasn't so lucky, and my classmate who used to drive me to school was sick and couldn't show up, so unfortunately, I had to take the bus that day. When I got on my bus, I saw his blonde wavy hair and I froze. I literally wanted to cry and I didn't know how to get out of the bus without him getting off at the same stop with me. In my country, we aren't supposed to talk to the driver while he's driving, but I had no other choice than to ask him not to let him out of the bus. I explained the situation, and he was, thankfully, very understanding, and he didn't let him off the bus. He was banging on the glass doors, and he was screaming to be let off at the stop, but the driver just kept the door shut and then drove off. I then sighed in relief and I started crying while I was waiting for another bus to come. It's been a month since school ended, and I haven't seen him after that, but I am scared that he might come back when school starts. The police won't do anything about it, and I even started getting threatening letters 2 weeks ago. I carry a pocket knife with me when I go out, and I even changed my phone number, but I don't know what else I can do. To note, he has a twin brother. I knew this, but I never thought that maybe his brother is also involved in this. I'm starting to think that they're on this together, and this is why that I see him so often. Update. Hello guys. After I posted this, nothing really happened except one thing. I was going to the airport in the capital, and I bumped into him in the bus on my way there. This really freaked me out because I don't live in the capital and he doesn't either. I was really frightened, and maybe out of, I don't know, fear or anger, I just hit him in the face and I just threw fists and yelled at him. I got off the bus as fast as I could and I ran to the closest taxi station. And that's how I got at the airport. He started sending me pictures of myself again, and I had a total meltdown in the middle of the airport. I finally blocked his number after I got through security because I just couldn't care less about evidence at this point. I'm in another country now, and he has left me alone. Well, at least for now. I'm going back to school in 2 weeks, and I swear to God that if I get another message or letter from him, I'll be the one getting arrested. I'm really tired of this, and I can't help but think about the horrible things that I would do to him. I hope I don't sound too crazy, but seriously, I'm desperate to be left alone. Me and a friend that I will call Robert had just spent the day in a city a few hours from our own. We had just spent the day at an event in which we both participated in, and we had an absolute blast. After the event, we decided to go out and then get dinner with a group of our friends, and ended up staying in the city until almost midnight, before we decided that we should probably get going. The drive home was very uneventful for most of the way home. The roads in between the two cities are very rural, with only a few small towns between the two. And since it was dark, we spent most of the drive looking for animals that may run out in the road while chatting with each other. As we got fairly close to Robert's house, we saw a car parked on the opposite side of the road facing the wrong way, and a man walking around on and next to the road. The car in front of us just so happened to be an ambulance, which stopped to try to help the man. And as we drove past, I made eye contact with him, and then we continued on our way thinking nothing of what just happened. We drove for another 20 to 30 minutes before turning onto the access road to get to Robert's house. As we got farther up the road, we noticed another car had turned on the road farther behind us. Robert lives in a gated community, so we had to turn onto the driveway so we could go through the gate. This is when we noticed that the car that had turned before had turned again and was right behind us. As we pulled up to the gate, Robert opened it and then we drove through. The car behind us had also managed to make it in time before the gate closed. To be honest, neither of us had really thought that we were being followed until this point, but even then we just joked about it. We then drove for a while inside of this neighborhood, which is fairly large, and we noticed that this car was still behind us. The route we took was a large curve, so we figured that he should have turned off by now. But as we got close to his house, we decided to keep going as the road would loop around, and we confirmed that we were being followed. Robert then started driving much quicker through the neighborhood, and the car behind us also sped up. We were going about 50 to 60 on these fairly small roads, but the other car kept up. We drove for a while before we decided to head to the front gate, which had a 24-hour security guard, and we still were not sure if the person following us had a key fob to open the gate or not. We left the neighborhood and then pulled the U-turn back to the front gate. We were still driving very fast at this point, and to anyone, it should have been apparent that we were being chased. As we came back to the front gate, my friend was able to open it in a way that we couldn't be followed. But as we turned the corner, we saw the gate opening and the car that was following us drove in. This is where we made a huge mistake. We turned down a road without realizing that it was a cul-de-sac. As soon as we noticed our mistake, Robert was able to flip the car around so that we could get out of there. But as we drove by the car, I made eye contact with the driver, but I could barely see his face. When we turned out of the cul-de-sac, we turned off the lights and then booked it. We finally had managed to shake him and then get to Robert's house. We waited at Robert's house for the police to arrive, and shortly after the officer had arrived, he got a call on the radio and then he booked it to his car. A few minutes later, 2 more police cars showed up, and we were informed that they had found the car. The man was the same guy that we had passed on the side of the road around an hour earlier. When the police first made contact with him, he refused to speak and did not look like he was in the right state of mind. As the traffic stop proceeded, he began threatening the officers. We later found out that he was mentally ill and an unstable veteran from a couple of states over and had no reason to be anywhere close to where we were. The man had broken the back gate when he followed us in. And the worst of all is that the guy at the front gate, whose only job was not to let people in if they didn't have a fob without stopping at his booth, let this guy in after we had just sped past him. Well, he was quickly fired by the security company. Looking back on this, there is only one thing that I would have changed. I would have called the police sooner, but the adrenaline in the moment clouded our judgment. This is my story about being stalked. Dealing with this has been difficult, and throughout the ordeal, I felt out of control. So I am sharing this to gain control over my story. This story is long as it spanned over 2 years, so I've split it into parts to make it easier to read through. Part 1. Several years ago, I moved abroad to begin a 2-year study course. When I arrived at my apartment, I met three of my roommates. Sam was funny and sarcastic, while Bella and Poppy were both nice, some sorority-type girls. We decided to go out for dinner, and I offered to invite our fourth roommate in room 1C, next to mine. Sam warned me not to invite her, saying that she was odd. I was worried because I didn't want to live with a bunch of catty girls. I mean, how were they fighting in less than a day, right? I smiled, and I told Sam that she just made a bad first impression and that I would invite her to get to know her better. Sam grumbled as I left the kitchen, approaching the door next to mine. I knocked on the door and it opened. A short, petite girl with long brown hair and a childlike face stuck her head out. I introduced myself and I invited her to dinner. The girl's face lifted at my invitation as she nodded in agreement. Our excitement about the new school year kept us lively as we arrived at the restaurant. I decided to befriend the girl in room 1C since we were sharing a bathroom. I learned that her name was Snelly, that we were the same age, from the same state, and in the same program. I ordered a Jack and Coke as Nellie leaned into me and asked if I actually drank alcohol. I nodded, thinking her question was odd. We were both in our 20s. Of course, I drink alcohol. Nellie focused her attention on me while we ate, and as I got to know Nellie, I kind of felt bad for her. She was born in Sri Lanka, but immigrated as a kid, and since she had an accent and lisp, I assumed that she was bullied. Nellie was different from me. She was shy and claimed to not have any hobbies nor friends, but I figured that since we were in the same program, I could befriend her. I asked her if she wanted to sit with me in class, and she happily agreed. I felt content knowing that I was befriending her like I was doing a good deed. Part 2. My first 2 weeks abroad went smoothly. I got used to my surroundings, I've made friends, and I got along with my roommates. Sam, Bella, Poppy, and I would often cook and eat dinner together while chatting about our days. Nellie and I got along, but she was socially awkward, so I made it my goal to befriend her, which was easy because we sat together in lecture every day. We even opened our bedroom doors in unison, and I would open my door, then Nellie would open hers and ask me where I was going. One night, I left my room to go grocery shopping when Nellie's door opened and she asked to join me. I agreed, and then she hurriedly put on her sandals and her neon pink coat. I walked through the aisle, and Nellie silently followed closely behind me, and eventually, I found everything that I needed. But Nellie said that she wasn't buying anything, and after I paid for everything, we began to exit the store, and the alarms went off. I stopped to show the security guard my receipt, and he looked in my bags confirming that I had not stolen anything. I didn't think much of this incident, but when I stood at the front of the store with Nellie for the 4th time as my bags were searched by security, a thought crept into my mind. The alarms never rang when I was alone, or even with friends. They only rang when I was with Nellie. I shook my head. Nellie couldn't be stealing. I was with her the whole time. She was a perfectly nice, normal girl, and I was rude to think anything contrary. Part 3. The harmony in the apartment only lasted 2 weeks. One morning, I shuffled into the bathroom and I saw that the toilet was completely filled with 2 or 3 rolls of dry, unraveled toilet paper spilling onto the floor. However, what concerned me the most was the huge wad of hair that sat directly on top of the toilet paper. I knew then that it was Nellie who had done this. She was the only person who had a bathroom key, and her hair color was a match. I tried to think of any reason that Nellie would do this. Maybe she clogged the toilet, then stuffed it with toilet paper to hide her business. But that didn't explain the hair to me. I couldn't harp on the issue though, so I made a maintenance request to have someone unclog the toilet, and when I came home from class, the toilet was unclogged. I studied for 2 hours before going back to the bathroom, and I was annoyed when I found out that the toilet clogged again, toilet paper, hair, and all. This obviously wasn't a mistake anymore, and now we were out of toilet paper. I knew that I had to say something, but I didn't want to directly confront Nellie about this awkward topic. So I sent a passive, non-aggressive text. "Hey, if something goes wrong with the toilet, can you make a maintenance request right away, please?" I sent the message, careful not to make it accusatory. I didn't want there to be any tension with Nellie, especially since she still sat with me in class. Nellie never acknowledged the situation. She still opened her door with mine. She still hung out with me and sat with me in class. And for the next 2 months, I just dealt with the constant toilet paper and torn out hair. I tried sending more texts, but it didn't help. Nellie would clog the toilet, and I'd make a maintenance request. A staff member would clean Nellie's mess, and then she would do it again. Eventually, after 12 clogged toilets, I was so annoyed that I decided to confront Nellie. "Nellie, I know you're clogging the toilet and you need to stop. If you do it again, I'm going to report you." I pressed send as I walked to class. I decided that I wouldn't sit with Nellie anymore. I had different friends to sit with who didn't clog my toilet. And as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte, I felt bad seeing Nellie sit alone across the lecture hall. I promised myself that I'd still be friends with her and that everything would be fine. Part 4. I was happy that the holiday break was soon and that Nellie never addressed me not sitting with her. My message had worked. Nellie stopped clogging the toilet and we were still friends. But I came home one day in early December, and my nose scrunched in disgust. There was a sickly sweet rotten yogurt-like smell coming from Nellie's room. I didn't want to confront Nellie so soon after messaging her about the toilet. So for 2 weeks, I avoided the problem. I didn't address the issue until 2 weeks later when all of our food started to rot almost immediately after buying it. Bella, Sam, and Poppy were complaining about how maintenance hadn't found the source of what was causing our food to rot. When I brought up the horrible smell and an accompanying fly infestation, the girls went to go smell the hallway outside of Nellie's room and returned a minute later coughing and gagging. We posited about what may be causing the smell, when Sam brought up seeing Nellie at 2 a.m. skipping through the woods. Sam was heading back from the club, and Nellie was skipping around like a possessed doll, according to Sam. And as we spoke, Nellie entered the kitchen and everyone fell quiet. Sam bluntly asked Nellie what the smell in her room was, and Nellie just silently shrugged her shoulders. Annoyed by this, Sam stood up and grabbed Nellie's arm, guiding her into the hallway as the rest of us followed, covering our noses with our sleeves. Nellie claimed to not smell anything, but her eyes were darting rapidly between the 3 of us. Sam made a sarcastic comment toward Nellie as we returned to the kitchen without Nellie. Sam was a bit harsh, and a part of me felt bad for Nellie. At least, Christmas would be relaxing. I spent 2 weeks at a friend's house with her family for Christmas. They were all welcoming, so I didn't miss home too much. My friend knew about Nellie, so she bought me scented candles for Christmas. And when I returned to the apartment, I felt rested and equipped to face the new year. Part 5. My January exams were online and pretty easy, so I was surprised when Nellie texted me asking if I would cheat with her on the final exam. I politely declined, and she asked if I would go to lunch the next day. I had no plans, so I accepted her invitation. I spent a lot of time with her, but she never actually spoke much. So despite everything, I wanted to get to know her better. Once we were at the restaurant, I racked my brain for things that I could talk with Nellie about. I was attempting to break the awkward silence between us, so I asked her what her favorite show was. Nellie told me that she loves to watch Sophia the First. I was confused. Sophia the First is a Disney toddler show that came out when we were teens. Why was she watching a show for toddlers in her 20s? I didn't know how to expand on what she said, so I changed the topic and I asked her what her favorite hobby was. Nellie giggled and said, "Oh, I do this a lot actually. I listen to you through the walls. They're so thin, I barely put my ear against it. I hear you talk to your parents every day." I tried not to look horrified as I sat there confused and a little scared. Then Nellie started laughing. You're like a mother, but I'm an aunt and we're sisters together." I smiled awkwardly and nodded, and I had no clue how to respond. In a desperate attempt to change topics, I asked her about her childhood in Sri Lanka. Nellie slammed her fist on the table, sending my rice flying off the plate. Nellie yelled that she was not from there, and I apologized, even though she definitely told me that she was from Sri Lanka. Then Nellie began to laugh again. She said, "I have plans for us tonight. We'll go to the graveyard and walk around. You'll be scared, but I'll have fun with you." Nellie's eyes were opened incredibly wide and her mouth seemed to open more than usual. She was scaring me, and I didn't want to be rude, so I said that I would invite our other roommates too. At that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly moved her hand onto mine. She insisted that we had to go alone. I pulled my hand back, attempting to hide my grimace, and I started out a disingenuous, maybe? Nellie leaned back slowly, rolling her head from one side to the other, and mumbled about how fun it will be. The rest of our lunch was silent, and when we got back to the apartment, I said goodbye to her and I went into my room. I didn't call my parents that night. I went to bed early, hoping to quell my anxiety and get some much-needed rest. Part 6. The next day, I did laundry, and then I went shopping, and by 2 p.m., I was meal prepping for the week. I jumped when Nellie asked me to go to the movies with her. I hadn't heard her come into the kitchen, but there she stood, her head down and eyes turned up staring at me. I declined her request, but she repeated her question. I politely declined once again, trying to offset her bizarre vibe. Nellie didn't respond and retreated back to her room, then left for the movies. An hour later, I went to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, I gagged immediately. The smell was bad, but the sight was worse. The walls, floors, doors, sink, and toilet were covered in smeared poop and blood. I could see distinct handprints, and I closed the door trying not to puke. I was shocked that Nellie had done this, but my shock turned into anger as I messaged Nellie. "What you did is weird and disgusting. You need to clean it and I'm going to report you." I pressed send, and I no longer cared about being friends with Nellie. I felt gross, so I went to our shower room next to the bathroom. But Nellie ruined that too. There was toilet paper shoved in the shower drain and wads of toilet paper crusted onto the walls. I was livid at this point, but I had to wait until Monday to report her. So I lay down to take a nap. 2 hours later, I was awoken by Nellie slamming the front door. I heard her footsteps until her feet were visible through the crack under my door. I expected her to knock, but she didn't. Instead, Nellie began to continuously chirp like a bird. She briefly paused and began twisting my doorknob in unison with her chirps. I stood there unnerved as Nellie did this for 5 minutes. And then, Nellie began to rapidly knock on my door and call my phone. 7 times she called, hung up, then called again, while still rapidly knocking. Nellie then began to ram her body into my door over and over and over again, and the shock of it made me stumble back onto my bed. Then, as suddenly as it started, Nellie stopped, her feet still visible under my door, and my phone buzzed and I slowly unlocked it, staring down in horror at Nellie's text. "The cockroach screamed, 'Why do this to me? Because you couldn't be positive in a negative situation?' The doctor said. The doctor pulls off the cockroach's legs and it cries. The doctor has no choice. The cockroach must be killed and its family taken away. You are the funny cockroach." I was terrified as Nellie began to knock and chirp. I was scared to call the cops because I was on a visa, and if they didn't believe me, I could be deported for making a false report. I texted Poppy and Bella, who had heard everything, and Nellie stood there for an hour straight, occasionally pushing her fingers through the crack under my door. When Bella's boyfriend arrived, and his presence scared Nellie away, we met up and talked about what had happened before going to bed. And that night, I barely slept. I was too scared. Part 7. I awoke the next day, anxious about the previous night's events. I tried to convince myself that it wasn't that bad. However, as I peeked into the bathroom, its condition suggested otherwise. Charlotte and Regan were skipping class, so I sat alone. I saw Nellie enter the room, bypass her regular seat, weave through the aisles and inspect each row as she passed, and I sank in my chair as she got closer, horrified by the realization that she was searching for me. With the last night's memories fresh in my mind, I froze in fear when Nellie found me and robotically bent down to meet my eyeline as she sat next to me with her mouth twisted up into a sinister smile. I did nothing as she sat next to me. I was too scared to move and worried that any tiny shift may cause her to attack. When the professor dismissed us, I shot up, frantically packing my things, and Nellie asked where I was going, and I lied to her, saying that I was going to the cafe. I didn't want her to know where I was, so I went home for lunch and I stood in the kitchen, and the door opened. "You are not at the cafe." Nellie's eyes darted up to me. She was looking at the knife on the table. I apologized and told Nellie my plans had changed. My heart raced as I asked her if she liked the lecture. Nellie didn't respond. She just stared with her head tilted and mouth agape. I asked again, but she still didn't answer, and I faced her afraid that she would use the knife on me. She glared so intently that her veins were protruding. She stood there for 10 minutes before leaving. And later on, I walked to the library and froze as I saw Nellie's pink jacket behind me. I turned to see Nellie staring straight at me with vacant eyes. She followed me into the library, up to the 3rd floor, and then sat directly behind me. With her threat still fresh in my mind, I moved to a different spot, but Nellie followed me. I tried again, but she still followed. I was scared to be isolated in a library with her, so I decided to leave. I quickly weaved through the bookshelves, desperately trying to reach the lobby, but Nellie matched my pace, and I was nearing a heart attack when I ran into my guardian angel, Sam. "Nellie's following me," I blurted out. Sam looked at Nellie, who had stopped 5 feet behind me. Sam nonchalantly told Nellie to fuck off, and I was surprised when Nellie did just that. After Sam and I spoke for a bit, my phone buzzed. It was Nellie, inviting me to the graveyard that night. Sam told me that I would be smart to move out, and she was right. I needed to report Nellie and then move out. It wasn't safe for me to live in that apartment anymore, and I needed to get away. Part 8. I went to Regan's apartment, as she was the closest person I had to family while I was abroad. She gave me refuge while listening to me retell the last 48 miserable hours of my life. She reassured me that I could stay with her as I held back tears. My phone buzzed. Sam texted that she needed help and to go to the apartment ASAP. I was hesitant to go back in there, but I couldn't just abandon Sam. So I grabbed my stuff and I told Reagan that I'd be back soon. I walked to my apartment and stared up at it, feeling a lot like the priest in the Exorcist movie. When I got to my door, I was immediately greeted by my 3 roommates' distraught faces. I followed them into the apartment, and my eyes grew wide as Sam pushed open the kitchen door to reveal a truly demonic sight. Huge amounts of congealed red and orange liquid pooled across the floor, leading beneath our table where a small bird lay dead with its wings outstretched and its head missing. I felt sick. The windows don't open, so it didn't get in there by itself. Nellie had either found this bird and brought it into the kitchen, or she killed and decapitated a living bird and then put it in the kitchen. I didn't like either of those options. I assured my roommates that I would report Nellie that night, and that's exactly what I did. I spoke to the school safety board, and things moved fast. I discovered that Nellie had lied to us about her name and age. Officials in hazmat suits came to clean the kitchen in Nellie's room. The board had me send them photos of myself daily in case Nellie killed me, and they had to identify me. I quickly moved out, and since Nellie avoided the other girls, they decided to stay. I declined to submit Nellie for expulsion because I felt bad for her, and I thought that moving on would stop her obsession with me. I was incredibly misguided. Part 9. I was happy that my new roommates were normal and no Nellie incidents had happened for 2 weeks. I did have a large uptick in random daily Facebook and Instagram follower requests from blank profile users. I knew who was behind this, but I was avoiding any Nellie-related thoughts. I was having night terrors, and the more I thought about her, the worse they got. I blocked another user as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte in an almost empty lecture hall. Charlotte nudged me as Nellie entered the room, bypassing her usual seat, and I felt myself freeze up as she entered our row and began walking toward me, staring at me with her dead eyes. "Don't fucking sit next to me," I said, shocked by my bravery. Nellie responded by sitting 10 seats down from me, not breaking eye contact, and I considered that a win. After class, I went home and then walked to the store. I forgot to grab a card, so I quickly turned around to fetch one and ran into someone standing directly behind me. It was Nellie. "Did she follow me from my apartment? Does she know where I live?" My heart stopped as I backed into another aisle, and Nellie followed. I walked to another aisle, but Nellie followed me, matching my pace until I went to another aisle and she began to run. I ran away terrified, and Nellie only stopped when I got to the security desk. Security offered to call the police, but I declined, and I gave them my email to send me the footage of Nellie chasing me. I had to report Nellie, but since I still had class that day, I decided to report her the next day. 2 hours later, as I waited for Reagan to walk with me to class, I caught Nellie staring at me across the street, but she didn't approach me and walked with the crowd towards the campus. And minutes later, Reagan found me and we headed to class together. I walked beside Reagan past the buildings and alleyways until a rock caught in my shoe and I bent down to fix it. Reagan switched to the right side of me to look at a billboard, and when I removed the rock, we began walking again. I turned my head to speak when Nellie jumped out of an alleyway and onto Reagan. Her hands were outstretched and clasped around Reagan's neck. Words cannot explain how terrified I was. Nellie let go immediately, and Reagan grabbed my arm, walking forward. Nellie began walking shoulder to shoulder with me, her head turned sideways at an unnatural angle. The look in her eyes was not human. Reagan told me to run, and we bolted across the street. Nellie paused but walked away, traffic stopping her from crossing. We stopped, and Reagan leaned against the fence as I bent over and covered my mouth from trying not to vomit. And after a while, we continued our walk to class in silence. We made it to the lobby and headed for the staircase, but Nellie stood at the bottom of it. I won't let her walk behind me, I said, with my voice shaking. Reagan nodded and we followed a large crowd after Nellie walked upstairs, only to find her holding the door open for everyone. Nellie stared at me through the crowd until everyone but Reagan and I had passed through. "It's okay, you can go first," Reagan said while smiling at Nellie. I was shocked at how composed she was, and even more shocked that Nellie listened. When we sat down in class, Nellie tried to sit behind me, but someone was saving the seat for his friend, so Nellie left. I didn't pay attention to that lecture. I sat there shocked and terrified while Reagan hunched low in her seat, rubbing her neck. I felt horrible for bringing her into this Nellie crap, and I knew then that Nellie needed to be expelled no matter what. Part 10. The next day, I reported Nellie to the Student Safety Board and they raised the issue to the disciplinary board. I submitted a lengthy report detailing everything Nellie had done. I included Reagan, Bella, Poppy, and Sam as witnesses, and I gave photographic evidence of the threats, the calls, the smeared poop and blood, clogged showers and toilets, and the stalking. And the next week, I met with the disciplinary board to go over their conclusions. They informed me that they had reviewed my report, met with Nellie to give her a copy of my report, discussed my accusations, and had come to a conclusion. They acknowledged that everything I had reported was factual, but they didn't think that Nellie had any malicious intent, so they would grant a no-contact order, but that Nellie wouldn't be expelled. I was completely perplexed by their conclusion, and I asked him what Nellie had said about all of this, but they refused to tell me anything. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe that Nellie was given my full report, knew everything that I said, and knew the witnesses' names. The school put us all in danger, yet they wouldn't allow me to know if Nellie had even denied her actions. I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb. I knew at that moment that they didn't care, that they were going to prioritize a predator. So with no other options, I agreed to the no-contact order. The worker tried to get me to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that I wouldn't speak about what Nellie did to me or how the school dealt with my case, but I refused to sign it. The next day, I received an email confirmation that Nellie had agreed to a no-contact order. But I knew that meant nothing. Nellie wouldn't get help, and she would never stop stalking me. Part 11. My sophomore year was plagued with a relentless pattern of Nellie stalking me from place to place, sitting next to me in class, standing next to me in hallways, and staring at me daily. Her action was so unnerving and obvious that multiple strangers warned me about her. I reported these incidents every time they occurred, and the school always responded by stating that they would remind Nellie of the no-contact order, and they never took any further steps to help me. In sophomore year, Nellie found other roommates and in them, new victims. She was evicted from an off-campus apartment, and her new roommates, who once sat with her, began to sit far away from Nellie, and they looked terrified. They looked like me. Having incidents happen weekly and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible for me to move on. I was always in flight or freeze mode, and I was terrified by what Nellie had done and still might do to me. I became a sunken-in, miserable, and defeated version of myself. I wanted revenge, a natural result of the boiling rage that I felt. Now at a constant simmer after Nellie was coddled by a university that failed to shell out even a minor consequence for the terror that she imposed on me. I wanted Nellie to suffer in the exact same way she made me suffer. I know, if I had just grown up here at any point in those early months, I likely could have saved myself and others from suffering. Nellie was likely stalking me from the moment that I met her. I just hadn't realized it, and it weighs heavily on me to know that I played a large part in my own suffering. No matter what I write, I can't begin to recreate the evil that radiated off Nellie. I have daily night terrors, and I don't go into new situations. I don't speak to new people, and I don't make friends. I'm not nice to strangers because I don't want to invite something like this into my life again. Revenge came on graduation day, when Nellie's name didn't appear in the book of graduates. She had failed second year, but despite everything, I couldn't help but think that I was a bad person for being content with Nellie failing. Maybe I was just happy that I could finally move on. I'm 23 and female, and I was at the gym just doing cardio on a treadmill. It was pretty empty, and not very many people there on a Thursday at noon. I always use the treadmills in front of the mirrors so that I can pay attention to my surroundings like a safe young woman. I was on the treadmill 2 away from the end, and all of them were empty, save one at the opposite end of where I was. And then this man gets on the treadmill right next to me, which is weird, but okay. I have my headphones in, and I am watching Criminal Minds, and every so often, I look up at the mirrors just to check my surroundings. And every time that I look up, this man is staring at me. Around 37 minutes of my 45-minute planned cardio, he drops his phone of the side of his treadmill closest to me. I was watching in the mirror, and he basically threw it down next to me. He then gets off the treadmill, picks up his phone, and then taps me on the shoulder. Now, I never took out my headphones, so I couldn't really hear what he was saying. He introduced himself, I never caught his name, and then he asked for my name, and I gave him a fake one. He then said something else, but I couldn't hear him because Derek Morgan got in a shootout. I just nodded and I returned to my show, clearly uninterested in whatever he had to say. At this point, I only had like 5 minutes left, and every time that I looked in the mirror, he was staring at me. I finished my workout and I went to the stretching area that is near the treadmills, still in front of the mirrors. I also took a glance at how long he had been on the treadmill, and it was something like 8 minutes, so not actually long enough to be a real workout, or honestly, even a warm-up. When I moved to the stretching area, he moved to the closest machine, and he was still staring at me. Using the mirror, I started counting sets and reps, so in the middle of his set, I got up and left, thinking that this would give me enough time to get to my car and leave before he even noticed that I was gone. I then got to my car, sat down, turned it on, grabbed my seatbelt, and as I was about to click it into place, my passenger side door opened. I yelled, "Don't fucking touch my car!" And I pulled out of the parking spot with both doors wide open. I always back into parking spots because I saw something online from police saying that that was the safest thing to do, and I'm constantly worried about my safety. I drove a mile down the road with my passenger side door open. The next day, I went into the gym to report him, but like I said, I never got his name, and the gym didn't want to look at the cameras with me there and said that once they figured out who it was, that they would talk to him, which really didn't feel like they were doing anything about the situation. So the next week, I canceled my membership, and I've never been back. was about 13 when this happened, and I lived right on the beach. If you walked about 1.5 kilometers down the beach from my house, you would get to a place where some ocean would be left behind to form some sort of lake. That's where me and a lot of my friends like to hang out. And next to it were 2 dirt roads. Anyways, I had a German Shepherd, and my mother used to kick me out of the house every weekend just for a few hours to go play with the dog, which honestly, I didn't mind. There was a cliff above the beach where you could take a walk to the lake, which was overlooking the beach, but it was covered in forest. And on that day, it was particularly hot, so I chose to spare me and my dog a hot walk and just walk up in the forest. I've done this so many times before, and I wasn't afraid at all. As I was walking, I hear muffled footsteps behind me. My dog was up far ahead of me off leash, and I quickly realized that someone had to be sneaking up behind me because it was near impossible to walk on the dry foliage silently here. So I quickly made a run for it to the exit of the forest, seemingly hearing the footsteps become audible behind me. But no worries, I was out of the lake, and now it was a plain. It was open, and I could already spot a girlfriend of mine there. My dog was already in the water as I went to greet my friend, when we noticed a large man approach us. He must have been close to 2 meters and very slim, and he started talking to us both very kindly. Without knowing any better, we both were polite to him. I, at that time, did not associate the footsteps with this man, but later grew to. He asked a lot about us, where we're from, if anyone was here with us, and so on. And slowly, me and my friend got creeped out. We said our goodbyes, saying that we had to go off to meet our other friends, and we moved to a further distance down the lake. We sat down for a bit and started talking, when my dog started growling. She never used to growl, so this took me by surprise. I looked to see what she was growling at, and lo and behold, the man was standing around 50 meters behind us. Me and my friend had caught on now, and we moved again. And same thing, he was closer now. We were getting freaked out by this. We were being followed and we were all alone. My friend called her mother to come pick us up, though she was at least an hour away. That meant that we were stuck with this creep for an hour or so. The more we moved, the more he came closer. I had leashed my dog by now, as she was going completely rabid at this man, and every time we looked at him, he smiled back, as if we were some sort of close friends. He tailed us for a while until we saw my friend's mother's car arrive at the dirt road. Now, this road was about 200 meters from us, and to get there, we had to cross where the man was standing. But we were terrified. Her mother saw the situation and started running over, which caught the man's attention, which meant that it was our time to dash. I don't think any time in my life that I have run that far that fast, and my dog was running with us as I let her leash go, and when we got to the car, we hastily ran in as the man ran towards us. We stayed in the car while my friend's mother called 112 and waited inside the car. The man was throwing rocks and wailing at us, eventually running off as the police arrived. When the police arrived, they questioned everyone and went looking for the man, but they never found him. I'm still terrified that he's in that forest, waiting for me. I didn't know that day that my friend would be there, and I don't know what would have happened if she wasn't there. I didn't have a phone or any form of contact, and I'm pretty sure that if he would have gotten me, he would have won against my dog. So, to the creepy man who stalked me and tried to catch me and my friend, let's not meet again. I, a 28-year-old female, live in a small, seemingly safe, but not so aesthetically nice subdivision. My partner, 30 and male, works in law enforcement, so I am home alone many nights throughout the week. A few months ago, we adopted a small dog, and since I work remotely, I frequently take our dog on walks throughout the neighborhood for exercise and to help with potty training. We have lived in the neighborhood several years, but normally do not walk the neighborhood much, so we don't know many of our neighbors. And now that I go outside more, I am beginning to meet more of our neighbors. Usually, it's simply a hello in passing, but there are a few neighbors that I now speak to frequently. Everyone seems harmless and friendly, except for this one neighbor who I would refer to as Bob. He's male and approximately 50. One day, I was out walking my dog, and as I passed Bob doing yard work, he stopped me and said what a cute dog I had. He went on to tell me about his time in the military, training bite dogs, and how he was shot and he had remnants behind his heart and etc. And while odd, it seemed friendly enough. What I thought was going to be a 5-minute conversation turned into 19 minutes of me smiling, politely nodding, and then slowly backing away. I'm going to try my best to retell the conversation from memory, but it is hard because Bob was all over the place and his stories were not cohesive at all. While specific, they were very over the top and embellished. Because of this, I won't give too many details for identity reasons. Essentially, he went on to talk about how rich and important he is, along with his family, yet he lives in a mobile home. He said that he's so important that he's had every presidential cabinet on speed dial, that the government has flown him all around the world to do top secret missions, that his family has gotten away with murder and it's been swept under the rug by the government, that even Googling his own name would have the authorities sent to your door for questioning. He said that he used to be in construction and did masonry work for a bunch of celebrities and still hangs out with a lot of them. He said he speaks 7 languages, has a black belt in martial arts, and he also wrestles alligators. He asked me to feel his arm muscles and lifted up his shirt to show me his scars. I could literally go on and on about all the crazy and incoherent things that he said, but at this point, I chalked it up to the ramblings of someone that's not mentally okay. It took a turn when he asked, "Your old man is the cop that lives down the street, right?" I wish that I would have made the mistake of saying yes. As a woman, it can be hard to set boundaries with people like this for fear of confrontation or things escalating. Bob then proceeds to tell me how his son and my partner don't get along. It turns out his son went to high school with my partner and I. He said that he thinks that it has something to do with my partner and his son's baby mama, as Bob put it. For context, my partner and I are high school sweethearts, and we've never really spoke to Bob's son as he was in a different grade than us, and we certainly haven't spoken to him since graduating, and neither of us know the mother of the child. Bob also started making comments on my hair and asked me to take my sunglasses off so that he could see my eyes. He said that I reminded him of an old neighbor that he used to have, and he also said that I reminded him of his daughter. He kept saying that I was a pretty girl and that I reminded him of his daughter. He then proceeds to tell me about all the hot women that he slept with and how he's been to court for over 50 paternity tests and wants to know if he might be my dad. I'm not originally from this area, and my parents have been together 33 years, so there was no way that Bob is my dad. I am sure that I am leaving a bunch of stuff out, but you get the gist. I finally was able to make a break for it, finish my walk, and then headed home. This was about 3 weeks ago, and I no longer go for walks with my dog. I take him to a park or a friend's house. And since then, Bob has come to my house and knocked on my door 3 times, and the last time being today. I obviously did not answer the door all 3 times, but the past 2 times, my partner was not home, and today, my partner was sleeping. I am honestly a little freaked out, and I'm not sure what to do. My plan was to keep ignoring him, but I'm afraid that it will escalate, or I will run into him outside, since I have to take my dog out to go to the bathroom. My mom wants my partner to go talk to Bob to see what his problem is or what he wants, but I think that that's a bad idea. So please, let me know what you guys think. Do you think he's just harmless and a bit mentally unstable? Or do I have something to worry about here? Update. I looked him up on our county's clerk of court's website, and wow, he has a very long rap sheet dating all the way back to the 80s to the present day. It started off with traffic infractions, careless driving, running stop signs, but quickly escalated to possession and dealing with meth and cocaine. He had several charges for that. He also had charges for soliciting prostitution, 2 charges of kidnapping, and tons of battery charges, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, grand theft of firearms, burglary with a firearm, domestic violence, violation of a protection order. And that is all I saw before I had to stop. I even thought that maybe I was looking at the wrong person, but I confirmed the full name and the date of birth. I'm going to do some more digging. This is a story that I heard from my friend Aiko. It happened back when she was single, living in an apartment without any fancy security system or any automatic locks. Just a typical building where if someone wanted to pay her a visit, they could walk right up to her door without much trouble. One night, a little after midnight, Aiko was winding down, getting ready to sleep. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the noise from the doorbell slicing through the quiet of her apartment. She froze, her mind racing. Who would come to my door at this hour? As she tried to shake off the initial shock, but then the bell rang again, followed by a knock, and then another, and another. Each knock felt louder and more insistent than the last, as if whoever was on the other side was growing more impatient. Aiko held her breath. She said that she froze in place and felt a shiver run right through her. She didn't dare move, but then something made her blood run cold. The narrow mail slot in her door suddenly opened, and she said that she could feel a presence on the other side, lurking and watching. And then a voice, a man's voice, low and rough, maybe in his 40s or 50s. I know you're in there. I saw the lights on. Just open up, will ya? Aiko's stomach twisted. She didn't recognize the voice. It was no one that she knew. Her head was filled with panicked questions like, why was he here? And how did he know that I was home? Did he also know that I was alone? Her heart pounded as she called out, trying to keep her voice steady. Who are you? The man ignored her question, his tone shifting from coaxing to impatient. Come on, let me in. Just open the door. He insisted. It was as if he couldn't understand why that she hadn't already done as he asked, as if he had every right to be there. That's when Aiko's brain got into gear and she reached for her phone. She grabbed it, dialing the police and making sure her voice was loud enough for him to hear. I'm calling the police right now, she said, her voice trembling but firm. The moment the stranger on the other side of the door heard the word police, the man went silent. After a tense few seconds, Aiko heard his footsteps retreating down the hallway. She stayed on the line, her heart still racing. until an officer arrived to take her statement. The police assured her that they would increase patrols around her building and advised her to keep her doors tightly locked. Aiko thought that that was the end of it, but the encounter left her shaken. She tried to push it to the back of her mind, telling herself that it was just a creepy one-time incident, but that feeling of being watched lingered. Aiko worked as an aromatherapy masseuse in a small cozy salon nearby. A few days later, a new client came in, a man in a business suit who looked like an ordinary office worker. But something about him felt off though, and she couldn't shake the sense that she'd seen him somewhere before. Was he referred by one of her regulars? She wondered. After the session, the man smiled at her, his eyes lingering a bit too long. "I'm sorry about the other night," he said casually, as if they were discussing the weather. Aiko felt her heart skip a beat. "Excuse me?" she stammered, trying to keep her expression neutral. The man's smile widened, and he looked her directly in the eye. "You're really beautiful. I happened to see you around and I got curious, so I did a little digging, found out where you live, where you work. I didn't mean to be so forward the other night, but, well, I'd had a few drinks." He said it all with a strange, almost friendly smile, as if his actions were nothing out of the ordinary. Aiko felt a wave of nausea. He didn't seem embarrassed or remorseful. In fact, he almost looked proud. Aiko took a step back, trying to keep her composure, but inside her mind was racing. She knew she couldn't go back to her apartment after this. That night, she packed a bag and then went to stay with her boyfriend, never setting foot in her own place again. Eventually, she left the job too, since she couldn't bear the thought of running into him again. As Aiko told me her story, she shivered, pulling her arms around herself as if to ward off a chill. "People like that, they have no clue that what they're doing is wrong," she said, her voice barely a whisper. And I can't imagine how scary that must have been for her. I'm 22 years old now, and we used to have a neighbor who was around 60 to 70 years old. He died a few years ago. When he was still alive, he would cause us so much trouble. He scratched our car, poisoned our apple trees and grass, blew up a firework near me to cause me to temporarily go deaf on one ear when I was 4, and just all kinds of things. His son was a judge in our city, so pretty much everything we took to court was against us. I remember Dad often called us from work to tell us not to be alone at home and that we should have to stay at Grandma's. When I was little, I think around 6 to 7, I would frequently have nightmares about seeing a face outside of the bathroom window. The window is above our bathtub. It's high enough that no one can actually see in unless they climb the roof of our shed, which is underneath the bathroom window in our garden. Coincidentally, the shed is directly next to a fence that separates our garden from the neighbor's one. I still remember the dreams. I remember having them pretty much every other night. I never told my parents when I was little because we never really talked about anything. So, I didn't really share anything that was happening to me. Well, I grew up thinking that they were just dreams and that was it. I did mention them to my therapist last year because we were discussing some personal problems, and I felt like this was kinda connected. And after coming home, Mom asked me what I talked about with my therapist, so I finally shared that I used to have such dreams. I never really thought about them being real, but she told me that I actually did tell her that I saw our neighbor on our shed's roof. I don't remember telling her that, but she said that I did mention it several times, and even my friends told her that they saw him there when they came over to our house and it creeped them out. Apparently, I never mentioned him watching me shower, but after she told me that, it really clicked for me, and it was as if I suddenly remembered that. I do think that it was him. It would make sense, and the fact that it happened still creeps me out. There was another incident that creeped me out too. It happened when I was around 9 to 10. I went to the balcony in the evening, and the balcony door was in my room, and I often went there to call my cat home in the evening. But this time, I saw a person standing in the middle of our garden. It was already dark out and I couldn't really tell who it was. I waited for a little bit to see what the person does, but I didn't really see them move. It was as if he was just standing and staring in front of him. I called out, "Dad?" Because obviously, I expected it to be him, even though I found it odd. But the person looked up at me, and even though it was dark, I could tell that it was someone else. I think it was partly because my eyes just adjusted to the dark, and I could make out the silhouette of the person better. I went to tell my dad, who was downstairs, but when he looked, there was no one there. When I went back upstairs to my room and I went to the balcony again, I noticed my neighbor's back door closing just when I looked there. I don't remember if it was directly the next day or a few days later, but our grass turned brown and we found that it was poisoned, most of the grass being out of reach from his property. This event just popped up in my memories from 2 years ago today, and I thought that it would be worth sharing here. It's definitely one of the scariest encounters that I have ever had, and definitely taught me to trust my gut. September 4th, 2022, I was at home waiting on my boyfriend to get home. It was getting late and I was impatient, so I decided to go out to get snacks from the gas station by myself. We live in a city that really isn't the best place for a then 22-year-old woman to be out alone at night. It's normal to hear gunshots, see cars get stolen, and there have been armed robberies at both of the gas stations by my house since I've lived there. Nevertheless, I was hungry, wanted some snacks, so off into the night I went for them. On my way to the gas station, my boyfriend passed me headed home on his bike when I was nearly there, which is a detail that is crucial to how things would play out. It was sometime around or shortly after 11 p.m. that I made it to the 7-Eleven and I pulled in by a pump. And before I even had a chance to take my keys out of the ignition, a woman who was standing at my passenger side door tried to talk to me through it. Another long story short, before this had happened, my best friend and I had a couple attempt to carjack us in another city. And ever since then, I have always locked my doors the second that I get in my car, and I had done just that this night. I stayed in my car. I told her that I couldn't hear her, so she walked to my side of the car. She said something along the lines of her ride not being able to pick her up because their car broke down and that she needed a ride while holding up texts on her phone. I told her, "I'm really sorry, I don't help people at night." And I immediately drove away. I was annoyed that I didn't get my snacks, but I just wrote it off. Just before arriving at my house, I take a left turn, and then I start down a curving road with a shopping center in the right. The first light on this stretch of road leads to my neighborhood where I make another left in. When I took my first left and approached the entrance to the shopping center, a car swerved out in front of me and then stayed on the center line the entire way to the light. I kept my distance and I pulled in behind them into the turning lane of my neighborhood. When we made the turn, they stopped next to the curb on the right side of the entrance. and this put me on very high alert, and I passed them quickly. I am going to try my best to describe the shape of the area of my neighborhood that this took place in for context. When you pull into the neighborhood, there is a long straight road that has a left-hand turn shortly after the entrance, and then a right-hand turn further down. Both entrances connect into a loop going around the entire neighborhood, and the straight road that we were on is the main road in and out that connects them. I passed them on the main road and I drove down to the second turn to head to my house. When I passed, they started to drive as well and then followed me at a distance. Other people pull in behind me all the time, but this just felt different. I passed my parking spot, but I took note that my boyfriend was home, making my way through the loop that would lead to the other entrance. For a split second, I almost thought that I was overreacting, and I turned around, but as we made our way down the road, I knew that I wasn't. As I drove slowly through the loop over the speed bumps to prevent speeding, they got closer and closer to me. Over the last few, they were so close that I couldn't see the front of their vehicle. And after the last bump, there is a small turn with a dumpster, and then a straight to the main road. When we hit this curve, a man was walking to the dumpster and they backed off significantly. I took this as my chance and I took off away from them. I turned left back towards my house on the main road while yelling at Siri to call my boyfriend. I told him, "Come outside," and I floored it down the main road, blaring my horn the whole way. The car gunned it after me, and I prayed that my boyfriend would be outside in time. I quickly pulled into my spot, still honking, and the car skidded to a stop behind my car at the angle so that I couldn't back out shortly after I parked. Two grown men immediately jumped out of the car while I stayed in mine horrified. They quickly started to approach my doors until they saw that someone was waiting for them. My boyfriend told them that they needed to get back in their car and then to leave and to not make a single move near me again. They tried to argue saying that I follow them and some other nonsense that I honestly couldn't understand over my sheer panic and my adrenaline rush. My boyfriend was ready to stand his ground and do whatever he had to protect me, and he conveyed that. The men eventually left, and I took my time getting out of the car, still in complete shock. The police were called, and they showed up nearly 2 hours later saying that they didn't see the car in the area. I wonder why. They never looked any further into it. And needless to say, my boyfriend was with me every night and would even meet me at the entrance of the neighborhood after work to ride me home for some time after. I often think about what those men would have done if I had turned around or not even thought twice and pulled in my space to begin with. Would they have followed me all the way to the police station if my boyfriend wasn't home? Or was that woman a part of it? The whole thing just makes me nauseous. I had a feeling for a couple of weeks before this happened to keep an extra eye out on cars behind me to make sure that I wasn't being followed. It's a crazy thing to look back on now. It's very scary to think about how things could have ended if I had let that woman in my car or didn't have someone to scare them off. So to the woman who approached my car and possibly set me up, get wrecked. And to the men who followed me home and intended to do God knows what to me, let's definitely never, ever meet again. I'm an 18-year-old female and I live with my parents on their farm. We have a relatively big house with a nice back patio, and we got a hot tub a while back, which my parents used a lot and I sometimes joined them. Since I have my own car, my parents have gotten more comfortable with leaving me at the house when they leave for extended periods of time. The longest they've been gone is almost a week, and they kept in contact with me the entire time. I just take care of our animals and chill out when I'm not working, and I have gotten so used to being alone. My parents were both raised in farming/ranching families, but I was a city kid until they bought a farm and then moved us out here. I'm used to it now, but it took quite a bit of acclimating considering that I lived in our previous house for 13 years and I knew the city like the back of my hand. You could have placed me anywhere and I'd be able to find my way back home one way or another. It's been a few years though, and I consider myself well adjusted. Obviously, there's pros and cons, but I'm at peace where we are now. One thing that took a lot of getting used to was how much space we have. In my old house, my bedroom window lined up with my next door neighbor's kitchen window, and so my curtains were drawn shut 95% of the time. And now, with my bedroom being on the second floor and our neighbors being 100 or so yards away, I can get change with the window open and not worry about being seen. I mention this because it's unusual to have anyone walk past our driveway nowadays, as opposed to the city where it was weird when people didn't pass by. Anyway, this took place a few weeks ago, and my parents had gone to a distant cousin's wedding, so they left me at the house to look over at the farm. I was fine with this, as I didn't really know the said cousin very well, but I sent my well wishes with my parents. We sent constant updates back and forth for a few days that they were gone. Earlier, I mentioned that we had a hot tub on our back patio. I believe it was the second or third night, and I had gotten home from work absolutely exhausted. I decided to relax in the hot tub for a bit to just soothe my sore muscles before going to bed. I'm a bit of a night owl, so by the time that I have taken a nap and had dinner, it was around 11 p.m., and the sun had pretty much set. Another one of my favorite things about living on a farm is the lack of light pollution. I can look up and easily see the stars above me. I've always been into astrology/astronomy, and I love stargazing. And that was part of the reason that I waited so long before going out to the hot tub. I went out and got myself settled, and I just sat in the hot water, enjoying the stars and the heat, and occasionally sipping my drink that I brought out with me. It was still light enough that I could see the edge of our property, but dark enough that I could see the stars relatively well. I had probably only been out there for 10 minutes when I suddenly got a chill down my spine, and it wasn't from the breeze on my heated skin. I felt like I was being watched. Immediately, I snapped out of my daze and I turned to where I felt the feeling was coming from. It took my eyes a bit to adjust. I'm nearsighted, but I wasn't wearing my glasses outside. And when my eyes adjusted, I felt my stomach drop at what I saw. From the patio, looking straight ahead, you could see our barn, which has some fences connected to it that make up a couple of pens. Our older horses are in the largest pen to the right of the barn, and behind that pen is a large field that stretches to a row of saplings. Behind those saplings is a barbed wire fence, which indicates the end of our property. To the left of the barn is a patch of trees that lead into the forest that surrounds our property, though there's a few divots here and there where we have set up some other farm things like a garden and a chicken coop. And while I couldn't see directly behind the barn, I could see beyond it, into the field behind the pens, which is where I spotted what I figured caused my feeling of unease. A few feet out of the forest, standing between two of the saplings at the edge of our field, was a figure of what I assume was a person, just standing there in the darkness. I immediately knew that that was where the feeling was coming from. I stood up in the hot tub and I turned to face the person. For a few moments, I just stood there looking at them. I don't know if they saw me, but when they did, they didn't move after me staring at them for a solid minute. I decided enough was enough and I got out of the tub. I closed everything up as quickly as I could while trying not to look panicked, and then I went inside where I immediately turned all the lights on, shut all the windows and locked the doors. My dogs had been inside the whole time, none the wiser to the trespasser, and I figured that it would be best if I didn't alert them to what was going on in case it turned out to be nothing, even though I was pretty sure that I was right about what I'd seen. I debated on calling the police, but I lived 20 minutes from the nearest town, so by the time that they got there, the person would likely be gone. Besides, it was midnight at this point, and I didn't want to wake any of my neighbors with the commotion authorities may bring. I resolved to just sit in the living room with my dogs and keep an eye on the person from inside. Our living room has windows that face outside in the same direction as our back door to the patio does, so I could still see the same view from the tub, albeit a little more difficult with the lights on. But ever since I'd seen that figure, it was impossible to not notice them afterward. The thought crossed my mind to grab my stepdad's rifle from the basement, but I had no idea where he stored it, or even how to use it, so it was likely not a wise idea, especially because going to get it would mean that I would have to leave my post in the living room and then leave that person unsupervised. The more time passed, the more antsy I became. The person was just standing there not doing anything in the same position that I had spotted them in, and their apparent lack of motive was unnerving me like nothing else. I resolved that if they didn't leave within the next half an hour, I will call the police, because by that point, that person would have been standing there for about an hour trespassing on our property. More time passed, and I stayed in the living room with my phone in my hand and my dogs at my feet. I was looking at the window every few minutes to see if the figure was still there, which they were, and by now it was 12:15 in the morning and they still hadn't moved. Internally, I was thinking about who this person could possibly be and what reason they'd have to do this. We're a friendly community and we know pretty much all of our neighbors, though everyone mostly keeps to themselves. It was unlikely that anyone knew my parents weren't home and that I was alone. There were 2 vehicles parked in our driveway, mine and my mom's, as my parents had taken my stepdad's truck to travel in. And as far as I knew, we didn't have any issues with anyone, which made the scenario even more confusing and terrifying. It was 12:20 when things finally changed. As I was looking at the window for probably the 50th time that night, I saw the figure move. I froze, not moving a muscle, as I watched them turn and walk back to the way that I assumed that they had come, going to the left, which they disappeared behind the barn, presumably back into the forest. My relief was only temporary though, because while they were gone, they could still be very well on our property, just hiding out in the trees. The feeling of being watched was gone though, which made me feel a little bit better, though not by much. I decided to pull an all-nighter and stayed up until the sun rose and I passed out on the couch. I woke up at around 1 p.m. and I had a moment where I thought that I dreamt the whole thing. Just in case, after I finished my chores, I made my way across the field behind the animals' pens to our property line, and I walked from one end to the other to where the figure would have disappeared behind the barn to see if I could find anything out of the ordinary. It had been dry for the past week, so the grass and dirt didn't show any footprints or any sign that anyone had been there at all, which made me suspect that maybe I had just imagined the whole thing. I have a history of being paranoid because of my anxiety, and I have had multiple nervous breakdowns over things that turned out to be inconsequential. Still, I couldn't just forget about the feeling that I've gotten in the tub that night, the unmistakable feeling of having someone's eyes on me and not being able to tell who. To this day, I have no idea who it could have been, and to be honest, I don't really want to know. Nothing like that has happened since, and I'm hoping that it stays that way. To the figure that stood at the edge of my parents' property and watched me in the hot tub in the middle of the night, let's not meet. My wife and I have always been big on drinking. We each like to hit our own favorite spots on the weekends, sometimes coming back separately in the early hours. And last weekend was no different. We each went to our own bars. She doesn't like my bar too much because it's a sports bar, and plus, she has plenty of friends at her favorite bar. Anyway, I got home first, and around 1 a.m. I started to get sleepy, so I just went to bed without waiting for her. But not long after I drifted off, a loud knock on the front door pulled me right out of my sleep. I sat up, groggy but alert. I thought that it might be my wife, so I called through the door. "Is that you?" And I mentioned my wife's name. A woman's voice responded. It said, "Open up." Something about it didn't sit right with me. The tone, the way she said it felt off somehow. I frowned and I called again. "Who's there?" "Let me in," the voice drawled out, but it didn't sound any clearer. If anything, the voice was getting creepier. Now, let me explain something about our building. It's got a secure entrance, meaning anyone who doesn't live here can't just waltz in. Visitors have to get buzzed in by someone already inside, which means that if it wasn't my wife, this person shouldn't have been able to reach our front door at all. And to make matters stranger, there's no peephole in our door. So without the intercom camera, which they hadn't used, there was no way for me to see who was on the other side without opening it. Curiosity gave way to a rising sense of unease. Still, I tried one more time. "Hey." I then called out my wife's name and asked, "Is that really you?" I waited, tense. There was a pause and then the voice replied, "It's me." "It's me." A chill ran down my spine. Something about her tone was disturbingly flat. I took a breath, backed away from the door, and I returned to the bedroom. I grabbed my phone and I called my wife, hoping to get some clarity. When she picked up, I was instantly relieved. She was still out with a mutual friend at one of our usual bars. I quickly explained what was happening as I listened to the increasingly loud pounding coming from the front door. "Stay there," I told her. "Don't come back until I call you again." And she agreed, saying that she would crash at her friend's place, which put me at ease. At least she was safe, but I wasn't. The knocking was relentless, each bang louder than the last, each hit against the door jarring me to my core. Summoning all the courage that I could, I went back to the door and I yelled, "Go away! I'm calling the police!" The knocking stopped. For a few heart-pounding seconds, I stood there in silence, clutching my phone. Then, without warning, there was a powerful, deafening thud, a kick by the sound of it, slamming against the door so hard that the whole thing shook. And then, silence. Nothing. I held my breath, listening intently. But it was like they just vanished into thin air. I waited a few minutes trying to hear if they were still in the building, but it was dead quiet. not a single sound from any nearby doors or hallways. After about 5 minutes of strained silence, I decided that it was probably safe and went back to bed, though I was far too wired to sleep. Just as I started to relax, a faint noise echoed from above me. Small but unmistakable, it was a series of soft knocks matching the exact rhythm that I had heard earlier. It was coming from the ceiling directly above the bedroom. This didn't make any sense. We live on the top floor. There is roof access, but to get up there, you would bring a ladder. There's absolutely no way anyone should be up there in the middle of the night. And yet the knocking continued, soft but insistent, as if someone was standing right above me, mimicking the same creepy rhythm from earlier. And I lay there, my heart racing, staring up at the ceiling, paralyzed by fear and also at points wrestling with my sanity. I had to keep asking myself if this was really happening or not. I mean, I guess I could have been hearing things, but I really don't think I was. Then, just as abruptly as it started, the sound stopped and silence fell heavy and suffocating. After a few minutes, I shakily picked up my phone and called my wife again. I told her everything that had happened and made her promise not to come home until morning. She promised and agreed to stay over at her friend's house, and I felt some relief knowing she wouldn't be in danger. But I was still trapped here. I thought about going out myself, maybe grabbing a late-night drink to calm my nerves. But the idea of walking out of my front door from the safety of my place made my skin crawl. I couldn't bring myself to open it, not after everything that had happened. In the morning, once the sun was up and things felt somewhat safer, I contacted the building's management and asked if they could check the security footage. I also let them know that I wanted to file a report about a possible intruder. We agreed that they would review the footage and let me know if they found anything. I hoped maybe that they would see the person on camera, something that could explain what had happened to me. But they never found any evidence of anyone entering or leaving our building that night. No one. That was 2 weeks ago, and I still can't shake the feeling that someone or something was right there, just on the other side of that door, trying to get in. I'll be honest, we're thinking of moving. The lease is up in July, and I don't think that I can spend another night in that apartment. I plan to bring this whole incident up with the management, but in the back of my mind, I don't expect them to believe me. I really don't want whatever was out there to come back. I will never forget the time where I almost lost my life in 2022. It was in the month of September, and I lived in Onalaska, Wisconsin. I was also a sophomore in high school. I met this 17-year-old man named Austin at my summer job. He used to go to the same high school as me, but he got expelled for plagiarism. He would pick me up and drop me off at my home every day of the summer when we had work because I didn't have a driver's license at that time. I also want to point out that it was pretty obvious that he had a crush on me because he would hug me every day, but I made it look like he didn't know that I knew that he liked me, and it worked. I just didn't feel the same way like he did. We were now into like the second or third week of school, and I was still settling in because I still had summer blues. It was the end of the night, and me and Austin were driving home from a party that a kid from school threw. Austin now just pulled up at my house to drop me off. But before I could step out of the vehicle, Austin hesitantly asked if I wanted to go out with him. I laughed, and I told him that I was okay, and I just wanted to be friends. He then said all right with a frown on his face. We then waved and said bye to each other. I then went inside my house and I took off my shoes I changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and I was ready to go to bed. Before I could even go to bed, I got a text from a friend. I unlocked my phone, and what I read on my screen will forever haunt me in my dreams. It was a long paragraph about how Austin had been secretly taking photos of me while I was sleeping in my bed through my window. I would sometimes leave the shades to my window open because no moonlight or streetlights ever came through my window. I also saw the photos of me sleeping. The reason how my friend found out is that because Austin bragged to her about this through text. He also had a photo album of it that was labeled, "The Love of My Life." Right there and then, I felt like a needle was going through my heart, realizing his obsession with me. I sent him a text in all caps, telling him to never contact me again. He then said that he was sorry, was playing the victim card. I felt like screaming after reading his text. I then sent him another text saying to him that he needed to lose my number. And the next you know, I blocked him. I wasn't feeling tired now, so I went to go take some melatonin and Benadryl so that I could fall asleep quicker. And it worked, but not for long. I don't know what time it was, but I woke up to the sound of my window shattering. I couldn't react quickly, and right in front of me, there he was. Austin. Before I could see what was in his hand, I felt my face being stabbed with a knife. I started to cry and scream, and about 5 seconds later, I heard my dad scream out in the hallway. "What the hell is going on?" And that's when Austin managed to escape through the broken window. Next, my father came storming in my room, and he had a look of terror on his face. He was feeling a mixture of sadness and anger, and he started hugging me and asking if I was all right and what had just happened. I was honest with him, and I told him that I wasn't fine or safe, and that boy Austin broke through my window and started attacking me with a knife. Now my father's emotion turned to 100% anger, and he ran out of the house chasing down Austin, but he wasn't able to find him. I called the police and told them my story, and they said that they would be there ASAP. They arrived in 10 minutes later along with the medics. I was now feeling very dizzy, with blood all over my face. My father gave me some water and a towel to wrap around my body. I was able to tell them my side of the story, and I was then taken to the hospital in the ambulance, while the police would try to locate where Austin was. I was treated for my stab wounds, and I stayed overnight at the hospital, and I was able to go home the next day. It took the cops a little while to find him, but they eventually found him. I was given information that when Austin was at the hospital, he stated that he was going to prison for a long time. He admitted that he didn't know why he did it, and he expressed that he loved me. As a result, Austin was charged with felony counts with attempted first-degree intentional homicide, armed burglary, and was subsequently given a cash bond at $50,000. A year later, he was guilty from the first charge, but the second charge was dismissed. Ultimately, Austin was sentenced to 16 years in Wisconsin State Prison and 4 years of extended supervision. Although justice had been served, I still get very skittish whenever I meet another man because I'm afraid of what his real intentions are. I know I sound crazy, but I still have a lot of PTSD from it, and I wish nothing but pity on Austin, and I hope that he goes to hell when he dies. So, this actually happened about 2 hours ago. I, a 26-year-old female, and my boyfriend 36 and male, decided to go to the store to get oil. We have to go out 45 minutes just to get this, out in a bad part of the city. But it's the only European store that has the actual stuff that I grew up with eating. My family and I are from the Ukraine, but we live in the US. And it's difficult finding authentic places that have exactly what we had. And this is the only place I found that has it down to the exact brand. As we are driving, we are on a 3-lane road, which we need to get into one of those midsection U-turn types of lanes. We get into our left turn lane, and a black car blitzes from the far right lane through the middle lane to cut us off at the left lane, which my boyfriend and I are like, "What the hell?" And then they stop at a green light for the U-turn. My boyfriend honks twice in a nice way in case they were on their phone to go, since it's our green. They go forward and we go to the parking lot directly on our right to the store that we need to go to. The car in front of us, which was now in the far left lane, goes through another 2 lanes and drives onto the sidewalk to go into the parking lot that we were going into, and then rides nearly on our bumper, pressing their horn the entire time that we drove. My boyfriend eventually decided to stop a few feet further than the store instead of parking at it. And at that point, I realized that his camera was not on. I can't remember the name in English, but it's a camera that records in front and back as you drive. I tap it since usually it starts recording when it feels motion. But it didn't turn on, and we realize that it's somehow disconnected to his car. As he's trying to get the camera plugged back into his car, the black car pulls up, and I see 3 guys looking 18 to 20 in there. All 3 are African American. They roll their window down, and the driver reaches for something that they're about to take out, and I'm just screaming at my boyfriend, "Just drive! Go! Just go!" And my boyfriend slammed onto the gas pedal, and we drive off and the black car does too. My boyfriend suddenly began doing donuts in the parking lot to get their car to back off while I'm screaming, "Oh God, oh God, the police! Let's call the police! I need to call the police!" And I managed to dial 911 as he was doing his last donut and then suddenly began driving out of the parking lot. The black car was still chasing us out as I finally got an answer, and when police asked where we were, I blanked out and I stuttered in panic that we were currently being chased, and my boyfriend yelled out what road we were passing. He used to do Uber for 7 years and knows every street name by heart. Those guys kept going after us until we were about 3 to 4 blocks away from the police station, and we stayed on the line, and they probably realized that we were going, and then they swerved to a random road on our left. At some point, we got disconnected, but the officer called me right back and stayed with us as we pulled into the station. We explained what happened, and the officer was nice. He offered to escort us back to the store, following our car in case the guys were still there. We showed the skid marks, and the officer said nice as a joke, and it was all good. He did paperwork as we grabbed the sunflower oil that I wanted, and I had my boyfriend try authentic Slavic ice cream for the first time, which he agrees is 100% better than American. And then we decided to cut our day short, thanked the officer, and then went home. My boyfriend said that he is amazed at how quickly I made all the right decisions, and was surprised that I even called the police because he's aware that I have a history of being sexually assaulted by 2 on-duty officers 4 years ago, and I have been too terrified to call or speak to officers since then. But I was so terrified of getting shot, and my only priority was to have police over so my boyfriend is safe and nothing happens to him. I was so terrified that my chest hurt, and I'm so happy that we are safe. My boyfriend is now laughing and saying that he can now prove that front-wheel Dodge cars can do great donuts. I genuinely hope that I never see or run into those 3 guys ever again. So let's never meet again. Hi. So as the title says, I'm 21. I'm not sure if gender matters, but I am a female. Now, this might sound maybe a tad bit overdramatic since it's been years since this incident has happened that had caused this fear. But I just want to get it off my chest as someone who doesn't really talk about it. I personally find this encounter super creepy, especially getting older and being able to look back on it. I've learned a lot from it, so maybe posting what happened could either guide others to stay alert that it could happen to them, or even know the signs. I live in rural Ohio, so there's not much that goes on here. We don't live in the best area either, with lots of druggies and pedos. Just if you have kids, you really shouldn't live around here basically. But when I was younger, we didn't really worry much about anything happening to us or questionable things due to the fact that our family was known in this area. My grandpa was a known cop for many years and was extremely respected, and people knew that he would fight over us. So nobody really messed with us. We also lived around multiple other children our age. It wasn't uncommon to let your kids run around by themselves just before nighttime, because our neighborhood essentially relied on each other and the other kids to keep each other safe, and it worked for the most part. We knew what people to stay away from, and they knew to stay away from us as well. When I was in middle school, the bus ran at 7 a.m., and we would have to be at the end of our long driveway by 7 a.m. to catch the bus on time. And this happened during winter, and our bus tended to be late sometimes. It would reach us around 7:05 or 7:15 the latest. But we made sure to be out at 7 a.m. just in case that they were on time. It was me and my two cousins. One was 4 years younger than me, and the other was a year older, but we were in the same grade. The road is straight where our driveway is, so cars come by multiple times, and you would be able to see if a car was slowing down and such, and they'd see us as well. We were always told not to stand by the end of the driveway, and always keep a distance, so if a drunk driver or whatever happened to swerve, we would be okay for the most part. We were at the age where me and my cousin, who was in the same grade as me, essentially babysat the younger cousin, and we didn't have an adult accompany us at the end of the driveway anymore. It was super cold that day, and the sun was just coming up, and we were annoyed because the bus was late while we were waiting in the cold. But I noticed the car was coming, and again, this happened all the time, so it wasn't like I was checking it out or anything. I just noticed it and went back to listening to music on my phone. I then hear a loud brake sound, so I look up, and the car is in front of our driveway, now fully stopped. The man in the car was waving his hands towards us to signal us to come closer to him, and of course, I refused, and I was frozen in spot because this never happened before. He could tell that we were obviously shaken by this, and he said that he worked for a school but was lost, and he just got hired. He named the school that was an hour away. To remind you, it's past 7 a.m. at this point, and I immediately knew that he was lying. It didn't make sense to me why he would be lost at a job that he said he already got. Plus, it being this late, I'd think he would already be at the school. No way that he would be lost to the point that he's an hour away from the district and signaling children to his car the way he did if he was a teacher at all. It also made no sense to me logically how he would be lost from a job that he obviously had to go in to get hired for. And yes, this was before Zoom and all of these things happened, I'm pretty sure. I immediately said that I'm going to get an adult, and he clearly panicked and said that it wasn't necessary, He just wanted us to get closer and show him where to go. I just pointed straight. I truly don't know the direction to the district, but that was not my main focus, honestly. I told him to go straight, and he ignored me. My little cousin was moving towards his car, and I grabbed him by his hair and he kept by me. And I refused to let go of his head. I'm shaking, and I'm trying not to show I'm scared because I don't know what's about to happen. The driveway is a long one as well, but I truly didn't feel safe turning my back on him. I have my other hand on my phone, and I am shaking, so I'm struggling with gloves on, but I am able to call my mom, and thank God, she answers. She usually would ignore my calls and be on the phone with her boyfriend. The guy then gets out of his car when he sees that I'm on my phone with someone, and I start immediately sobbing and telling my mom that there's a man out here, and I think he's going to hurt us. She comes out running, and the second she gets closer and he sees her, he bolts back to his car and then dashes away. A car that was around the corner of the road also dashed away as well. Now, looking back, it's even more scary since if it was just someone who needed to get past the said car that was in the middle of the road by our driveway, they would have just either honked or gone on the other lane to pass them. They definitely also saw the entire thing and didn't get out of their car to help us or anything. So, it makes sense that they were also in on this entire situation. I'm forced to go to school that day, and my mom calls the cops, and when I get home, I found out even more horrible news that just made me realize that my gut feeling was correct. My mom told them the car and how it looked and such, and they found an abandoned car that matched her description just up the road, so they found who it belonged to, and eventually found out that he wasn't the school teacher. He worked on the barges, and the cops said that they thought it dealt with sex trafficking from the looks of it, and they didn't even catch him since they've already left on the boat or whatever. Who knows what would have happened if he got one of us? I assumed we would have been on that boat and horrible things would have happened. It still pisses me off that he was never caught and possibly other kids were victims of his. It's truly terrifying, and to this day, I refuse to go near the road. I still have recurring nightmares of it. I'm always on alert now too, which I most definitely should have been more alert back then, but I was just a kid, and I clearly didn't realize how it would have affected me in real time. It was autumn in 2015, and I was 23 years old. I am now 31. During that time, I lived in Lancaster as I was studying at Lancaster University. For those who may not be familiar, it is a small and rather quaint town in the north of England. As a student, you could either live at the university campus or in private accommodation in the town. I had decided to live in a newly built renovated apartment in a nice side of town, and yes, it was expensive. I had already been studying for 2 years, and I had reached my 3rd year. By this time, I had grown accustomed to the layout of the town, and I felt comfortable and safe living there semi-independently. I was with 2 other friends who were also studying at the university. Since my 1st year, I had decided to improve my fitness by taking nightly runs around either the campus or the town. As we were living in the town center by my 3rd year, I would run either with my housemate or alone. Now, one important thing to note about Lancaster, which will be important later, is that it has quite a large residential area that is hilly and far removed from the bustling center, which at that time was a hub for the students or the local northern folk. Occasionally, I would run with my housemate. However, I preferred to run alone and listen to some kind of heavy metal. I was a big fan of Deftones during that period. On this particular day, as I said, a chilly autumnal evening, I had decided to run alone. It was about 8 p.m. and I had my earphones in. I had started to run up to the more isolated district that led up to a very pretty residential area and a large green called Williamson Park. It had a butterfly museum at the top of the hill. Next to the park was a very large graveyard, the kind that is miles wide and had different areas. There were large yew trees, crumbling graves, a crypt in the center overrun with leaves and ivy. What was especially creepy about this particular cemetery was that it had the ruin of an old mental asylum or hospital at the other side. You could actually sneak in if you walked across the width of the cemetery and then crawled through a small hole in the fence that led to asylum grounds. This was not advised though, as guard dogs roamed the derelict building. It was not a place that you wanted to be during the night. So, I had made my way past Williamson Park and up to the entrance of the graveyard. Immediately, my eye was drawn to something small standing at the imposing gates of the graveyard. They were kind of tall, black iron gates that were at the bottom of a little winding path. I felt a little apprehensive, but it wasn't unusual to see people walking their dogs and etc. out of the graveyard. So, I started to slow my pace to a walk in the direction of that shape. As I drew nearer, I realized that the shape was a child around 9 to 10 years old, and they were running towards me frantically. They looked panicked and scared, and I think they were crying. I vividly remember that the girl was not wearing a coat, only a thin dress that would not be suitable for the harsh autumn. She asked me if I could help her. She was desperate and seemed to be frightened of something. She kept looking back into the graveyard, which at this point was totally pitch black beyond the gates. I mean, there was absolutely no light beyond the path. As the graveyard was quite large, it was chilling to see the depth of blackness and a vulnerable child standing at the mouth of the gate helpless. I don't recall what the girl said exactly, but I then offered to call the local police. I had typed 999 into my phone and I had it on loudspeaker. But the girl immediately changed. She was not happy about the fact that I was calling the police, and that was clear. She stopped crying and she seemed angry, almost demanding, and insisted that she did not need the police to help. I reassured her that it was best to inform the police, and I even offered to walk her to the station, which was about 20 minutes back down the hill. Well, this is where the story gets weird and a little terrifying. The girl turned and ran back into the graveyard. She ran directly through the gates into the eerie blackness. She didn't turn back, just ran as quickly as possible until she had completely disappeared from sight. It was then totally silent. I was spooked beyond belief, now standing in a darkened street, completely alone, and I had so many questions. Who was that girl? Why was she alone? Why was she scared of the police? Why wasn't she frightened of the dark? Who might she be running to or from? I turned and I ran all the way back down the hill, not stopping until I had reached a well-lit built-up area. Safe to say, I didn't run on my own at night again. Anyway, it's a mystery that has plagued me ever since. So little girl in the graveyard, let's definitely not meet again. There are moments in life that you wish never happened, memories you wish you could erase, yet they cling to you like shadows. This is a story of one such shadow, a story that shaped my life in ways that I wish it hadn't. It's not for the faint of heart, but I believe that sharing it might help others understand that they are not alone. I met Jeremiah during my freshman year of high school, We started dating at the beginning of my sophomore year, and we were together until graduation. On the surface, we seemed like a typical pair of shy teenagers, lost in our own world of holding hands and shared secrets. But what the world saw was merely a facade. Behind closed doors, Jeremiah's demeanor was far from loving. He was controlling, he was manipulative, those behaviors that slowly escalated into physical and sexual abuse. My home life wasn't much better. My parents' constant arguments taught me all the wrong lessons about love. So, when Jeremiah's treatment mirrored their aggression, I mistakenly believed that it was normal. I endured his behavior, convinced that this was what relationships were supposed to be. The abuse continued for over a year and a half, until one spring break during my senior year, I sought refuge at my grandmother's house, craving a break from Jeremiah. And although I didn't reveal the real reason for my visit, my grandmother saw a bruise on my inner thigh. When she gently asked about it, I broke down and I told her everything. She was shocked and horrified, but also resolute in her advice. I needed to leave Jeremiah. With her support, I returned from spring break determined to end things. When Jeremiah visited my house, I insisted that we stay in the living room, away from the privacy of my room, where his control often unfolded. As the evening wore on, I mustered the courage to tell him that we needed a break. I watched anger flash across his face, but with my mom in the next room, he restrained himself from his usual violent reaction. And after he left, he didn't leave me alone. Notes, phone calls, and letters filled with alternating declarations of love and threats of regret followed. His behavior escalated to throwing a brick through my window and a desperate plea attached to it saying, "I love you, and I would die without you." That reckless act was his undoing. My father called the cops, and Jeremiah was arrested. And for the first time ever, I felt relief, and I thought that it was over. I moved on, graduated high school, and I embraced college life with my grandparents supporting me every step of the way. For a decade, I lived independently. I built a career. I even started a serious relationship with a wonderful guy. I thought that I had left my past behind and that I had healed from the trauma that once consumed me. But shadows have a way of lurking, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. One day, out of the blue, I received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Against my better judgment, I answered it, and as soon as I heard, "Hey, it's Jeremiah," my blood ran cold. He sounded disturbingly cheerful, as if the years and his arrest had never happened. He was calling to ask if I would be a reference for a job, a request that absolutely made my skin crawl. I wrapped up the call quickly, shaken to my core, and my boyfriend, bless him, was supportive and advised me to change my number and ignore unknown calls. It was a sound plan, but it wasn't enough to prepare me for what happened next. About a week later, I walked into my office and I saw him sitting in the lobby. My heart stopped. He stood, smiling, and hugged me before I could react. I felt paralyzed, trapped in a nightmare, and I thought that I had escaped. His words were a chilling echo of the past, filled with talk of old times and excitement about the possibility of working together. He had come for an interview in my department. The moment he mentioned old times, I pulled away and I fled to my manager's office. I poured out my story, desperate for help. The manager listened, but his response was legalistic, asking if I had a restraining order. I knew then that he wouldn't stop Jeremiah from joining the team. Well, that was my last day at the company. I knew Jeremiah's presence there wasn't coincidence. It was calculated. He had found my number, my workplace, and aimed to re-enter my life. And I quit without notice and changed my number immediately. I was a bit sad to leave my job, but looking for another job is so much better than working with Jeremiah. I am living more cautiously now, but I refuse to let fear control me. Should Jeremiah ever attempt to re-emerge, I'll be ready. So, Jeremiah, wherever you are, let's never meet again. This happened when I was in college. As I've said in some of my previous stories, that was a period in my life where just a lot of creepy shit happened to me. I don't really know what I was doing to attract so many weirdos at that time of my life, but I probably should have been evaluating my life choices a little more closely. But anyway, on to the story. During college, I worked as a tutor at school, but on the weekends, I would sometimes babysit for family friends. One of the kids was actually old enough that he didn't need a babysitter, we'll call him Chris, but he wasn't old enough to watch the younger kid, we'll call him Kevin. Thus, my presence on the night that would prove to be honestly terrifying as hell. I don't know. Maybe you won't think it's as bad as I felt like it was, but we will see. Okay, so anyway, I was babysitting for this family one Saturday night. The parents didn't usually stay out too late, getting home at like 10 p.m. most nights, or earlier even, when I babysat for their monthly date night. But this particular night was a special situation. I can't exactly remember the circumstances of it now, but I mean, I was 19 and I could stay out past 10 p.m. They figured that they would be home by 1 a.m. They said that I was welcome to spend the night, but I have already decided that that would not be happening. That house honestly had a super weird vibe. It was kind of isolated, and they had all these old buildings on the property. Some sheds, a gigantic barn, and etc. Maybe I've watched too many horror movies, but all I could think was that there were so many places for people to hide in those buildings. Plus, the house was really old too, and those always freak me out because, ghost. So, I would not be spending the night, that was for sure. I was babysitting the kids, and Kevin wanted me to go help him find something in the basement. He had all these costumes that he used to like to dress up in. Once, he scared the absolute shit out of me when he came up behind me in the dark wearing an ultra-realistic soldier costume, carrying a replica musket that I would have sworn was real, but turned out that it wasn't. I nearly lost my shit that night. The basement was the second creepiest part of the house. The creepiest was the attic, obviously, because attics are terrifying. So, if he would have asked me to go up there, it would have been a hard no. It wasn't fully finished and was really big with lots of corners and turns and hallways and shit, with a bunch of different rooms. It was actually my first time going beyond the stairway, and I kept thinking that if I had been aware of just how scary this basement was, there was no way in hell that I would be babysitting in this house. But I, of course, didn't want to look like a wimp in front of a child. So I went with Kevin to his costume area, which was kind of deep into the basement because, of course, it was. As we were looking for the costume, well, Kevin was looking, and I was just there, questioning my life choices that had led me at that moment. We suddenly heard noises that can only be described as footstep-like upstairs. At first, I just said that it must be Chris. But then Chris was just suddenly in the doorway, scaring the fucking hell out of me. Seriously, I had no idea where the hell he came from, and he was like, "That's not me." I remember this moment vividly. The three of us standing near this closet, filled with various costumes, of varying creepiness in this tiny room, in a super sketchy basement, listening to what we thought were footsteps upstairs. "Well, this is how we die," I thought, really kind of immediately at peace with it. But that only lasted a second before I thought, "Nah, fuck that shit." And I looked around for a weapon. This is where watching too many horror movies actually came in handy. Of course, there was nothing because I was in a child's playroom, and the rest of the basement had little within it, apart from like a washer and dryer, which would make a poor weapon unless I could somehow push it onto someone, which seemed unlikely to happen in this particular situation. In the end, I just settled on this random crowbar. For real, it was just lying on the floor, and neither the kid knew why. I just can't express how creepy this basement was. I was prepared to meet our fate while considering just how much of a risk I was willing to take just to keep these kids safe. It was at that moment that I realized something. The dog wasn't barking. The family had this golden retriever named Lily who would bark at everything, and she wasn't barking. So I rationalized the sounds as just the noises that an old house would make. Plus, I realized that when we heard the noises, we weren't actually under the house itself based on the layout of the basement. We were under the porch. So, even if there was someone, it wasn't anyone in the actual house. It could have been anyone, a delivery driver being the most likely explanation. I felt a lot better, but you bet your ass that I kept that crowbar. So the kids and I went upstairs, where we found Lily knocked out. And not knocked out like someone knocked her out. She was just zonked, like she jolted awake when I touched her, because she's been sleeping that soundly. I actually thought that she was dead at first, because that was the way this night was going. And once upstairs, I went to the porch and very cautiously opened the door to look for a possible package. It was winter, so it got dark early, meaning it was feasible that a delivery driver would still be working after the sun went down. But naturally, there was no package. Of course there wasn't, right? I wouldn't be posting it here if that's how the story ended. So anyway, by this point, I was stressed the hell out. The kids were over it. While they were playing video games, I was Googling the crime rates in this town. And all of a sudden, Lily perked up and started barking like a maniac. And a second later, I heard a knock on the door. I just could not catch a fucking break this night. With my crowbar in hand, I walked to the door and I could see through the frosted window in the door that someone was standing there. I couldn't make out their features, but someone was there. Since I'm not a total dumbass, I didn't open the door, but I asked through the window who it was. The man on the other side of the door said that they had a pizza delivery. You already know what I'm about to say. We did not order a pizza. This was before every kid had a cell phone, so the boys couldn't have ordered one. Plus, they had been totally dead to the world while they played video games. And if the parents had ordered pizza, they would have told me. So naturally, I again was prepared to fight for my life. I gripped the crowbar and I told the guy that we hadn't ordered a pizza. I thought for sure he was going to insist and try to get me to open the door, but surprisingly he didn't. He just said, sorry, my mistake." And then he turned and left. At this point, I had a lot of questions, as one would when facing a series of unusual events in a creepy house in the middle of nowhere. So as I saw the guy walk off the porch through the frosted window, I opened the door just slightly. I wanted to see this guy, in case I needed to identify him out of a lineup or something eventually. But by the time that I opened the door, he was walking away, so I only saw his back. But I immediately noticed two strange things. I didn't see a pizza in his hands, and I didn't see his car. The latter, I could rationalize because he might have parked on the street, which would have been strange since they had a large horseshoe-shaped driveway. But just maybe. But there was no pizza. I guess technically it might have just been blocked from view, but I doubted it very much. I almost called him out on this too, in a burst of ill-timed bravery. But then I realized that if I did, he would know that the jig was up and would have nothing to lose. So I just closed and locked the door. Later that night, Lily was again knocked out and the kids were upstairs in bed. I didn't think I'd fall asleep. I, honest to God, was sitting there with a crowbar in my hands, on high alert, like I was about to be in a fight for my life. In hindsight, maybe it was a bit of an overreaction, but I wasn't going to be one of those idiots who dies because they underestimated a threat level. I might as well have suggested the kids and I split up, which of course I realized in that moment that was essentially what had happened. They wouldn't have been much help to me anyway. Well, actually Chris might have, because he was 14 and he was as tall as I was and could break a board with his fist. Maybe I should have kept him around. Anyway, eventually I did fall asleep for like half an hour, and I was awoken to the sound of an owl. I'm a really light sleeper, so either the owl hooting woke me up or else it was just a coincidence. But I heard the owl when I woke up. Only, it didn't sound quite right. It sounded almost like an owl, but something was off about it. As I look back on this now, what I did next was extraordinarily foolish given the events that had transpired that night. But I think my tired brain wasn't working fast enough. That's the real killer in horror movies: exhaustion. In my fatigued state, I decided to investigate. I went to the door and listened. The owl was still hooting, but it sounded so weird. I couldn't figure out why it sounded so off. And this is when I did another stupid thing. I opened the door. With the door open, I could hear the owl a little better, and I looked into the darkness, shining the light on my phone around. Suddenly, I heard the owl again, and I honest to God gasped because this was when it all came together. The hooting didn't sound like an actual owl. It sounded someone, a human, imitating an owl. For real, even recalling it for now, this story is giving me literal chills. Maybe it doesn't sound like a lot, but it was one of the truly terrifying experiences in my life the moment where I realized this. My heart was about to fucking pound right out of my chest, and I still had the beam of light from my phone pointed into the darkness. And that's when I saw it reflected off a set of eyes that were at the level a human's would be. And remember, this was 2007, so the light was total shit, which means the owner of the said eyes was uncomfortably close, though it was so dark outside that I couldn't make out anyone. I wasn't tired anymore, so I came to my senses. I locked that fucking door, barricaded it with a chair, and I retreated into the living room after checking all of the downstairs windows again. I also grabbed a big-ass knife from the kitchen, like a Michael Myers style knife, because at this point, I legitimately thought that I might need it. I really contemplated calling the police, but what was I going to tell them? That someone outside was making owl noises and had eyes? They'd be like, "That's an owl, you idiot," and then probably hang up on me. So I just sat on the couch again, this time clutching the knife and crowbar both, and I tried not to think about all the horror stories that I had read or seen, especially the ones involving well-meaning babysitters meeting gruesome ends. But I was not successful, and I did not fall asleep again. Around midnight, the couple came home. I had texted them to kind of warn them without sounding like I had completely lost any shred of cool that I had left. I just said that I thought that I heard someone outside, so be careful when they got home. They were totally unbothered because they lived in some bizarre world where bad things didn't ever happen to good people. They walked in nonchalantly while I put the knife away before they saw me clinging to it like a shipwrecked victim clings to any piece of floating debris they can find. And this was when they told me that they thought they had heard someone outside a few nights ago, because of course, this wasn't something you would tell your babysitter beforehand, right? I mean, why would I need to know that? So I took my very well-earned money, ran to my car, and I got the fuck out of there. Once I got home, I realized that I still had the crowbar, and I won't lie to you, I never brought it back. I mean, because of their critical omission of information, I lived what was very nearly an actual nightmare, so I earned that crowbar too. This was the end of my babysitting career. Only one other time did I babysit for them, and that was during a legit medical emergency one of the parents was having. I mean, I couldn't well turn them down when they called me in desperation. And nothing weird happened that night, thankfully, because I don't think that I would have the mental capacity to deal with this shit again. But you know, even all these years later, I know one thing with absolute certainty. That was not an owl. This happened while in my early 20s. My best friend was always getting into risky shit, and while she did various drugs, I was always more of a pothead. When they said pot was a gateway drug, I believe it's true to a certain extent with those who have addictive personalities, and she definitely developed an addiction issue later on. My friend, her name was KK, she was always down to meet people. She used to friend random people on Facebook or Instagram. She would ask me to hang out so that when she met people, I was the buffer just in case they didn't like each other. One day, she came over to my house unannounced and was like, "Hey, let's go to my uncle's house." Her aunt was there and her aunt had some goods. Her aunts happened to be down the road, and her aunt and her uncle were known as dealers in the area, and so we went. When we got there, she was like, "Hey, I met this guy online and he goes by Joey Crack." He then shows her aunt his pictures, and a wide-set man with a red goofy face, cornrow braids, face tattoos, and a gold grill. I laughed and I said, "Wow, okay, you really know how to pick them." She had already invited him over, so upon his arrival, he then comes out of nowhere and just walks right up and gives Kay a hug and everyone else there a kiss on the cheek. In this part of town, there was nothing around, just houses, a school, and some woods. The closest store was about 20 minutes away, so it struck me as odd that he walked here. So it was me, Kay, her aunt, and the aunt's friend, and we sit and get 3 joints in rotation. By this time, both aunts are high as a kite on coke. They take a few puffs and then go inside the house, leaving me, Kay, and Joey Crack outside. Joey then starts asking us questions like how we know each other, what we do for a living, and other stuff. It was getting late, so I was telling her that I was going to go home. She was asking me not to go yet, and I told her that I was tired and that Joey is weird, and he kept low-key hitting on me. She then tells me he asked to sleep with her and he wanted her to ask if I was down. I laughed it off and I said that they were crazy. And after a while of silence, I deflected and I heard some noise that was in the darkness. After a bit of small talk between him and Kay, he then learned that neither of us was interested and that it was just a hangout. This then turns the mood and you can feel it. It was suddenly eerie quiet. He got reserved and shifty-eyed, and I sat down for a while just to please Kay. At one point, I then turned to Joey and asked, "What are you about to do? 'Cause I'm about to go home and Kay's coming with me." Remember, he walked here, and it was dark by now. He was like, "I just texted my boy and he's about to come get me." When he was texting, Kay was right behind him watching him text, and her eyes grew wide and she looked at me. Well, that was a silent girl code for, "Bitch, what the hell?" Kay then broke the silence and was like, "Hey, can you come and help me get this thing from inside? I need to bring it out." And so I did, and we went inside, and she was like, "I'm gonna call my uncle so he can take us to your place." I asked her why, since my house was only like a 10-minute walk away. She said that she was looking at Joey's text. He sent to whoever was coming to pick him up the information of all of us here. He noted that her aunts were high on coke and us along with our age. He was telling his boy to come over to basically rob and rape us. And then he called dibs on the blonde one. I was the blonde one. Every hair stood up on my body with the thought of some gross goon trying to have his way with me. And I was mad because she got me into this shit. We came back out and continued our conversation with him so he wouldn't get suspicious of us. She then mentions out loud that her uncle was on his way home. As he pulls in, a sigh of relief comes over me. They speak briefly, and Joey then departs into the darkness before his ride even shows up. Kay and I get a ride from her uncle to my house, and on the ride, we noted how weird Joey was. Later that night, as I was going to bed, I checked my Facebook and I have a friend request from Joey and also a message that says, "You're so pretty. I would love some alone time with you without your friend." This message ended with this number. I have never blocked someone so fast. After this, Kay didn't learn her lesson, but that's another story for another time. A week later, Joey was in the news, and he was wanted for sexual assault, robbery, and drug possession. A bullet well missed on my part. So Joey crack, let's never meet again. I've been a long-time lurker on a number of true scary story groups and platforms, and after reading all the horrifying things that everyone else went through, I thought that I should go ahead and share what happened to me in my senior year of high school. Well, I guess it didn't technically happen to me. It happened to my friend, whom we are going to call Lily for the sake of privacy, but it was a terrible situation, and I was definitely a part of it. It also involved an instructor at our high school, who we're just going to refer to as Mr. Smith. To set the stage a bit, Mr. Smith was a newer teacher at our school. Our senior year was his first year teaching at our school. He wasn't the youngest teacher, and he looked to be in his mid to late 30s. But he was charismatic and quickly became popular because he seemed to relate to us kids. He was one of those teachers that was in the know about pop culture and things that the students liked, and a lot of us students really adored him and his class. He was an English teacher, and he actually made the class engaging and entertaining. My friend Lily and I were in the same hour with Mr. Smith, and from the beginning I couldn't help but notice that Mr. Smith did seem to pay her an unusual amount of attention. At first, I thought that it was just him trying to help her out a bit extra in the class, and making sure that she was understanding things and not struggling, which I have seen before. However, there was one day that completely solidified all the suspicions that I had and made me see that the attention that Mr. Smith was giving to Lily was not innocent or professional. One day, at the end of the school day, I realized that I had accidentally forgotten to turn in an assignment for Mr. Smith's class, and I made a beeline to the room so that I could get it turned in. When I opened the door, I saw Mr. Smith and Lily in the room, and while they weren't doing anything obvious, the feeling of the room was definitely inappropriate. They were both clothed, obviously, but it was pretty clear to me that something was going on or being talked about that shouldn't be talked about in a classroom setting. I timidly entered the room and I handed my assignment to Mr. Smith. And as I did, he thanked me and said something like, "Anyways, Lily, if you need more help, we can set aside a time here in the future to figure things out." She said okay, and she actually walked out of the room with me. Obviously, I asked her what was that about, and she just shrugged it off, saying that he was helping her with homework. This was obviously a lie, but I didn't want to jump into conclusions. Maybe it was innocent, maybe nothing had happened, and I was just looking at it wrong. Yeah, those justifications were completely wiped from my mind as the next few days went on. After having walked in on whatever that was, I started noticing everything that pushed me into believing that it wasn't innocent. I noticed how much extra attention Mr. Smith would give to Lily. I noticed how close he would get to her, how much extra help he would give her in class, which required him to be right against her. How he would randomly say things like, "You look nice today, Lily." Things that would sound guiltless, small compliments and the like, but these virtuous compliments to me were anything but. Then it came to a head. About a month after I walked in on their situation, Lily came to me in tears after school. I was at my locker, getting my stuff together, and she tapped me on the shoulder. When I turned around, she was a mess. Her makeup was running, and she looked absolutely miserable. She asked me if I could give her a ride home, which was surprising to me. We'd always been friends, sure, but we weren't that close. I told her that I could, and then we made our way to my car. The way that she changed from in tears to sobbing uncontrollably the second the doors closed was horrible. She exploded into telling me about what was going on between herself and Mr. Smith. Basically, what I anticipated. She said that it wasn't anything serious, that he'd flirted with her, and that she reciprocated, but they hadn't gone any further than that. Until that day. That day, she had gone to his room to ask him about an assignment, to actually ask about schoolwork. Without going too far into the disturbing details, he pushed himself on her, and he definitely had gotten handsy. She said that she tried to push him away, but struggled with him, and said something like, "Oh, you know you want this as much as I do." She said that she reached up, slapped him, and that's when he finally let her go. She then ran away from the room and found me. Of course, my first thought was that we needed to report him. She agreed initially, but then mentioned that she didn't think anyone would believe her. She said that there was no one in the room. There were obviously no cameras in the classroom, and she was worried that she would be labeled as a liar or that people would claim that she was just trying to ruin him. We spoke about it a bit, and the conversation ended with her asking me to let her consider things for a couple of days before we did. For those few days, I genuinely tried to respect her wishes, but seeing how he was still making comments towards Lily and how he was still trying to get close to her during class, even when she was no longer showing interest in him, my conscience wouldn't let me stay silent. I couldn't help but shake this thought that he would go further and assault her again if they met in private, because it sounded like he was more than willing to escalate. So, I made a very difficult decision and I went to the administrators and reported Mr. Smith. I told them everything that Lily had told me, and I told them about when I walked in on them meeting. The administrator that I talked to took my statements very seriously. She asked me how certain I was of these allegations, stating that it was a very serious situation. I told her that I knew how serious it was. I told her that Lily had asked me to wait because she was scared that no one would believe her, but that I felt like I had to tell them. The investigation was actually a lot quicker than I expected. It turns out that Lily wasn't the only girl that Mr. Smith had targeted. During their short investigation, after talking with a few other students, there were actually 3 other girls that were willing to tell them about comments that Mr. Smith had made. One of them even told them that he had tried to go further with them a few months prior. As the evidence mounted, the school actually got the police involved, and one day after school, Mr. Smith was actually arrested for what he had done, and he was charged with multiple accounts of sexual misconduct. The whole school was definitely in shock as the news got around, and a lot of people felt betrayed by this guy. My friendship with Lily, however, was pretty much over. She was angry that I had gone behind her back and felt like I had taken away her control over the situation. I tried to explain that I did it to protect her and the others, but she couldn't see it that way. We drifted apart, and by the time we graduated, we were no longer friends. It's been a few years since then, and I still think often about Lily. I wonder if I had made the right choice, if I could have handled it differently, or if there was something more that I could have done to help her. But ultimately, I have to believe that getting a predator like Mr. Smith out of our school was worth the cost. This just happened yesterday. I will preface this with the fact that we are entering into building phase on our house right now. So, I am meeting a lot of contractors and new people. We have been having trouble finding someone to do our foundation. Over the last month, I have called tons of people who said that they can't do the job, but know someone who can. And then, they give me their number and name. I call, and I get the same answer, rinse and repeat. And after a lot of this, I finally land on the number of a guy named Joe. Joe sounded excited to do the job and was the most responsive and also nicest person that I've run into so far, contractor-wise. We set up a meet time and he came out to my place to see the site. He seemed confident that he could do the job. He then asked to take the plans home with him so he could go over them and said that he would get back to me with a quote soon. I agreed, gave him the plans, but I told him that I would need them back soon, and that was that. Not too long after, we met with a second contractor who we ultimately ended up hiring for the job. On Friday, I realized that Joe still had the plans, and it's coming time now that the first steps are about to happen, and we needed the plans back, so I texted him. I said, "Hey Joe, would I be able to come and get those architectural plans from you?" He answered, "Yeah, I can stop by tomorrow." I then replied, "I can meet you in town if that's easier. I need to go to the store anyways." Joe then asked, Okay, what time? Noon, at the grocery parking lot. And Joe replied that that sounds good. Around noon yesterday, I arrived at the grocery store parking lot. I text Joe right away saying that I've arrived and he shows up soon after. He pulled up next to my car and then got out, and I get out as well and notice that he is empty-handed. Confused, I ask where the plans are and if he brought them. Oh, no. They're back at my house. Do you need them? I'm slightly annoyed at this point, so I just said yes, and that the guy who is prepping the site needs them. Joe responds with, "Oh, well, you can follow me back to my house and I will give them to you." I started to feel alert at this point. Nobody but my husband knows that I'm meeting this guy, and I really do not know him very well, so I asked him how far his house was. Joe said, 5 minutes, 4 miles. The weird vibes are growing the more that I think about it. Clearly nothing to write home about, but I am ready to get out of there at the drop of a hat if necessary. I said to Joe, "Let me call my husband. I may not have time because we need to be somewhere." Giving myself an easy out. I walk away out of earshot so I could think straight and call my husband. He thankfully answered, and I told him everything that happened so far. He agreed that it sounded a little shady and told me to be straight up with Joe and tell him that I wasn't comfortable going to his house. I then hung up. I walked back to where Joe was waiting and I said, "So I do have time, but I am not going to your house because I don't know you well enough. But I'll wait in the parking lot across from the fish factory. It's a very loud, stink place that you couldn't miss." Joe seemed confused and didn't know where I was talking about. So after a bit of back and forth and trying to explain where I was going to wait, I offered to drive first and he could follow me. That way, he could see where I pulled into. And then he could continue to his house, grab the plants and then meet me back here. Also, I would mention that I was proud of myself because I tend to be a bit timid and too polite, to my own detriment sometimes. But this time, I did not beat around the bush, and I was clear and concise with everything that I said. Like, I had adopted laser focus in my delivery for once. I then got in my car, drove first, and Joe followed me and I pulled into the parking lot. I looked to make sure that Joe saw me, and I noticed that he had stopped in the middle of the empty street, and he is signaling for me to turn my car around. Since I'm a good distance away, I get out of my car so I can hear what he is saying, and he is yelling for me to turn around and follow him because his house is right there. I again said no, that I wasn't going to his house, and that I would wait right here for him to come back. A flash of annoyance went through him, but then he nods and continues down the street, leaving me there to wait for him to return. Less than 1 single minute later, he arrives back with the plans, hands them off to me. I quickly took them, said a quick goodbye, and I booked it out of there. After I got out of the situation, I was finally able to think and reflect. It took him less than 1 minute to get the plans from his house. So it's one of two things. If he lives so close, why didn't he know about the parking lot that I was talking about? He could probably see them from his house. Or he had the plans with him the whole time. Also, I think it's good to note that my husband and I tried looking him up after this, but there is nothing about Joe on the internet. He does not have an email, a business name, or registered phone number. I don't even remember who gave me his number. I now realize that aside from my husband, no one knows that I have been talking to or meeting with him. He simply doesn't exist as a contractor online, and since we never decided to use him as a contractor, I never officially looked him up until now. You know how you get to know the delivery people when you order things a lot? Well, that's how it started for me. I work from home, and with my busy schedule, I often find myself ordering everything online, from groceries to clothes to work-related stuff. It's just so convenient, but it also means that I see the delivery folks pretty often. There was this one guy, Mike, who was on the same delivery route as my apartment. At first, he seemed just like any other delivery person, friendly, professional, doing his job. I would see him a few times a week, handing me packages with a smile. We would exchange pleasantries, like you do when you see someone often, something like, "Oh, it's a nice weather today." Or, "Thank you, have a good one." Just simple stuff. But after a while, I noticed that he started chatting a bit more. He would be asking about my day, what I did for work, and I didn't think much of it though. I figured he was just being nice and chatty. We all have those days where we want to talk a little more than usual, right? But then, the conversation started feeling off. One day, he left me a small potted plant with a note. It said something like, "I hope this brightens your home." I was surprised, but I just brushed it off. Maybe he was thinking that he was being friendly. But then it happened again, and this time, it was a book, something that I mentioned in passing that I wanted to read. Again, there was a note, something simple like, "I thought that you would enjoy this." I started feeling uneasy. These small gifts felt personal. It wasn't like I'd given him permission to leave me things outside of his job. It felt invasive, like he was stepping into my space without asking. But I told myself not to overreact. A couple of days go by, and then it escalated. I came home one day to find a bag of groceries at my door. Not just any other random grocery, but the exact items that I usually ordered. My stomach twisted. How did he know what I bought? Had he been looking at my delivery details? It was too much. It was too personal. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe I was just being paranoid. But the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I felt. It wasn't normal for a delivery person to know this much about me. I started feeling anxious every time that I saw the delivery van pull up. I didn't want to open the door anymore. I decided that I had to do something about it, so I reached out to the delivery company. I explained that a driver was leaving me personal gifts and how uncomfortable it made me feel. They did sound concerned, which was a relief to me. They assured me that they would look into it and then address the situation. For a while, things were quiet. I didn't see Mike, and my deliveries came from different drivers. I started to relax, thinking that maybe the company had reassigned him somewhere else. I hoped that it would end there and that he would understand how his actions crossed the line. But then one evening, I came home to find a handwritten letter at my door. My heart sank as I recognized Mike's handwriting. He wrote about how he missed our chats, that he hoped that I was doing well. It was so unsettling to think that this guy knows where I lived and that he felt entitled to continue reaching out despite my clear discomfort. I contacted the company again the next day. I stressed how serious the situation felt and how it was affecting my sense of safety in my own home. They apologized profusely and promised to take stricter action. They said that they would ensure that he wouldn't have access to my route or my details again. Luckily, after that, I stopped seeing any signs of Mike. The delivery company must have rerouted him or dealt with the situation somehow. I was relieved, but it also left me with a lingering unease. It's strange how something so seemingly innocent, like receiving gifts and attention, can twist into something darker. The whole experience made me rethink how I interact with people who come in and out of my life. It's sad to say, but it made me more cautious, more guarded. I pay closer attention to what I share and with whom. It's just the balance between being friendly and keeping those boundaries clear. In the end, the deliveries went back to normal, and I found peace in the familiar rhythm of my life. While things have settled down, I often think about how easily someone's good intentions, or what they perceive as good, can blur into something so intrusive. It's a lesson that I didn't expect to learn from ordering groceries, but here we are. Life is just funny like that, I guess, full of surprises, either for better or for worse. I want to first mention that this is a current situation and it could happen again in the future, so I'm not 100% at ease with it yet. Well, I'm young, I'm 19 and male, and despite my age, people usually think that I'm around 15 or 16. A lot of times, I go to church at night, and to get there, I have to pass through a stretch where there aren't many people or traffic. It was in this place that at least twice, a man who I don't know approached me, offering me a ride on the motorcycle that he always rides. I'm saying every time and always, but it's only happened twice. But having it happen once and then a second time made me more worried. It makes me feel like I'm being followed or that he knows exactly where and when I pass by alone. The first time I saw him, I was walking down the street and he came by on his motorcycle. I thought he was asking for directions, so I tried to listen to see what it was, but as I got closer, I realized that he was only looking down at me and not at my face. So I made up an excuse and I kept walking. I was lucky because he didn't follow me or insist. The second time that I was heading to church, he was already on that same street. This happened weeks or months after the first encounter. Again, he tried to get my attention, but I was walking on the other side of the street and I pretended to not notice him. I was really worried and scared at that point because I saw that it was happening again, so I kept walking straight. I could already see the church, but he came by on his motorcycle, stopped right by the edge of the road, got off, and came up to me offering a ride. And by chance, there weren't any cars passing by, so I crossed the road. You have to cross a road that connects cities to get to my church, and many cars pass through it. That day, there was a celebration with a lot of people, and I stayed the rest of the night talking with friends from there, out of fear that this man would enter or do something. Fortunately, I got a ride back in a car, and I wasn't alone. My biggest fear is that this could happen a third time, since now, he knows where I'm going to. Some time ago, I told my husband that I was heading to the store. I just needed to grab some last-minute supplies for the dinner that we were hosting that night. Our closest friends, Mike and Grace, were moving across the country for a new job opportunity. It was a bittersweet farewell, and we wanted to send them off with a proper meal and an evening filled with laughter and memories. We had been through so much together, from celebrating their kids' birthdays to sharing countless holiday dinners. Their move was a big change for us, but we understood that the opportunity was too good for them to pass up. So I wanted everything to be perfect for their send-off. I drove to the local shopping center. It was a small place not far from our house. It was a weekday afternoon, so I wasn't surprised to find the parking lot sparsely populated. There were just a few cars dotted with wide expanse of asphalt, leaving plenty of space to park wherever you wanted to. Inside, the store was calm and quiet. There weren't many people shopping, which was nice because it made it easy to move through the aisles and focus on my list. I grabbed a cart. I started picking up items that we needed, some fresh vegetables, a nice cut of meat, and a couple bottles of wine. As I moved from aisle to aisle, I felt a subtle sensation that I was not alone. I then noticed a man who seemed to appear in every section that I visited. He was average looking, wearing a plain jacket and jeans, nothing remarkable or nothing that made him suspicious or creepy. And at first, I really thought that it was just a coincidence. I mean, we were shopping after all. But as I moved to the dairy section, there he was again, seemingly focused on the same area. I tried to brush off the feeling, telling myself that it was just paranoia or the eeriness of the near-empty store. But when it happened again in the frozen food section, I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my stomach. I decided to test my suspicion by taking a detour to a part of the store that I didn't need anything from. The aisle with cleaning supplies. And sure enough, moments later, he appeared there, pretending to browse products on the shelves. It was just weird. He didn't look at me, he didn't say anything to me, but he was just there wherever I went to. My heart started to race, the realization setting in that this wasn't mere chance. I kept my head down though, pretending to look at my list, trying not to let him see that I was aware of his presence. I then quickly pushed my cart towards the checkout area, hoping that the cashier would deter him. As I unloaded my items onto the conveyor belt, I glanced back and saw him standing a few aisles away, partially hidden behind a display stand. And this time, his eyes were fixed on me. I could barely concentrate as the cashier rang up my items. My thoughts were scattered. There was a mix of fear and disbelief, and once my groceries were bagged, I moved quickly towards the exit. I wanted to go home, but something inside me told me not to exit the store alone. I did not feel safe knowing that this guy was following me around. What if he was outside waiting for me to get into my car and then jump out? Or what if he followed me home? The store didn't have a security guard, and the only worker that I could see was the young and petite female cashier. So I decided to do the only thing that I could think of, to contact my husband. My hands were trembling as I reached for my phone. I texted my husband, telling him about the strange man who seemed to be following me in the store. I asked him to come over, needing his presence. I waited near the store entrance, trying to act casually, but my heart was pounding whenever I saw a shadow or hear footsteps approaching. 10 minutes passed, though it did feel much longer. I saw my husband parking, and then he walked towards me. Relief just washed over me. He approached with a calm demeanor, but his eyes showed that he understood the situation. And funny enough, at the exact moment, I saw the man in the corner. Looked like he just popped out of nowhere. And as soon as the man who had been following me noticed, he turned around and left, quickly disappearing out into the trees behind the store. I stayed close to my husband as we walked back to the car. I was looking around to make sure that the man was truly gone. I then got in my car and I drove, and my husband drove his, following me out of the store. The whole experience left me shaking inside. I did call the non-emergency hotline to report the incident, so if something happens to someone else, at least they already have an idea that there's a suspicious man going around that area. We never did see that man again, and I am grateful for that. But the sense of security that I once felt while shopping alone was altered. It was a day that reinforced the importance of staying alert and trusting your instincts. And you bet that after that incident, I never went to that store without my husband. Hello, I'm a 20-year-old female and I have a stalker who is 20 to 21 and male. This started about 2 to 3 months ago. I work in an art store and I do a little of everything, helping customers, cleaning, stocking shelves, and many more. One day, this guy comes in asking for help as he never really took up art before. And lucky me, I was chosen to help that guy. We talked for a bit and I asked what he wants to learn, what medium he wants to use and such. He said that he's into sketching at the moment, but he wants to expand his horizon. I say cool, and I give him a few directions. And somehow, it comes up that I'm also an artist. And he then gets really interested. He asked me if I can help him with art, which caught me off guard because, huh? I said that I'm not a professional and I'm not interested in teaching. But he took that well, and off he went. The next week he returns again and specifically asked for me. He said that he brought his sketchbook this time, which I found very odd since I don't remember agreeing to help him. He shows me some of his sketches, and I noticed that he only draws K-pop singers, and I realized that one of them is a member of BTS. I don't really listen to them, but I just pointed it out. He then starts raving about BTS and K-pop and the like, which is like, okay? Apparently, I hit a sweet spot for him because nobody likes K-pop and I know of it. Anyway, he starts coming in now every few days and I'm really disturbed by him. I also found out that he learned my work schedule, my birthday, my name, how old I am, and many more. I only found this out because of a few encounters with a said customer. Number 1. One day, I clock into work and I see him waiting in the stairs for me. He then acts all surprised like, "Whoa, I didn't know you were coming in so early." And I could tell that he's lying because he was sweating really badly and couldn't look at my face, and it creeped me out so much. Number 2. On my birthday, he came up to me at the exact time that I'm supposed to start my shift, and he gave me a gift and a note. He drew a member of a band that I like and gave me a birthday card, and told me that he wanted to bring me something a day before my birthday because he knew that I wouldn't come in the day of. Mind you, I never told him my birthday. He probably overheard me talking about it to my coworkers, but it creeped me out so much. I had insane amounts of anxiety and I had to muster up the courage to act like I wasn't completely off-put by this. After he walked away, I looked at the note that he wrote me, which said, "Happy 20th birthday. Keep making people happy and being so kind. P.S. I'm not a paper thief, so you can have this back." Huh? Paper thief? And then I realized that the paper the note was written on was a piece of garbage that I threw away months ago. He picked it up from the trash to return to me. That made my blood run cold. Number 3. He came in and asked for help like usual when he brought up buying something for kids. And because I wanted to know if maybe there's a wife or something involved, I asked, "Oh, how old are your kids?" Obviously, I also need to know to give him age-appropriate supplies. He then started freaking out and saying that those weren't his kids and that he's not married. And then started asking me if I'm married. I said that I'm not married, but I am in a committed relationship and have been for 5 years now. Which was a lie, but he got very disappointed. He then walked off, and I thought maybe that was it. He didn't come in for 2 weeks, and I was overjoyed up until today. He came up to me during work while I was busy and asked for help, and then asked where I was for 2 weeks, which really confused me, but also disturbed me deeply. I tried my best to not interact with him, and I told my coworker to take over for a while I go hide in the back. She agrees and keeps him busy, and then he just ends up leaving. After he left, she called me over and said that I can come out, and I asked, "Did he ask anything about me?" And she looked at me with a concerned look and said, "Yeah, he did. He asked why you're so busy suddenly, and when you'll come out and if you work tomorrow." I am riddled with anxiety, and it's making me really anxious at work because I'm afraid to see him. Thankfully, he hasn't done anything physical to me, but it's putting a lot of mental strain on me, and I don't want to quit because I love my job and my co-workers. Also, very important to mention, after the birthday incident, the moment that he left, I went up to management and told them everything about him, and that it creeps me out and I feel really unsafe. My manager said, "Well, it's totally legitimate to go after a girl you like. That's what men would do back in the day. You should feel flattered." And the co-owner said, "It's all because women wear little clothes nowadays. It makes the men act up." And just to note, I have to conform to dress code, and I haven't even showed as much as a shoulder. I told my parents and friends, and they are all on my side and think that he's a complete weirdo. Honestly, I don't know what to do about it. It's really creepy, and I'm scared to encounter him again. I, a 30-year-old female, went to a concert last night with a group of friends. Towards the end of the concert, I noticed the man appearing near me every time that I went to a different area of the venue. I may have said a couple words in passing, but we didn't exchange names or anything. After the concert, I was talking to my friends and one of their family members, when I noticed this man was there next to us again. When we left the venue to walk my friend's mom to her car, I told my friends about the strange man and that I thought that he was following me inside the venue. I said this pretty loudly, and I decided to turn around to see if anyone heard. He was right there, about 3 paces behind us. I immediately told my friends that he was there, and my BFF was like, "Is it you?" and essentially told him to get lost. I'm still feeling really weird about the whole encounter. What would have happened if I had been alone? Edit. I am not asking for advice. I plan to bring a taser next time that I go out, and I will look into purchasing a small firearm in 2025. Women shouldn't have to protect ourselves from creeps. How about people just stop being creeps? One of my friends just reminded me of this story, so I figured that I would post it here. This happened towards the beginning of our freshman year in college. My best friend, another freshman girl my age, and I befriended this other freshman guy, and we quickly became a tight-knit group. We would hang out with each other constantly, to the point that some assumed that we were siblings or roommates. At the beginning of our first semester, one of us were really into the whole party scene, so we spent most of our time wandering around campus into the late hours of the night. I'm talking 4 to 5 a.m. some nights. We had lots of fun adventures and made all sorts of fun memories doing this. But we had our fair share of weird encounters, both with other people and some that we cannot explain to this day. This story happened not on the weekend, but I believe on a weekday close to midterms. I remember us all studying in one of the academic buildings together late at night, and then one of us mentioned wanting to take a long walk around campus just to help relieve the stress. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. at that time, and we decided to hike out to one of the scenic overlooks on our campus. Our campus was pretty rural, and it was surrounded by woods, so there was a path through the woods that you could take or you could just walk on the main road. We decided to follow the road. It was really dark, and this particular area of the campus had very few streetlights. We were using our phone flashlights to see where we were going. It was probably not the best idea to be roaming around campus so late at night, but we were stupid freshmen and had done it plenty of times before. Our campus felt safer due to it being so rural. We made it to the overlook, and we were the only ones out there due to how late it was. No cars were parked or anything. The way it's set up is that the road goes into the circle around the overlook. We were sitting on a bench with our backs to the main road, just talking about random things, when all of a sudden, we felt headlights on our backs, so we all turned to see who it was. It wasn't entirely unusual for a car to be out there late at night. Our campus police do regular patrols of the area, or students will go there to hook up or use drugs. The car was an older GMC Yukon-style SUV and was a dark forest green color. I vividly remember the color because you typically don't see many cars that color, you know? We all watched as the car came in from the road, drove around the little circle, and then went back up the road. We just went back to our conversation, but 2 to 3 minutes later, we could see the headlights behind us again. We again turned to look and realized that it was the same green car as before, coming back a second time. We didn't think much of it, but I could tell that my friends were slightly weirded out about it. Again, the car approached from the road behind us and then went around the loop, but was driving much slower this time. They kind of stopped midway through the circle for a few seconds before slowly driving away again. But it isn't that unusual for cars to go slow around that circle portion, especially if they are tourists or someone wanting to enjoy the view of the lookout. So we again didn't think much of it and figured that they came back a second time just to enjoy the sights again, although it probably wasn't much of a sight given how dark it was. We again tried to carry on with our conversation, but I think all of us felt a little uneasy now. I almost wasn't surprised when about another 2 to 3 minutes later, we saw headlights approaching from behind us again. We all turned around hoping that it wouldn't be the same car, but of course, it was. We were each pretty scared now, but I think we were all trying to laugh it off, and we were like, they must love it here. This time, they once again slowed way down going around the circle and rolled their windows down to yell at us. We were sat far enough back from the circle and it was a windy night, so we couldn't really make out what it was that they were yelling, but we all agreed that we heard, "Gonna get you" towards the end. We also couldn't see well enough to recognize faces, but could see enough to know that it was a car full of younger men. We were all pretty uneasy and confused at this point, and after they drive off, we frantically are trying to figure out how to handle the situation. We first were trying to brush it off and calm each other down by saying that it was probably some of our mutual friends just trying to scare us. But none of us recognized the car or the voices enough to say that that was for sure the case. We all considered walking back since it was late anyway, but we were all so scared that we would just run into this car again on the main road. My best friend and I tried to laugh it off, agreeing there was simply no way that it would drive by a fourth time and that we were probably making a big deal out of nothing. But my male friend who was with us kept telling us that he just didn't have a good feeling about it and said that if the car came by again, he would try to take photos of its license plate and then call the campus police. We eventually agreed with him, figuring the car likely wouldn't come by again. After 5 minutes and no sign of the car, we all relaxed and continued carrying on. But of course, we were wrong. We all sat in silence as the headlights approached for the fourth time. Neither of us really wanted to say anything or look behind us to confirm that it was the same dark green car. As the car rounds the circle, our male friend stands up with his phone in hand in an attempt to take a picture of the license plate. This time, instead of completing the circle and going back up the road, the car suddenly pulls into a parking spot off to the side. My friends and I are all panicking, assuming the worst is about to happen. We were all waiting for someone to step out of the car or for the car to leave, when our male friend suddenly gets up and is like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm going to talk to them. My other friend and I are begging him not to, since we don't know who these people are or what they are capable of. But he brushes us off and starts walking towards them. At this point, I think he was still assuming that it was likely a friend or a fellow student just trying to scare us and not some randos. My friend and I are freaking out as we watch them approach this car, and whoever is driving rolls the window down and sticks their head out. It was definitely not someone we knew. It was a guy, probably a few years older than us, who looked rough. Absolutely not the person that you would want to run into at 3 a.m. in the woods. My friend and I watched this guy and our friends start talking, and to us, it looked like the guy in the car was really angry. We were debating whether or not we should go ahead and call the police, but as soon as my friend managed to dig her phone from her bag, our friend was walking back towards us, and the green car was leaving. We all looked at him like, "What the fuck, man?" And he explained that the car was filled with creepy-looking guys a little older than us. The driver had explained that they were from out of town, a city about an hour away from us, and had gotten bored, so they decided to drive around campus to mess with the students when they came across us. One of the passengers had seen my friend get up to take what he correctly assumed was a photo of their license plate, so they then freaked out and then decided to pull over and tell us that they meant no harm since they didn't want to get in trouble. They apologized to my friend for scaring us and explained that they would leave. My friend was so scared while talking to them that all he could really say was, yeah, maybe don't do that again because we almost called the police." We all calmed down significantly after they left and eventually felt safe enough to leave. From what I remember, I think we ended up getting lucky and were able to find another friend who also happened to be awake late that night who came to drive us back so we wouldn't have to walk. We all laughed about the situation now since ultimately nothing bad had happened, but it still gives me the creeps. What would have happened if my friend hadn't tried to take a picture of their license plate? Were they planning something else that we prevented? Why was this group of random men who lived over an hour away randomly driving around a rural college campus on a random weeknight? It hit me a few days after this all happened, but I realized that I had seen that car before. Earlier in the day when this all happened, I had spotted the same exact car a few times around campus. It drove past me as I was walking to my morning class. Again, when I was coming out of the library later in the afternoon, and again at the dining hall in the early evening. I made note of it the first time I saw it since it was such a uniquely colored car and also happens to be one of my favorite colors. As I kept seeing it, I remember thinking, I have a stalker. But I did not take it seriously at that time since it's a smaller campus that has a lot of traffic that time of year. So I figured that it was just a tourist and a coincidence that I kept seeing the car. But now, I really wonder, were they following me the whole day? Had the car been around before this and I just never noticed it? What do you guys think? My name is Haley, and I work in a downtown office building, and I'm buried in paperwork and numbers as an accountant. Most days, I clock out at a reasonable hour, but today was different. A few unexpected projects landed on my desk, and before I knew it, the city outside my window had turned dark. My phone had buzzed earlier with messages from friends making evening plans since it was a Friday, but work kept me tied to my desk. By the time that I left, the streets were extremely quiet, with only the occasional late worker like me heading home. I usually carpool with a colleague, but she had left early for a family emergency, and I didn't want to bother anyone, so I decided to take the bus home, something that I rarely did after dark. The bus stop was just a block away from the office. It was a small, lonely structure under a flickering streetlight. The route was very straightforward, but the stop itself was not exactly welcoming. It sat at the corner of two quiet streets, bordered by a tall, shadowy building that seemed to loom over you. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the narrow alleyways and the distant hum of traffic from the main road. As I approached the stop, I noticed someone already waiting there, a man. He was standing in the shadows, partially obscured by the dim light. He wore a dark hoodie, and the hood pulled low over his face. He had jeans that had seen better days, and his posture was relaxed, but something about it felt off, like he was too comfortable in this eerie setup. I just gave a polite nod and I kept my distance, standing a few feet away from him. My eyes wandered around hoping to spot the familiar lights of the bus, but the street remained as empty as before. The man seemed to shift closer though, not much, but enough for me to notice. I checked my phone, pretending to be engrossed in something important, though the screen was just lit up with a homepage. A few minutes felt like an eternity, each tick of the clock echoing in the silence, and I could feel his eyes on me. It was just a weight that was impossible to ignore. I glanced in his direction, and he flashed a grin that was more unsettling than friendly. I turned away, trying to focus on the street again, determined not to make eye contact with the sky. And finally, the bus appeared. I got in, and I chose a seat midway down the aisle. But to my dismay, the man followed, sitting directly across from me. The bus was nearly empty, with just a few passengers scattered here and there, and his presence felt too close, too deliberate. During the ride, I kept my gaze fixed out the window, just watching the lights outside. But I could see his reflection in the glass. He tapped his foot a lot and occasionally leaned forward, as if trying to catch my eye. The space between us felt charged with a tension that set my nerves on edge. When we finally reached my stop, I stood up, hoping that he would stay put. But as I stepped off the bus, he followed. He was maintaining a steady pace behind me. The street was familiar to me, of course, but his presence turned it into an unfamiliar territory. I was feeling discomfort and I couldn't shake it off. I took deep breaths, walking with purpose, trying to convince myself that it was just a coincidence. But his footsteps echoed mine, mirroring my every move. I knew better than to head directly home, so I decided to cut through a small plaza, hoping to lose him in the tangle of paths and benches. He hesitated at the edge of the plaza as I took a convoluted path. I was weaving between trees and benches. It was an impromptu detour that thankfully seemed to confuse him. I glanced back once and I saw him standing at the entrance, casting a shadow that seemed to stretch towards me. With the thudding of my heart in my ears, I slipped out the other side, heading to a nearby convenience store. The bright lights and the presence of other people grounded me, pulling me out of the spiral of anxiety that I was feeling. I stayed there for a while, just pretending to browse the aisles until I was sure that he hadn't followed me. And when I was sure, I walked home. When I finally made it home, I was relieved immensely. I locked the door behind me, and that little click sound when you lock the door seemed to be the most comforting thing at that moment. And I just continued with my night. I don't know why I didn't call the police or told anyone. I just decided to myself that I am never going home that late, ever again. So I was 19, and I had been with my current fiancé and at that time boyfriend for a year. We both work at the same chemical manufacturing company. I was the night shift lead on my team, and we had hired this guy who I will call Gabe. Gabe was somewhere around late 50s, early 60s, and I had to interact with him as the shift lead and trainer pretty much no matter what. And at night, there was pretty much no one else besides my fiancé's team on the other side of the building and my team present after 2 p.m. So I was pretty much entirely in charge of my team and everything that had to get done. And this is for context and why my ability to avoid him was extremely limited. Anyway, Gabe started talking to me about his type and preferences in women. I didn't see how this was relevant to me and made it clear that I didn't care what his preferences were and accept that everyone had their own. I didn't want to make a big deal out of a seemingly small topic at that time. But he then proceeded to share his ideologies with me, and I remained aloof about the whole subject. It was along the lines of, "It's fine if women work temporarily, but eventually, the goal is to settle down and have children. After all, it works better to have someone working to pay the bills and someone else to manage all the household work." I am quite aware that this is a life people are comfortable with, and I respect it, as I also respect other religions even if I do not follow them. I do not personally agree that the household requires someone to stay home to manage it all the time, nor do I think that if someone does that it has to be the woman. But as far as these conversations went, I didn't see any connection between them and me, and mostly, I just let him prattle whatever he wants to get off his chest, as it wasn't my business. I am not a traditional woman, and figured if anything, I was the opposite of this description anyways. He and I did get into a heated argument once about America's economy and how it's so much better here because everyone can be rich, which I try to explain how it is impossible for everyone to be rich in an economy. Well, the story moves on, and my fiancé was let go for health reasons, and he had to go on unemployment. We only shared one vehicle, and I only had my driver's permit at that time, so I wasn't comfortable driving alone back home at 1 a.m. So I gave my boss a 3 weeks notice, just to ensure that I could train everyone up to speed so they weren't screwed over in my absence, which is a notion that my boss very much appreciated. I told the team, and that's when Gabe started behaving in a disagreeable manner. In week 1, I had a hickey on my neck. My boss knew and never made any complaint or fight against it. This wasn't overly common, it's just sometimes happened. But considering that we didn't deal with customers, he certainly didn't care about it. But Gabe did. While I was working, he tapped my shoulder and I assumed that he had some kind of question for me, so I paused to listen, only for him to address my hickey. "Don't you think it's a little unprofessional?" To which I replied that we do not need to put on a show for anyone, and it doesn't hinder my ability to work in any fashion. "Well, what if it bothers people or our boss that you're parading your personal life like that?" I said that if my boss told me that it was unacceptable, I would take the extra effort to ensure that it didn't happen again. But considering how no one has said anything to me before, I assume that they do not care, so neither will I. "So you don't care if it hurts someone's feelings?" "No, I do not really, because their feelings about my life are not my concern. Anything they think about it is only their own assumption of what happened anyways, making it their own imagination." Now, I also thought the last response was a weird one anyway. There's no reason my hickey should hurt someone's feelings at work. Questioning my professionalism is a separate issue entirely. But it didn't matter as Gabe walked away. Then while we were all at lunch, Gabe was sitting across from me at the table, and I was talking with the person next in line to be the lead, when I noticed Gabe was holding his phone up at a weird angle. I didn't want to make an accusation when I couldn't be 100% certain, but my instincts told me that he took a picture of me at work. However, this will be later confirmed. On my last week, I had been officially fed up with Gabe, and I had trained the girl after me to everything that I knew as a lead, and I told her that she will be calling all the shots on my last week, and I will simply be here for support if she needs it. I also informed her privately that I will especially not be conducting any verbal interaction with Gabe as I no longer needed to, and I would appreciate it if she took charge on that which she agreed. Unfortunately, Gabe took a stand on this, ultimately forcing a conversation with me in his last week. "I just don't think I can take orders from a woman. She can't be my boss." I told him that I had been his boss previously and that the boss above my boss was also a woman. He simply refused to accept it. I then told him that it didn't matter how he felt because I was leaving and she would be in charge, so he could accept that or quit, and it didn't matter to me. I also told him then that I would no longer answer his questions and he would have to go to her. Fate had it out for me though, because on my last day, she had an emergency and needed to leave early, and with us already down another person, it was just me and Gabe that night, much to my displeasure. Again, left with having to direct him around, which he clearly had no issue when it was me. As we were leaving, he stops me on my way out and asks a question that glued all the pieces together. "I know your boyfriend is unemployed now, so how would you feel if someone asked if you left your boyfriend for someone who could provide you with a house, a car, and everything that you needed?" This made me lose it momentarily for two reasons. One, I love my fiancé very much, and now currently we are going on 6 years together. And second, I have always worked hard for everything I have with my own two hands, and I take major offense to being treated like some desperate damsel in distress who would be with someone over the concept of money. I am not shallow, nor am I materialistic. So I answered pretty honestly, and I told him that I'd be extremely offended because that's not the kind of person I am, and to assume so would indicate such a lack of knowledge about me and insult my character. And then I left, ready to never see him again or talk to him again. It was clear in the end that from the very beginning, he was approaching me with romantic intentions. And gross as it all was, the age gap disgusted me as well. I was 40 years younger than this man. I still had contact with the girl who took my place, and she told me after I had left, he was telling people that me and him were in love, and I was gonna leave my now fiancé for him, and he was showing people the picture he took of me. So glad that that was confirmed. 3 months later, he texted me with a "hey" and a smiley face, because as his boss, I gave my number to employees to let me know if they couldn't come in for work. I told him to never contact me again and that I only spoke to him because I was the lead and I needed to be in contact with others, and there was no reason to speak to each other anymore. Then I changed my number to ensure that he never could again. I was about 14 back then. I had skipped school and I decided to go to a mall. This mall was known to have creepy teenagers or men who stalk and hit on girls, and I've had some small experiences there before. But it was 8 a.m. and I didn't think anyone could do that in broad daylight. Well, they did. And since then, I haven't been back to that mall alone. I got off the bus and I went to the entrance that had a little playground in front of it. I thought that it would be safer if there were kids or families around. I sat on a swing and I pulled out my phone to pass some time until I could get back home. There was an old lady with her granddaughter on the kids slide near me, and I for sure felt safe being near them. After about 5 minutes of me scrolling on my phone, I heard the voices and screams of teenage boys. I looked up, and in a few seconds, they were running around and causing a commotion everywhere. And at that moment is when I started to not feel safe anymore because I knew to expect the worst. I knew them. The town and the city knew them. They were not nice people, even though they were teenagers a little older than me. I stood up to go inside because they started looking at me and sneakily going near me. I thought there would be a big crowd enough inside the mall for them not to follow me around and potentially do something. I went in a store inside the mall to buy myself something and take my mind off the situation. I didn't hear or see them on the walk to the store or on the walk back, where I sat on a couch that they had inside the mall. I really thought that I lost them. But I still didn't let myself feel safe enough though, not until I was out of there. A minute or two later, I was again scrolling on my phone when I saw them. This time, I didn't wait around. I stood up and I walked to the bathroom, which had a huge hall before you reach it. I noticed them following me and I walked faster. And when I reached the girls' bathroom, I went in one of the stalls and I stayed there for a full 30 to 40 minutes just on my phone until I thought that it has been long enough for them to give up and then leave. I exited the stall and I started washing my hands when I saw them. 6 boys peeking inside the girls' bathroom, which had no door, looking right at me and joking around with each other. A couple of them were close enough to be considered basically fully inside the bathroom, and I remember hearing one of them saying, "Yeah, I think it's her," or something like that to the other. That's when, while still washing my hands, I was frantically coming up with a plan. Do I just risk it and walk out? Do I call someone to get me? Do I ask someone to walk out with me? I went with the third option, and I looked around and there were maybe around 3 to 4 women there. The closest one to me was around 40 years old, and she was drying her hands. I had a fight with myself if I should ask her to walk out with me, and I decided to do it because I basically had no other safe option. I was shaking at this point, building up the courage to speak, and then I did. "Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can I walk out with you? There's this group of boys who have been following me around almost all morning, and they're waiting outside for me." There was a pause. Thoughts flooded my mind. I shouldn't have asked. She must think that I'm insane. But then she agreed, and we walked out. I didn't even glance at the direction of the boys. The woman's husband was waiting outside of the bathroom for her. Seeing him made me super relieved, because now, the boys would be hesitant to follow me and the woman because there was a man with us. She explained the situation to her husband. I could see that he didn't fully believe or understand the situation, but he ended up agreeing to walk out with me and his wife out of the long hallway to the exit. And while walking, I briefly explained how the boys had been following me, and they seemed to understand. When the end of the long hallway came, they went their way into a store, and I went off to the exit as fast as I could. When I passed the security guard, I felt safer, but not as safe as when I got out of that mall. When I was outside, I finally got some fresh air, and I realized how panicked I was. I ran to the closest bus stop that was far enough from the mall, if that makes sense, and I came home early that day and didn't even care if anyone found out that I skipped school. I have been avoiding that mall as much as I can since then. I don't want to think about what would have happened if I were to walk out alone that day, or if I weren't so focused on my surroundings. To the woman and her husband who walked out with me, thank you. My name is Fred, and I played in a small local band. We were nothing big, just a group of friends who jammed together and occasionally played gigs at bars and even local events around the town in the 1980s. Music has always been my escape, a way to express what words cannot, and I play the guitar, and my bandmates say that I've got a knack for it. The band came into existence somewhat organically. It started with Mike, our drummer, who I met through a mutual friend. We clicked instantly over our shared love for old rock bands. And then there's Jenny, our bassist, who joined after we heard her play at an event one night. Her skills were undeniable, and she brought a new groove to our sound. And lastly, we had Jesus on the vocals. He's got this raw, powerful voice that commands attention and has always been the face of our band. We don't play for fame or money, but for us, it's about the joy of making music together, feeling that rush when a song comes together perfectly. We usually practice in Mike's garage, surrounded by old posters and instruments that we've picked up over the years. It's comfortable, it's a creative space where our ideas flow as easily as the music. Our biggest audience is usually made up of familiar faces, our friends, our family, and some locals who enjoy our sound. We don't expect much more than that, really. So, when we started seeing a new face at every gig, it caught my attention. She was always there, front row, watching intently. At first, I thought she was just another music lover, but there was something about her. I'm not saying that in an I'm in love kind of way. It was a I'm feeling uncomfortable kind of way. She stood out not just because she was always there, but because she had this intensity in her eyes. It was as if she was trying to memorize every chord every lyric. I'd see her mouthing the words to our songs, and it was flattering at first. I mean, who wouldn't want a dedicated fan, right? But soon, it began to feel more personal. Our band started gaining a bit more attention locally, thanks to some decent write-ups in the town blogs. And that's when she started appearing off stage too. After our gigs, while packing up our gear, I would spot her hanging back, waiting near the exit or outside the venue. Once or twice, she tried to approach, but with the noise and bustle, it was easy to slip away unnoticed. Despite the growing crowd, her presence became something that I just couldn't ignore. She started showing up at places where I wouldn't expect. I'd see her at my favorite coffee shop, sitting a few tables away, or at a park where I sometimes went to clear my mind. She never approached me. She just watched from afar with that same intense gaze. I brushed it off at first, convinced that I was imagining things or being paranoid, you know? After all, it was a small town and paths were bound to cross. But when she started to appear outside our band practice sessions, any semblance of coincidence vanished. We would wrap up a late night session only to find her standing across the street, partially hidden in the shadows, watching us pack up. It was unsettling, this constant feeling of being observed, so I talked to the band about it, but they laughed it off. To them, it was just a harmless fan, maybe a bit over-enthusiastic, but definitely not a threat. Jesus even joked that it was good for our image to have real fans. But something about it just didn't sit right with me. I tried to ignore it, hoping that she would lose interest and move on. But instead, things escalated. I started receiving anonymous notes left under the windshield wipers of my car or slipped into my guitar case when I wasn't looking. They were meticulously handwritten, filled with detailed descriptions of our performances and personal comments that felt too intimate, too informed. The notes made it clear that she knew more about me than a casual fan should. Little things about my life that were never shared publicly. It was as if she had peeled back layers to see things meant only for me. I became hyper aware of my surroundings, looking over my shoulder more often than before. The joy that I found in playing in front of a lot of people started slipping away, replaced by anxiety and discomfort. One night, after a particularly draining gig, I found myself alone picking up my guitar in the empty venue. The others had left already. I was a bit late since I had to battle with nature in the toilet. I'm sorry for that. Well, as I turned to leave, there she was, standing directly in the doorway. Her presence in the dim light felt almost surreal. My heart pounded as I forced myself to stay calm. I was pretending to check my phone as I moved towards the exit. She didn't say a word. She just watched with those intense eyes that haunted me for weeks. I slipped past her, out into the cool night air, hoping that the darkness would swallow me up before she could follow. This encounter really creeped me out, so I reached out to a friend of mine who was working in law enforcement, and I explained the whole thing. He took it seriously, which was great. He then offered some advice on how to document everything and stay safe, saying that they really couldn't do anything if I didn't have definitive proof. From that point, I took precautions. I was always making sure that I wasn't alone when leaving gigs or practices. I informed the band again, who finally understood the seriousness of the situation. They offered their support, making sure that someone was always with me, especially when going home late at night. But funny enough, after everyone and even myself was taking this more seriously, the sightings became less frequent. as if she sensed the shift that I was documenting stuff and observing her more seriously. Playing with my band is still one of my greatest joys in life, but it's different. I'm more cautious, more aware of how exposed we are on stage, even in our small town bubble. It's a strange balance, finding comfort in the spotlight while knowing what lurks just beyond. But it taught me the value of boundaries. Anyway, I just wanted to share this creepy old story of mine. I was compelled to right after joining Reddit and then discovering this sub. So yeah, stay safe everyone, and rock on. So, this story was from years back. To start, it was me, a 13-year-old female, and my best friend, who was also 13 and female. I was a bit sheltered as a kid, and I was never allowed to walk around and explore outside the house. My mom was worried about weirdos and accidents, and I always thought that she was paranoid, till this day. It was around 5 p.m. and getting dimmer, and I convinced my best friend to go on a walk with me to this abandoned train just a couple blocks down. We would hang out there and annoy our friend who lives right next door to the abandoned tracks. We had walked out our house and barely made it a few doors down when we saw this yellowish beige car slowly pull up towards us. They stopped dead center in the middle of the road, and the car was basically a fishbowl, and we could see what looked to be 5 men cramped in it. They were all smiling, not even a friendly, excusable smile, but one of pure derangement and craze. 3 of them proceeded to get out of the car and stand there smiling at us like they were about to charge us. If I'm not misremembering, I think they also had popped their back trunk. I can't forget the face of the man closest to us. He was the creepiest. His smiling was menacing, and he was breathing heavy out of excitement. My best friend ran down the block immediately, and I followed after her. She turned the corner into the midsection between her neighborhood and the one behind. There was a gap between the neighboring fences, and we quickly ran into it far enough down that you couldn't see us the best. We waited for 2 to 3 minutes to see if they followed. And sure enough, we saw that same car driving past with all the men looking around to see where we had gone. We froze, hoping to God or anyone really that they didn't see us. Hoping that if they did, we could outrun them, or at worst, hoping that our screams could alert either side of the neighbors we were hiding behind. And after about a minute, we booked it back to her house and ran back inside hoping that they somehow weren't waiting for us. She shuddered out of breath. This is why we can't walk alone. And I felt guilty and terrified. We peeked out our blinds for 5 to 10 minutes seeing if they would come back. And sure enough, they did. And they were still slowly searching for us. We thankfully didn't have any other issues after that, but now I'm happy that my mom was always too scared to let us out of her sight. Who knows what could have happened any other time if this happened to us after our 3rd or 5th outing alone. I recently read a story on Let's Not Meet that brought back old memories of my dad's crazy ex-girlfriend. This took place when I was around 8 to 9 years old, so I guess it would have been the year 1997. My parents had gotten divorced several years prior, so me and my little sister, 2 years younger, used to stay with our dad every other weekend. One day, he introduced us to his new girlfriend, Rachel, who was a tall blonde woman that had apparently won some kind of beauty pageant or something. I remember those first months of getting to know Rachel as fun, She seemed like a nice lady. I also think that my initial impression of her was helped by the fact that she had a rather cuddly gray parrot and a pet raven that could talk, which of course made my younger self quite ecstatic. But after a while, things started to change. I began to notice that she could be a bit odd at times, seeing weird things or acting a bit strangely. We started seeing her less frequently when we were staying with our dad. Then one day, he told us that they had broken up and that we wouldn't be seeing her anymore. He also told us that we shouldn't talk to her or go home with her if she showed up at school. Not long after that, Rachel really started harassing my dad. She would randomly turn up at places we went to visit during weekends. She would be trying to talk with us. She called him non-stop on the phone when we were at home, crying, making threats. It usually didn't stop until he pulled the plug. And years later, I found out that she had even threatened to kill me and my sister on several occasions, and that dad got a restraining order. Rachel also keyed my dad's car, broke into his company to trash it, and stole a lot of money that he never got back. She even started writing threatening letters to my mom. My parents have always been good friends ever since the divorce, and it all culminated with a letter from the authorities. A letter accusing my dad of being a child molester. I still vividly remember how Mom sat us down in our room, holding the letter, a deep look of concern on her face, asking if Dad had ever touched us inappropriately. Which, of course, he never was. It later turned out that it was Rachel who had falsely accused him of such in an attempt to prevent him from seeing us. I remember feeling really angry and upset that she had gone to such lengths. The last memory that I have of Rachel was a few weeks before Christmas. We were staying at my dad's place over the weekend. It was a 2-story apartment complex with a large window spanning an entire wall, floor to ceiling, in the living room where we had just sat down to watch TV. Next to the window, there was a glass door leading onto a stone patio. It was bordering a lawn that ended with a tall hedge, and on this particular day, the outdoor lights had been switched off, which means it was pitch black outside as the intro to Superman started playing. A while into the episode, I suddenly heard a strange sharp noise coming from the window. It sounded like something was clawing on the glass in an attempt to get in. The sofa I was sitting on was placed right in front the window, so I had my back toward it when I slowly turned around to look over my shoulder, my heart thumping in my chest and my hairs standing on end as if I was being watched. But all that came into view was a pitch black darkness lurking behind my own reflection. And by this point, Dad had also heard the sound and had gotten up to turn on the patio lights. When the outside suddenly flooded with light, I found myself staring into the face of a smiling blonde woman peering into the living room. Need I tell you that I screamed? Both me and my sister flew up from the couch like it had been scorched with fire, and then we ran behind our dad. When I looked toward the window again, I saw Rachel with both of her hands up against the glass, tightly cupped beside her face as she was trying to look inside. The patio door was right next to her. I tugged on Dad's shirt and I whispered if the door was locked when she reached out toward the handle. That millisecond of doubt flashing across my dad's face still haunts me to this day. Rachel truly looked like a madwoman as she furiously jerked on the handle in an attempt to get in, briefly pausing to peer through the glass now and again. I remember thinking Dad looked oddly calm as he ushered us around a corner wall, telling us to stay out of sight. As he walked toward the patio door, we begged him not to go outside, thinking that maybe she could have a knife hidden somewhere. So he opened up a small crack with the door, firmly holding onto the handle, and asked what the hell she was doing in the backyard. She tried to get him to let her in, putting on a big smile, tossing her hair, but Dad obviously wouldn't budge, telling her to leave or that he would call the cops, to which she eventually conceded, leaving a bunch of Christmas presents behind. When Rachel was out of sight from the window, Dad went out to make sure that she was gone, picking up what she had left behind on his way back. None of us wanted anything to do with the presents. Something just really felt off about them, so they ended up still fully wrapped in the trash. My name is Adam, and I used to think that breakups, while hard, were something that you could eventually move on from. I dated a girl named Janine for about a year. We met at a mutual friend's party. She was charming, fun, and had this infectious energy that drew people to her. For a while, we were very happy together. But over time, things changed. Our differences became more apparent, and what started as minor disagreements grew into full-blown arguments. When we finally decided to call it quits, it felt like the right decision for the both of us. I thought that we would part ways amicably, each going forward with our own lives. But it didn't turn out that way. Well, not for Janine. It started with harmless texts, little messages checking in on me, asking how I was doing and what I was doing. I didn't think much of it at that time, just an ex trying to be friends. But then, the messages became more frequent and their tone shifted. She started bringing up moments from our past, reminiscing about the times that we had spent together. It was as if she was trying to pull me back into something that I already let go of. I responded politely at first, hoping to set some boundaries, but it only seemed to encourage her. Janine's attempts to stay connected quickly turned intrusive. She began calling late at night, leaving voicemails that sounded more desperate with each one. I would wake up to find a series of missed calls and increasingly emotional messages. It was unsettling, hearing her voice through the speaker, going over things that felt long resolved. I tried to distance myself, so I didn't reply to her much, so that it would also give her space to move on. But then, she started appearing at places that I frequented, seemingly by coincidence. I'd see her at the coffee shop near my work, at the gym, even at the pet store when I was getting some food for my buddy. At first, I thought that it was just bad timing. But then, it became clear that she was deliberately showing up where she knew that I would be. The final straw was when one night, while I was at home watching TV, I heard a knock on my door. I was about to open it, which is unfortunately a habit of mine, but something in my gut told me to check first. It was so weird. It was such a strong feeling. So I did. I looked through the peephole, and I saw my ex, but there were two men behind her. I did not like the sight of that. I asked her through the door what she wanted, and she said that she just wanted to talk. I told her to leave, but that's when they started banging and kicking on the door. My dog started barking like crazy. I dialed 911 on my phone, and I told them what was happening, while also running around the house, checking if the doors and windows were locked. And then, when I made sure that they were all locked, I took my dog and we went inside my bedroom and locked ourselves in there. To the credit of the police, they did arrive in less than 5 minutes. They probably had a unit around close to my house for some reason. My ex and her 2 male cousins were taken away, and I then explained to the officer what happened. A long story short, she won't be bothering me anytime soon. Stay safe, guys. Choose your partner wisely, 'Cause some people are crazy. At the time that this encounter occurred, I was a female and 19 years old, and I had just closed the store that I was working at with another coworker. They drove home, and since I lived just right across the street, I thought that I was safe to walk home alone. After all, it's just a 2-minute walk to my apartment. The apartment that I lived in had an auto shop below the building, which my uncle owned. And this is important info, trust me. It was around 9:30 at night, so it was pretty dark out, and the roads were empty. Not even 10 seconds after I walked across the street, a dark blue minivan pulls up beside me out of nowhere, and this kinda startled me, so I looked at the driver in confusion. I was carrying some bags of stuff that I bought from work, and the guy driving the van noticed and asked if I needed a ride. I kindly declined his offer and just told him that I lived a few minutes away, and so I started to continue walking. But the guy started slowly following me and continued. "Are you sure you don't need a ride? I mean, I don't mind." He asked again and again, and I continued to decline, and I kept walking. But he was persistent, and this started to creep me out, so I started walking faster, and I ignored him as he would repeatedly say things like, "Come on, get in my car. Come on, get in the car. Get in the car. Come on, get in." I was afraid to run inside the apartment because I really didn't want this creep to know where I lived, so I was going to just loop back around the building to lose him. Thankfully, I noticed that the auto shop's lights were on and the garage door was open. My uncle must have been working late in the shop, so I sped walked towards the open garage, and the van sped off in a hurry as soon as they were about to pass by the open garage door. I told my uncle about what just happened and waited a few minutes before walking back out to get into my apartment. I locked all my doors and windows, and I stayed in the living room until my dad came home from our cousin's house. And thankfully, I never saw that van again. I did finally buy some pepper spray after this incident. I usually always had my weighted pocket knife on me, but I had actually left it at home that day after using it to cut thick string for some crafts that I was working on. And to everyone, even if you only have to walk 2 minutes to get to your destination, even if you think you're safe, please treat it like it's a 20-minute walk home at night in a really sketchy town. Always be on high guard and continue with caution when going anywhere alone. If you at all don't feel safe walking alone and you have anyone like friends or family that you know you can trust that wouldn't mind giving you a ride or even tag along with you, don't be afraid to ask, because it might just save your life. Hi everyone, my name is Chris, I'm female, and I'm 29, and I own a little flower shop nestled in the heart of town. It's a small business, but one that I have poured my heart into. Flowers have always fascinated me. Their colors, their scents, the way they can speak volumes without even uttering a word. Every day, I wake up early, excited to spend my hours surrounded by their beauty, arranging them into bouquets that brightens people's lives. Running a florist shop is not just about selling flowers. It's about being part of people's stories. I make arrangements for weddings, birthdays, and even those somber occasions like funerals. Each order carries its own significance, and I feel honored to be a part of those moments in some small way. I have a few regular customers who pop in throughout the week, but most days, I enjoy a steady flow of new faces People who wander in off the street, drawn by the fresh blooms that line in the shop windows. It's really a peaceful job, one where I get to express creativity and share a bit of joy with the world. But today, I'm not writing solely to share about my job. I'm writing about an experience that I had that I considered somewhat scary, creepy, disturbing. I'm not quite sure what word is best to describe it, so I'm just gonna leave my story here and let you decide. A few months ago, a new customer started visiting the shop. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about him. He appeared polite and reserved. He was asking simple questions about the different types of flowers and also their meanings. I was more than happy to help. I was enjoying the chance to share my knowledge and passion. He came in regularly, more frequently than most, and in each visit, he bought a small gift. It could be a single cookie, a little smiley note, always different from the last. I thought nothing of it initially, since those were very simple gifts. I thought that he just appreciated the work that I do. Lots of people enjoy having fresh flowers at home, so maybe it was to thank me for that. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. He was always there, lingering in the shop, watching me closely as I worked. He began asking questions that felt too personal, wanting to know more about my life beyond the shop. I tried to keep the conversation light and professional, always steering it back to the flowers and their care. But his interest in me felt different, and it was starting to make me uneasy. One day, as I was closing up, I noticed him standing across the street. He didn't approach or wave, he just stood there watching as I locked the doors. It left a knot in my stomach, a feeling that I couldn't quite shake off. What the hell is he doing? I tried to wave at him, but he didn't wave back or say anything, so I just walked on and headed home. I convinced myself that it was harmless. Maybe he was just having a rough day. But then, he started showing up outside of the shop. And I would see him in grocery stores, the park where I took my morning walks, even at the cafe that I frequented on weekends. It was hard to dismiss as a coincidence when it happened so often, almost like he knew my schedule. The unease grew into something more when I received a letter in the mail. It wasn't like the usual orders or thank you notes that I sometimes get from the customers. This one was different. It was addressed directly to me with no return address. Inside, it was a single photo of me, one that looked like I didn't know that there was even a camera, and it was on a day where I wasn't in the shop. It also had confessions of love and admirations, and there was no sign of who sent it at the bottom. Reading it sent chills down my spine. It was clear that someone was watching me closely, and I couldn't help but connect the dots back to him. The thought of having an unwanted observer tracking my life was frightening. It made the world feel smaller, less safe. I became more cautious, and I was altering my routine slightly, trying to avoid being too predictable, and I started leaving the shop at different times, taking alternate routes going home, hoping to shake off the feeling of being followed. But everywhere I went, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see him there. Despite the growing tension, I tried to maintain a sense of normalcy in the shop. My work was my refuge, a place where I could focus on beauty of the flowers and forget, if only for a moment, the creepy person or shadow or whatever that seemed to lurk in my life. But his presence was persistent. One evening after closing, I found a single flower left on the doorstep, a lily, my favorite. At first, I thought that it was just a kind gesture, but in context, And after everything that happened, it felt like something darker, a message meant only for me. Well, one night, everything was confirmed when he came into my shop again. I felt the chill, but I acted normal and professional, asking him with what I can help him with. And the words that came out of his mouth next was something that I kind of expected, but still gave me a shock and definitely frightened me. I can't remember it word for word, of course, but it was something along the lines of, "Why? Why are you not interested in me? Have I not been giving you enough attention? Am I not enough for you?" The way he said it wasn't sad. It was full of anger and desperation. I told him that I am not interested in being in any kind of relationship at all, since I am busy working on my business and my dreams, and that I am sorry for not being able to return his feelings, but I'm just not interested. His expression became dark after I said those, and he looked like he was coming closer to me. So I told him that I will be willing to call the police if he doesn't leave me in my shop alone. That must have snapped him out of whatever he was thinking. And then he turned around, but before he left, he said, "This isn't over." I'm not gonna lie. I tried my best to act brave, but damn, was I scared out of my mind. I knew that I needed to take action, especially with the threat he left. I reached out to a friend who understood my situation. I explained everything that had happened. It was actually a relief to talk about it, to have someone validate my fears. Together, we decided that it was the best time to involve the authorities. I reached out to the authorities and I filed a report. They said that they couldn't do much without proof. But then I remembered that these things happened in my shop that had my security cameras. I gave them access to it, and they were able to trace back not only the latest interaction, but even the past multiple occurrences when he came to my shop. I was able to file a restraining order against him, and everything went back to normal. I apologize if there wasn't something in my story that seems very scary or dramatic, but to me, it was one of the scariest things that I have ever been through. So, to the man who stalked me in my own flower shop, let's not meet again. Hi Reddit. I never imagined I'd find myself in a situation like this. It's kind of embarrassing, really. Growing up, I always thought stalkers were something only women had to deal with. Yet, here I am, a 35-year-old construction manager, tangled in my own unsettling story. I suppose the best place to start is at the beginning, of course. I'm Jeffrey, and this started back when I was just a high school kid, learning some tough lessons about love and trust, if you get what I mean. It was my sophomore year, and the excitement of teenage life was in full swing. One evening, I went to a party, one of those typical teenage gatherings where everyone's trying to seem older and wiser than they actually are. That's where I met Cindy. She was beautiful, vibrant. She had long dark curls and a contagious laugh that could light up a room. Something clicked between us, and before long, we were inseparable. She was my first love, and everything felt perfect. Or at least it did at that time. We spent our sophomore and junior years wrapped up in our little world, full of all the promises and dreams that young love tends to hold. Cindy was everything I thought I wanted. But then, in our senior year, the bubble burst. I discovered that Cindy was cheating on me with a friend of mine. It was as if my whole world had been turned upside down. I was heartbroken and I was devastated. And what made it worse was Cindy's reaction. Despite being the one who broke our trust and betrayed me, she refused to let me go. She kept calling and texting me, saying she wouldn't allow us to break up. She kept showing up at places that I was in. She would make scenes, and she was desperately trying to pull me back in. And I just did my best to ignore her. But it was agonizing and embarrassing, and I hated every moment of it. And at that time, I wasn't even thinking about my first heartbreak. I just wanted to get away from her. Thankfully, things cooled down after graduation as we went our separate ways to different universities. I would sometimes get a random friend request from her on Facebook and maybe a text or two during freshman in college. But after I completely ignored those attempts, it stopped too. I had no more news or knew anything about what happened to Cindy after that. I just moved on, buried myself in studies, and I considered that chapter of my life closed. Fast forward, now we graduated, have jobs, and are adults. Last year, I had to travel to another state for work, just a week-long project. And on my lunch, I went to a local restaurant, and while sitting there and eating my food, someone tapped my shoulder. I turned around, and there she was, Cindy. She had matured, and her style had changed, but those curls and that smile were unmistakable. We exchanged pleasantries, catching up briefly on life. I let it slip that I was just in town for work, and casually mentioned where I lived now. It seemed harmless, like an innocent chat with someone from the past. But looking back at it now, that was definitely a grave mistake. I then finished my meal, not giving the encounter much thought, and I went about my business. My project wrapped up, and I headed back home. I was eager to return to my routine. All was well, until a few months later, when I was at the grocery store doing my usual Friday night shopping. I don't really know why I like shopping on that day. While walking down the aisles, I bumped into someone, and it turned out to be Cindy again. She acted all excited, beaming as she greeted me. In my surprise, I asked if she was in town for work too, and I laughed about the coincidence. She smirked, explaining that she had moved here for a job opportunity. It seemed plausible at that time. After all, people move for work all the time. But then, things started to feel strange. The next morning, I went to the gym as usual, early to avoid the crowds. And there she was again, Cindy on the treadmill. For the first time, I felt a little unnerved. I mean, what were the odds, right? But I dismissed it, thinking maybe she was just exploring her new town. And then, during a jog in the park one day, she was there again, sitting on a bench, seemingly waiting for me to pass by. I shrugged it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Later, she started showing up at the cafe where I grabbed my morning coffee. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. This wasn't a big town, but the frequency of our encounters was too high to be mere coincidence. I don't see my best friend this often, and he lives just a few houses down. Each time, Cindy would light up as if she had planned to run into me. Sometimes, she would rush over for a conversation. Initially, I nodded politely, gave a smile and a wave, sometimes even talked to her. But as these encounters kept happening, I started ignoring her entirely, hoping that she would get the hint and then leave me alone. But then things just got creepier. One evening, I found a small bouquet of flowers on my doorstep. No note, just flowers. A few days later, a card was slid under my door with nothing but a smiley face drawn on it. I tried to rationalize it, thinking maybe it was just a prank by some teenagers. but the unsettling feeling wouldn't leave. The most unnerving incident happened last night. I was in bed, winding down, when a knock sounded at my window. My bedroom window, no less. I froze. It had to be the wind or an animal, I thought. But then the doorbell rang. I got up, checked the peephole, but no one was there. As I headed back toward my bedroom, there was a knock on the back door, and my heart was pounding. Someone was definitely messing with me. But why? Then, the doorbell rang again. This time, I sprinted to the front door and I flung it open just in time to see someone running away. It was a woman with long dark curls, disappearing into the night. Cindy. It had to be her. I mean, who else could it be? The height, the hair, it all matched. And on the doorstep lay a folded note. Cliché, sure, but it chilled me to the bone. It read, "I'm always watching you. I'll see you around, handsome." That was the last straw. I'm at a loss for what to do now. I don't know if I should call the police. Would they even take me seriously? I mean, it sounds ridiculous. A grown man being harassed by an ex-girlfriend from high school. But it's real, and it's terrifying. I'm not sure how to make it stop or what steps to take. If anyone here has any advice, I would really appreciate it. Thanks for letting me share this. It's a really strange world we live in, and sometimes the past refuses to stay where it belongs. I will update you if anything else happens. Hi, my name is Elaine, and I'm a female. I wanted to share an experience that I had that extremely disturbed me. So here it goes. Ever since I was a child, books had been my sanctuary. I remember spending countless hours tucked away in a cozy corner of the library, just losing myself in stories that sent me to different worlds. My parents, while supportive in getting me the books that I want, never really understood my fascination. They weren't big readers themselves, and neither were my friends. For them, books were just objects that we used at school. But for me, they were gateways to a new adventure and understanding. Growing up, I carried this passion with me. It was that one constant thing in my life. Despite the pressure of school and life, I always found the time to read. But there was one thing missing. People. The kind of people that I could share my love of books with. I longed for discussions about characters, themes, and stories that steered my soul. With none of my friends or family into reading, I often felt like I was experiencing these worlds alone. I just didn't have anyone to share my excitement or passion every time that I discover or read a new book. It took a lot of courage, but I finally decided to join a book club in my town. I had read about it online. It's a small group that met every Friday evening at a local bookshop. This wasn't just any bookshop, it had a quaint little cafe too. You could say that it's the perfect spot for book lovers to gather over coffee and chatter. There was just something so reassuring about the idea of being surrounded by people who shared my enthusiasm for reading. On my first visit, I was a bundle of nerves. I was unsure of what to expect, really. But I was pleasantly surprised. There were about a dozen of us, not too many, but enough to make it feel like a community. I quickly made friends with a few of them. There was Hannah, a lively woman who loved historical fiction. She had this infectious enthusiasm and impressive knowledge of history that made her insights fascinating. Then there was Jake, who was big on thrillers and mysteries. He had a knack for picking up on the smallest details, often predicting plot twists with uncanny accuracy. And lastly, there was Clara, who had been a schoolmate of mine. I never knew she was into books back then, but joining the club actually brought us closer, and that really made me happy. She was also into fantasy. The more epic, the better. Of course, there were other people, but the couple that I've mentioned are the ones that I have grown a bit close with. Our meetings quickly became the highlight of my week. We would discuss the book of the week or month, maybe, sharing our thoughts and diving into deep conversations that often veered off into other topics. It was just so refreshing to find a space where I could clearly be myself, surrounded by people who just got it. Things were going well, really, until one Friday when a new person joined our group. Her name was Lauren. She was a bit awkward, not very talkative, but she seemed interested in our discussions. We learned that she had just moved into the area, and like us, she had a passion for books. She mentioned that she saw us once while getting coffee at the cafe and then decided to join. At first, Lauren was okay. She wasn't the most vocal member, but she was a good listener. She would nod along to our conversations. However, over the weeks, her behavior started to change. She began to cling to me a little too much, which the others also observed. She would ask why I didn't text her when I arrived at the cafe, or suggest that we meet up more often outside of club meetings. I brushed it off at first, assuming she was just excited to make new friends and connect with people in the club. But then, Lauren started inviting herself to activities that Clara and I planned outside of the club. We didn't mind initially, seeing that it was a chance to be inclusive. But Lauren grew irritable when we did something without her. She would scold me and try to guilt trip me about not being invited. It was unsettling. She would say weird stuff, things like, "I thought we were sisters," which felt too intense for our level of acquaintance. I tried explaining to her that while I valued our group friendship, there were boundaries that we had. Yet, she didn't seem to get that, and she just kept pushing, insisting that we were closer than I felt comfortable with. I'm not someone who likes confrontation, but I refuse to be a doormat too. I had to set things straight, and I told her flat out that we weren't as close as she imagined and that she needed to respect boundaries. And after that conversation, it kind of made things bitter for me, so I decided to take a break from the book club. I needed some space to think and breathe. And besides, by that time, I kind of picked up a bit of a new hobby. For anyone interested, it was knitting. So, I decided to spend my Friday nights on that. Anyway, Clara, who I confided in, told me that Lauren also stopped attending the meetings. I didn't think much of it at that time. Maybe she felt awkward too after that confrontation, or maybe life just got busy. But it wasn't any of my business, really. Life resumed in its usual pace, and the incident started fading into the background. But then one afternoon, while I was sitting in my garden enjoying the sun, and of course, reading a book, I saw someone walking on the street across from mine. It was Lauren. She was just standing there looking at me with no expression. It sent chills down my spine because I knew she didn't live anywhere near my neighborhood. Quite the opposite of it, really. Also, how did she know where I lived? Did she follow me? After that, that's when the text started. They ranged from apologies for her behavior to angry messages accusing me of abandoning her. She mentioned how we were supposed to be best friends, sisters even. I mean, what the hell is wrong with this person? And how did she even come to that conclusion? It was unsettling. I just blocked her number, but new ones kept popping up. One day, I came home to find my mom looking concerned. She told me that a friend of mine had stopped by looking for me. She said that my friend looked odd and jittery and just had a weird aura around her that she couldn't quite figure out. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I was confused and I asked who. When she said that the girl introduced herself as Lauren, I felt the blood drain from my face, and my mom could tell that something was off and pressed me for more details. I explained everything to her. She listened, then reassured me that we would figure it out together and that she would talk and let my dad know too. A few nights later, as we sat in the living room, a knock echoed through the house. My dad went to check and said that it was a woman at the door, and I could feel my stomach drop. I knew immediately who it was. I peeked, and I confirmed that it was Lauren. I quickly told my dad that it was her, and in a rage, he opened the door. He scolded her, demanding that she leave me alone and stop harassing me. Lauren tried to argue, saying that she just wanted to talk to me, insisting that we were meant to be friends. My dad explained to her that she was making me uncomfortable and that I didn't want to be friends with her. Friends don't harass and make people scared and anxious. She didn't want to listen though. She didn't want to listen to reason or logic. She started screaming at my dad and cursing at him. It was such a terrifying and odd scene. She was so angry and riled up that you could literally see her red, and the veins on her forehead looked like it was gonna pop out. My dad, now furious, threatened to call the police if she didn't leave and stop. I think that my dad mentioning the police kind of clicked something in her head and finally scared her off. She just stopped, turned around, and walked away. And after that night, she was gone. No more texts, no more surprise visits. It was like a weight had been lifted. It did take a few months for me to relax and feel okay again, and when I finally felt ready, I returned to the book club. We had some new members now, and they were all kind and normal people who simply loved books. No more stalkers or overly obsessed individuals, just genuine fans of reading. I never saw Lauren again, but sometimes, when I'm out late at night walking home, I feel the urge to glance over my shoulder just to be sure that she's not there. It's a habit that I can't quite shake, a small reminder of the unsettling encounter, but one that made me more aware and appreciative of my personal space. This literally just happened, so I'm trying to decide whether or not I should be concerned. My boyfriend came over, and we were talking by the window, and I noticed the guy standing right outside on the sidewalk, but I couldn't tell if he was facing me or not because I didn't have my glasses on. Mind you, I'm on the second floor, so I asked my boyfriend to see if he was looking at us, and he said that he was. I have had my window open these past few days because the weather had been so nice, and my cat likes looking outside. I have a window on the other side of my apartment where he walked towards, so I ran to it to make sure that he wasn't staring into it. The guy then walks over to my neighbors and looks in their windows too. He even got behind the bushes of my neighbors on the first floor to look in. And it reminded me that the day before, I was at my desk and I noticed a man standing still outside my window, just how he was tonight. Not moving, just perfectly still, wearing a hoodie and sweatpants. There is a lot of grass outside my place, so I see people stop to let their dogs pee all the time. But I noticed that he didn't have a dog, and it was just him. and as soon as I started staring back, he walked away. I'm pretty creeped out as I had never had anything like this happen to me. For context, it's almost 5 a.m. and I work late night, so I just got home. I wonder if he was surveying the area for a burglary or if he's just a creep. I'm also a young woman living alone right now. Should I be worried? I'm Francine, female and 22. I grew up in a household where the rules were strict and the boundaries firmly set. My parents, well meaning as they were, believed that limitations were essential for keeping me safe and on the right path. While my friends in high school had their share of freedom, I was usually the one with curfews and a tightly managed schedule. There wasn't much room for fun or exploration, which I often found stifling. When I finally moved out to attend college, a world of possibilities opened up for me. No longer under the watchful eyes of my parents, I was eager to explore and experience everything that I had missed out on. I had always been curious, and now I had the chance to satisfy that curiosity. I tried new things, met new people, and I immersed myself in the vibrant world around me. But sometimes, though, my explorations led me down to paths that weren't the best choices. One particular indulgence was my newfound interest in bars and nightlife. The mix of music, laughter, and the freedom to just be was intoxicating. I fell into a routine of going out frequently, perhaps more than I should have. The thrill of losing myself in the crowd, the energy, and the anonymity was seductive. I soon found myself drinking more than was wise, often waking up with inevitable hangovers and vague memories of the night before. It was during this phase of my life that an incident occurred, one that still haunts me whenever I think back on it. And I had promised myself that I would slow down with the drinking, but that particular night was an exception. A friend was celebrating her birthday, and it was a night meant for partying. The bar was buzzing with life, lights flashed in rhythm with the music, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the warmth of bodies packed together in celebration. As soon as I entered, though, I noticed him. It was a man at the end of the bar, sipping a drink and watching the room with a very peculiar intensity. His gaze lingered a bit too long on me, enough to give me pause. But it was a party, and I dismissed it easily. I was attributing his stare to the usual bar antics. I just joined my friends, diving headfirst into the festivities. We drank, laughed, and danced as hours slipped by unnoticed. 2 hours in, and I was thoroughly enjoying myself when I realized that the man from the bar was now closer, just a few feet away. He approached me with a smile that felt too eager, trying to engage me in conversation and coax me into dancing with him. I politely declined, moving closer to my friends. But he was persistent. He kept hovering nearby, a presence that was really hard to ignore, yet easy enough to avoid amidst the crowded dance floor. Another 2 hours passed, and by then, I was well beyond tipsy. The room swirled around me, and my usual vigilance faded under the haze of alcohol. As the night wore on, I grew tired and a bit bored, craving the quiet of my apartment. So I said my goodbyes, probably a bit slurred, and I stumbled out into the cool night air. The walk home was a blur of thoughts, and the slight chill of sobriety inching back. I was mentally preparing myself for the headache that would greet me in the morning, promising that this would be the last hurrah for a while. My mind was so wrapped in all of these thoughts that I barely noticed the sound at first. But then, it cut through the fog of my mind. They were footsteps, echoing in the quiet night. I told myself it was nothing, just someone else going home or heading to a late night store. But something in my gut told me to turn around. So I did. And that's when I saw him, the same man from the bar. My heart skipped a beat, the alcohol induced warmth vanishing in an instant. He was following me, and there was no mistaking his intent. Without hesitation, I ran. I think adrenaline overpowered the remnants of alcohol in my system, and I sprinted like I have never before. I think the suddenness of my reaction caught him off guard, because it took a moment before I heard his footsteps quicken after me. My mind raced fast as my feet, and my keys already clutched in my hand. I was mentally rehearsing how to unlock the door as quickly as possible. Reaching my building felt like reaching the finish line of a marathon. I fumbled with the lock, but my frantic practice paid off. I was inside, the door slammed and locked behind me, and my lungs burning from the effort. I collapsed onto the floor, heart pounding in my chest, and I thought that I can finally relax. Of course not. Seconds later, I heard the footsteps approach, followed by fist pounding on my door. He was outside, shouting that he just wanted to talk. The banging and the shouting continued, and my fear mounting with every second. I keep shouting back for him to go away, but he wouldn't listen. My mind then snapped into focus. I needed help. I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911. I hadn't even connected with an operator when the sound of sirens pierced the night air. I heard him stop, then the rapid thud of footsteps as he bolted. A commotion followed, and the sounds of officers arriving and voices raised outside. I was peering through the peephole, and I saw the man being apprehended and being pushed into the back of a police car. Relief washed over me. My neighbor was also outside, clearly worried after witnessing the commotion. It turned out that they had still been awake, and they heard everything, and they were the ones that called the police. Lucky for me, the police were already patrolling nearby. I stepped outside to talk to the officers, explaining the evening's events as best as I could remember. They took statements from my neighbors, confirming what they had heard as the officers led the man away. I felt a complex swirl of emotions, relief and fear, and sobering clarity about the choices that I had been making. I heard later on that the man was charged, though I never learned the specifics. What I did know was that this experience left a lasting impression. It was a wake-up call and a reminder of the dangers lurking in seemingly harmless places. My explorations had taken me down a path that I hadn't anticipated, and it was time to change course. Looking back, I am grateful for the chain of events that helped me that night. Him being caught off guard, my neighbor for being awake and calling the police, and the police patrolling around and being near. It's a story I just share now, not with fear but with the hope that it serves as a cautionary tale of awareness to everyone out there. And yeah, I won't be drinking and bar hopping for a while. In my early days after graduating college, money was tight, so I had to rent an apartment with a stranger. My new roommate's name was Miguel. He seemed easy enough to get along with. He didn't talk too much and had a noticeable accent. One of the appealing features of the apartment was that my room was already furnished. It had a twin-sized bed tucked in one corner, and a nice-sized dresser, a closet, and a bookshelf in another corner. There was one thing, though, that I found a bit odd. On the bookshelf, There were a bunch of books arranged neatly, but one in particular caught my eye. It was an old dusty novel placed prominently on the shelf. When I asked Miguel about the books, he laughed heartily and said that his room had the same setup. He recommended leaving everything as it was to respect the landlord. But other than that brief exchange, I didn't talk much with Miguel that first day. I just focused on unpacking my clothes and my supplies and then setting up my TV. That night, as I lay in bed watching TV, I thought I heard something. It was a brief noise but definitely audible, like some kind of small electronic component. I chalked it up to being a house noise, and I continued to watch my show. The next day, Miguel wasn't home all day. I didn't know if he had a job, but I assumed he was working. And that night, as I watched TV in my room, I heard the front door open, and Miguel walked through the hall to his room before shutting the door. Later, as I changed into my pajamas, I heard the same sound from the night before. With the TV off, I heard it much clearer this time. It was definitely some kind of electronic device, but I didn't know what it was or where it was coming from. Still, it didn't seem like a big deal, so I got into my bed. I started reading my current book, and eventually I drifted off to sleep. The next day, when I came home from work, I saw Miguel. He asked me what book I was reading. At first, I didn't understand the question, but then he said that he was talking about the book that I was reading in my room. I looked at him, confused, and asked how he knew I was reading a book. He explained that he went into my room to retrieve something that he had left there, and then he noticed the book. I politely asked him not to enter my room again, but unfortunately, my door didn't have a lock, so I couldn't stop him when I wasn't home. That night, as I reached under my bed to grab my book, I paused, and I wondered how Miguel could have seen it when I kept it under the bed. This thought creeped me out. I suddenly wasn't in the mood to read anymore. I looked around the room, feeling uneasy, and then my eyes landed on that prominent book on the shelf. It was angled just right to face my bed, and a scary thought gripped me. I stood up, walked over to the shelf, I picked up the book, and I examined it closely. My heart skipped a beat when I realized that there was a camera hidden in the spine of the book, peeking through a tiny hole. I immediately threw the book into the corner of the room, and I rushed to Miguel's door trying to open it. His door had a lock because it wouldn't budge, but I knew he was inside. I pounded on the door, shouting his name, but he wouldn't answer. I saw the light seeping in from under the door go dark, as I assumed that he turned it off. I went back to my room and I called the landlord, explaining everything and telling him that I was leaving immediately. I insisted that I had a valid reason to void the contract. I packed a few belongings that I had brought and I loaded them into my car, driving away that very night and never to return. Surprisingly, the landlord never contacted me to collect the rent for those few days that I stayed there. And since that night, I've developed an aversion to bookshelves, especially those books that seem to stare back at me. I always feel the urge to turn them away or hide them so they aren't facing me. Living with a roommate has its ups and downs, but for the most part, it's been a great experience. My current roommate, Mark, and I have been sharing this apartment for about a year now. We get along well and have a mutual respect for each other's space, and even hang out together sometimes. It's a comfortable arrangement that suits both of us. However, The comfort of our living situation took a strange turn when his girlfriend, Jen, came into the picture. Jen seemed nice enough when I first met her. She was friendly, and we exchanged pleasantries whenever she came over to visit Mark. At first, her presence barely registered on my radar. She was polite, engaging enough in small talk, and respectful of our shared space. I often saw her around on weekends or during the evenings, spending time with Mark in his room or watching movies in our living room. As is the case with many new relationships, Mark and Jen were spending a lot of time together. She became a regular fixture in our apartment, which was really fine by me. I didn't mind her being around, and I was happy for Mark. It was good to see him enjoying himself. But as the weeks turned into months, I began to notice subtle changes in the way Jen interacted with me. It started with small things. At first, I thought I was imagining them, little moments that felt off but were hard to pin down. Like how she would always linger in the kitchen when I was preparing meals, striking up conversations that seemed to stretch on. Or how she began showing a keen interest in my schedule, casually asking questions about my work hours or my plans for the weekend. I just brushed it off as friendly curiosity. And over time, her presence began to expand into my personal space. She started leaving small items around the apartment, her books on the coffee table, a sweater thrown over the back of a chair, her shoes near the door. It was as if she was marking her territory, intruding into the space that Mark and I shared. Still, I thought it might just be the natural progression of her relationship with Mark. Maybe she was just getting more comfortable. But then, Jen started turning up in places that I frequented around town. I would see her at my regular coffee shop during my usual morning stop for caffeine. This coffee shop is near my workplace. She would wave and smile, and always managing to find a moment to chat. When I began seeing her in the anime shop that I often browsed, I started to feel a bit uneasy. The reason why, it's because she and Mark has never shown any interest in animated shows or films. And when I brought that up a couple of months ago, they both said that it's just not their thing. So I didn't understand why she was in the shop with me. Me meeting her in other places might be a coincidence because those are common places, say the grocery store, a coffee shop, a gym maybe, I don't know, a park. But in an anime shop in which she wasn't interested in, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching me, or rather tracking my movements. Also to add, whenever by chance we meet in those places, she's always alone and Mark is never with her. This odd pattern of behavior carried on for months, and despite my growing discomfort, I didn't want to say anything to Mark. I didn't want to come off as paranoid or cause any unnecessary tension in our living arrangement. I kept telling myself that I was just overreacting, that it was all in my head. But as time went on, Jen's presence became increasingly intrusive. It was as if she started orchestrating ways to be alone with me in the apartment. Whenever Mark was out, she'd conveniently drop by, claiming that she forgot something, or just wanted to hang out until he got back. These visits became more frequent, and her conversation shifted from small talk to more personal topics. She started asking questions about my family, my childhood, my plans for the future. Her interest in my life felt disproportionately intense. It was concerning. The conversations often felt like probing sessions, as though she was gathering information. I became acutely aware of her presence, always feeling on edge whenever she was around. One particular evening, I found myself alone in the apartment. Mark had mentioned earlier that he would be out late, and as I settled in to watch a movie, Jen let herself in using the spare key Mark had given her. I didn't even know he gave her one. She greeted me with a familiar smile, but there was something else in her eyes, an intensity that made me uneasy. She sat down on the couch, far closer than necessary, and started chatting as if it were perfectly normal for us to hang out alone. I was polite but brief. I didn't want to encourage any more familiarity than necessary. The air felt heavy, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized. It might just be in my head, but I noticed that she kept moving and kept inching closer. When she was close enough, I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, told her good night, and then went to bed. That night, I barely slept though. I was just laying on my bed, with my mind and my eyes awake. Every creak and groan of the apartment set my nerves on edge. I found myself lying awake, replaying every interaction with Jen, trying to make sense of her behavior. It was unsettling, and I knew that I had to address it somehow. The following day, I decided to talk to Mark about how Jen had been acting. I didn't want to accuse her of anything outright, but I needed to voice my concerns. When I brought it up, Mark seemed surprised. He assured me that Jen was just friendly and probably trying to get to know me better as his friend. His reaction left me feeling unsure about whether I was making a big deal out of nothing. As the weeks passed, Jen's behavior didn't let up. In fact, it seemed to escalate. She began leaving notes around the apartment, little messages that felt more intimate than friendly. Things like, "I hope you have a great day," or "We should hang out more." It was perplexing and increasingly uncomfortable. You might think, well, maybe she was leaving it for her boyfriend. On my door? On my stuff? I don't know about that. One weekend, I decided to take a short trip out of town to clear my head. When I returned, I found that some of my personal belongings had been moved. Nothing was missing, but things weren't as I'd left them. Books were rearranged, my bed slightly unmade, and a sweater that I'd left draped over a chair was now folded neatly on my bed. I confronted Mark about it, but he insisted that he hadn't been in my room and hadn't noticed anything unusual. I couldn't help but suspect that Jen had been snooping around, but without proof, I felt stuck. The situation reached a tipping point when I received a package addressed to me without no sender information. Inside was a photo album filled with pictures of me, some taken at the apartment, others clearly snapped while I was out around town. And seeing my life documented like that made my skin crawl. It was a violation of privacy that I hadn't anticipated, and it left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. That night, I locked my bedroom door. It's a habit that I hadn't felt the need for before. I sat in bed, with my heart racing, trying to figure out my next move. I needed to find a way to confront Jen, to set boundaries. I was eager to resolve the situation. I planned to speak with Jen and Mark together. I wanted to lay everything out and express how uncomfortable I was with the whole situation. The opportunity arose when Mark invited Jen over for dinner. As we sat around the table, I tried to broach the subject, explaining how I felt uneasy with her frequent visits and the personal nature of her interactions with me. I had hoped to keep it constructive. Jen, however, seemed unfazed by my concerns. She brushed them off with a laugh, claiming that she was just being funny and friendly, and lamenting how misunderstood her intentions were. Mark, caught between us, tried to mediate, but I could see that he was struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was like he was a bit disturbed by the things he is discovering about his girlfriend, but also not being able to fully believe me since I do not have concrete proof. Just to note, I haven't showed him the album yet, and for some reason, I didn't think of showing it at that time. Well, despite our conversation, nothing really changed. Jen continued her intrusive behavior, seemingly undeterred by my attempts to set boundaries. I felt trapped in my own home. I was constantly on edge, wondering when she would next appear and what she would do. I realized that I needed to take a more decisive action. I started documenting every interaction, every suspicious occurrence, building a case to support the unease that I felt. I took and kept the note she left, and I noted down every single coincidence, let's just call that I would meet her outside. Because I was considering involving authorities, but of course without a clear evidence of wrongdoing, I knew my claims might not be taken seriously, so I was documenting everything. In the meantime, I made changes to secure my space. I added locks to my bedroom door, I kept my personal items out of common areas, and I avoided leaving anything important unattended. I also made a habit of staying in my room and not hanging out when Jen was over. It helped ease my anxiety, but it didn't really solve the underlying issue. Finally, I reached a breaking point. I was getting tired. I couldn't endure the relentless intrusion any longer. I sat down with Mark privately, and I laid everything out, detailing every unsettling moment, every instance of overstepping personal boundaries. I showed him my notes, I showed him the notes she wrote, and I showed him the album. I needed him to understand how serious the situation had become. This time, Mark actually listened. The clarity and detail in my account seemed to finally make him see the situation from my perspective. He promised to talk to Jen and ensure that she respected my space and privacy. Also, he wanted to know why she was doing that. Days passed, and Jen hasn't visited the apartment. I slowly started to feel a semblance of relief, though I remained vigilant. But Mark assured me that he had spoken to her, and while I didn't know the details of their conversation, or even if they're still together or not, something had evidently changed. As I reflect on this experience, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts and assert your boundaries. Living in fear isn't living at all. In the end, peace returned to my apartment, and I just want to say thank you for reading my story. My cat recently passed away, and I was devastated. For days, I couldn't stop crying or thinking about her. One day, my sister, who lives in a nearby city, called me about a 10-day-old stray kitten that she found next to its dead mother near a pile of garbage. She suggested that we adopt the kitten, thinking that it might help ease my grief while giving the tiny creature a chance at a better life. At first, I was uncomfortable with the idea. The pain of losing my cat was still fresh, and I had decided never to keep another cat again. My sister understood, but proposed a temporary solution. We could keep the kitten for a few days until she found it a new home. I reluctantly agreed, knowing that I couldn't let the poor thing starve to death. The only problem was that my sister lived 45 kilometers away in a hostel, and getting there wasn't easy. Driving my scooter on the highway was too dangerous, so I decided to take a local train. The journey would involve 5 stops, with my destination being Bilay Nagar, a small area within the city of Bilay. Local trains in my state are unreserved and often crowded, especially during morning and evening hours. So, to avoid the rush, I chose a noon train that departed at 12:30 p.m. I arrived at the station early, hoping to find a comfortable seat, and I was relieved to see that the train was moderately crowded. I settled into a seat next to a man traveling with his wife. As the train prepared to depart, a slim, bearded man with a large bag boarded and took the seat beside me. I silently hoped that he was a normal passenger, but unfortunately, my prayers went unanswered. I wasn't used to traveling alone, so I was already feeling uneasy. At first, everything seemed fine. To pass the time, I opened my phone and I began playing chess against a bot. And then, I overheard the bearded man's phone conversation. He said, "Yes, I got caught, but I'm out on bail now. I'll finish the job this time." My hands froze. Was I sitting next to a criminal? The man sitting across from me had also overheard the conversation and exchanged a nervous glance with me. His expression mirrored my own fear. I tried to ignore it, reasoning that the man was unlikely to harm me in a crowded train. But he kept making suspicious calls, casually discussing things that sounded straight out of a crime novel. At one point, he mentioned heading to Durg, the station after Bilay Nagar, for a court appearance. My unease grew when I noticed him openly staring at my phone. Not even trying to be discreet about it. I was too scared to confront him or move to another seat, fearing that he might react badly. After what felt like forever, he finally stopped taking calls and struck up a conversation. "This game takes a lot of brain, doesn't it?" he said, referring to the chess app. I smiled awkwardly and I looked away, praying that he wouldn't continue talking. And thankfully, he didn't. The rest of the journey was tense. He kept brushing his leg against mine and glancing at me with a piercing gaze. I tried my best to focus on my game and ignore him. And the entire time, I couldn't stop thinking about the worst possibilities. What if he followed me? What if he attacked me? Or worse, what if he raped me? The thoughts consumed me until the train finally reached Bilay Nagar. After I got off the train, I noticed him getting off as well. I was confused, but I decided not to dwell on it. Bilay Nagar is only about 5 kilometers from Durg, so I assumed that he might have business nearby. I stood on the platform, waiting for my sister to arrive. I called her, but she didn't pick up. I figured she was driving and decided to wait. And then, I saw the man again standing at a distance and staring directly at me. When he noticed that I had seen him, he walked away toward the front side of the station. Relieved, I called my sister again and this time she answered. She told me that she was waiting at the back exit of the station. I hurried there and I was relieved to find her. She handed me the kitten, which was so tiny that it fit in the palm of my hand. I placed it in a small basket that I had brought along. We decided to stay at the station until my return train at around 2:20 p.m. I told my sister about the creepy man, but she just laughed it off, saying that he was probably just trying to scare me. Her reaction irritated me, but I just let it go. But then, I saw him again, this time on the walking bridge heading toward the back exit. I pointed him out to my sister, who dismissed it as a coincidence, and I tried to do the same, thinking that he might have gotten off at the wrong station and was waiting for the next train to Durg. When my train arrived, I said goodbye to my sister and I boarded with a kitten. The train was so crowded, so I stood by the door. And about 45 minutes later, just 2 stops away from my destination, I spotted the man again. He walked through the crowd and stood directly in front of me, staring. And I ignored him, but my anxiety skyrocketed. As the train approached my station, He leaned closer and asked about the basket. "What's inside?" he inquired. I replied, a kitten," and explained that my sister had rescued it. He smiled and said, "It's rare to meet good people like you." The train stopped and I quickly got off without responding. Instead of exiting through the main station gates, I headed to the local train parking area, about 1.5 kilometers away where I had left my scooter. No one usually walks through that section unless they have a vehicle parked there. And as I walked, I realized that the man was still following me. My heart raced as I quickened my pace, and so did he. By the time that I reached my scooter, I was trembling with fear. He even followed me to the parking lot. I started my scooter, and I sped away, taking a longer route through secluded valleys to avoid traffic. And thankfully, I never saw him again. His face still haunts me, and I haven't traveled alone since, and I am terrified of the idea. That 3-hour ordeal was the scariest experience of my life. Let me know if you guys think that I was just overthinking stuff, or share your thoughts with me about what you guys think of my experience. I had always considered myself a pretty ordinary person, living a quiet life in a small town with my boyfriend Jason. We'd been together a couple of years and everything was going smoothly. That was until this strange encounter turned my world upside down. About a month ago, Jason came home from work looking a bit rattled. This wasn't like him. He's usually the calm and collected type. I asked him what was up, and after some hesitation, he told me about a man who had come into his workplace that day. The man had asked to speak with him directly, which wasn't entirely out of the ordinary, as my boyfriend managed customer service at a local hardware store. But the conversation that followed was anything but normal. The man, whom Jason described as scruffy and intense with an unsettling demeanor, asked, "Are you Jason?" When he confirmed, the man said something that sent chills down my spine. "I just wanted to meet the guy who's with the girl that I proposed to." Jason, thinking that it must be a mistake, asked who he was talking about. And then the man gave my full name. I was floored. Jason, trying to keep things polite, asked for the guy's name so he could tell me who stopped by. Instead, the man just stared at him with a death glare before turning and walking away without another word. As my partner recounted this to me, I could tell that it left him shaken. He's not easily intimidated, but something about the encounter had disturbed him deeply. My immediate reaction was confusion. As far as I knew, there was no one who could have possibly fit that description in my life. I've only had one person ever propose to me, and Jason had met him before. It was just a brief high school romance that ended amicably, and I didn't recognize the man from his description. Over the next few days, I racked my brain trying to think of anyone who remotely fits this scenario. I thought through friends of friends, old classmates, even acquaintances from social gatherings. But nothing and no one really clicked to me. Jason assured me none of these people matched the man he saw. Just as I was starting to chalk it up to someone with a bizarre mix-up, I noticed something unsettling. My dad's bag was missing from my car. Now, that might not sound like a big deal, but the thing is, I only ever leave my car unlocked at home. It's an unspoken rule in our quiet neighborhood. Everyone knows everyone, and thefts are rare. Besides, my car had much more valuable items than a bag of worn-out shoes and leotards. Why would someone steal that? I try to reason with myself, maybe I'd accidentally left the car unlocked somewhere else. But it didn't add up, and a knot of unease began to twist in my stomach. Was it possible that the man from Jason's work had something to do with this? As days turned into weeks, my anxiety grew, and I started noticing small strange occurrences around our house. Objects slightly out of place, the feeling of being watched, odd sounds at night. And I mentioned it to Jason, who agreed that we should be more vigilant. We started double-checking locks and keeping a lookout for any unusual activity. One evening, as we were getting ready to head out for a dinner date, I glimpsed a shadowy figure standing just beyond the circle of light cast by our porch lamp. My heart skipped a beat. I nudged Jason, who instantly turned to see, but by the time that he looked, the figure was gone. I tried to shake it off as paranoia, but deep down, I couldn't dismiss the possibility that it was the same man lurking. But time passed, and with no further incidents, I convinced myself to move on. Until one night, when I was home alone since my boyfriend had to work late, I had settled into the couch with a movie and also a glass of wine. Halfway through, the power suddenly flickered and then went out, plunging the house into darkness. I froze, my mind racing through all the horror movie scenarios that I have ever seen. And gathering my courage, I reached for my phone to use the flashlight and then check the circuit breaker. As I moved through the hallway, I heard a soft, deliberate tapping at the window, the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl. Peering through the curtains, my heart pounded as I saw the same shadowy figure standing in the yard, looking directly at me. Panic surged through me, and I called Jason immediately, my voice shaking as I explained what was happening. He promised to drive back as fast as he could, and then told me to hang up and call the police. It felt like an eternity before I saw the familiar flash of the police lights. Jason also arrived shortly after, and together they scanned the yard. But the figure was gone, leaving only footprints in the soft soil. The police took a report and promised to patrol the area more frequently, but I could see in their eyes that they thought that it might just be nerves or an overactive imagination. But seriously? Imagination my ass, there were footprints. I wish I could say that that was the end and that the presence of the police scared them off, but it wasn't. Though we never saw the shadowy figure again, I continued to receive mysterious unsigned notes on my doorstep. They were filled with cryptic messages about knowing me and wanting to talk, sometimes even referring to the proposal that never happened. The notes were chilling, as if it was written by someone who knew my life intimately. I tried to contact the police again, but they said that the notes were not enough as proof or help to find whoever was doing this. It was just so unbearable that I finally ended up begging my boyfriend to move places. And we did find a new place in a different part of town, hoping that distance would finally sever whatever connection the stranger thought he had with me. And since moving, the incidents have stopped and life has returned to a semblance of normalcy. I'm not sure what happened, if they lost interest, if they couldn't find me, if it was a neighbor or something. I'm just glad that it stopped. So to the stranger who disrupted my peace and left me questioning my safety, let's never meet again. As a child, I traveled a lot with my mother to different tourist places in our country and abroad. We celebrated that New Year's Eve in Austria, and I was 12 years old at that time. That day, we were at the Kunsthistorisches Museum, one of the most famous places in Vienna, especially for tourists like us. However, I remember that this rendezvous was very tiring for me. When we were at the very bottom of the museum, my mom said she wanted to go to the bathroom and asked me if I wanted to go to the store afterwards before leaving. I replied that I didn't. I told her that I would wait for her at the bench in front of the wardrobe until she did her business. She was absent for a few minutes when a very tall man with creepy smile from one ear to another and wild, wide open eyes approached me when I was sitting there. He started talking to me, and I thought he asked me some questions, but he was speaking German and I didn't understand what he was saying to me. I replied to him that I didn't know the language, which infuriated him. He touched my shoulder and changed his voice from affectionate to aggressive. His English was so-so, as was mine, but he tried to convince me that I do really speak German and that I try to fool him. At this point, my mom came back and approached the man in surprise. He was clearly frightened, quickly waved at me and fastly walked out of the museum. My mother asked me what he wanted, but I didn't know what to say to her, for I understood nothing of his speech except a complaint that I did not answer him in German. There was also an elderly couple who were around who overlooked all the encounter. I approached them and asked them what the man was trying to tell me. The woman just replied something that it doesn't really matter and that the man was very strange and I should be really careful. Who knows what would have happened if my mom hadn't shown up on time. I have always been a huge fan of anime and manga. Growing up in the Midwest, where not many people shared my passion. So, at 24, I decided that it was finally time to attend one of the larger anime conventions in my area. Two of my closest friends, Emily and Sarah, were equally excited, so we planned a road trip to experience the colorful spectacle together. And the first day of the convention was everything that I hoped it would be: vibrant costumes, bustling booths, and the contagious energy of fellow fans. We wandered the expansive halls, taking in the sights and snapping photos with cosplayers who brought our favorite characters to life. It felt like stepping into another world, a place where I could truly be myself. Well, that happiness was short-lived though. As I was browsing through a booth filled with collectibles, a man suddenly approached me with an unsettling eagerness. He seemed out of place among the crowd of anime enthusiasts. He had a tiny hat perched on his head that caught my eye as he introduced himself casually. Let's call him Nick. Nick claimed to be a guest at the convention, though I had no idea who he was. He didn't seem like someone who would be into anime or manga, which made me question his presence there. I tried to brush off my unease, but as he talked, his eyes never left mine, making me feel exposed. Nick attempted small talk, asking if I liked to cosplay. With an awkward laugh, I joked that I could probably dress up as a green M&M since I was proud of my legs. And to my surprise, he latched onto the idea with disturbing enthusiasm. He suggested that I do it for him. His gaze lingered a little too long, making my skin crawl. I quickly excused myself, rejoining Emily and Sarah, hoping that that was the end of it. But throughout the 3 days of the convention, Nick seemed to pop up wherever I went. It was like he had some uncanny ability to track me down in the throng of people. His persistence only grew more unnerving with each encounter. And what made it worse was the fact that Nick had a girlfriend at the convention. I saw her a few times, always busy with her own activities. Nick seemed to take advantage of her distractions, trying to flirt with me whenever she wasn't around. It felt wrong and made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. At one point, I tried to bring up his girlfriend in the conversation, hoping that it would deter him. I asked if she would be upset that he was showing interest in someone else. He waved it off, saying that he could convince her to be okay with it, and bizarrely referred to her as a ladyboy. His complete disregard for her feelings was alarming. Every time he found me, I felt trapped. The convention's atmosphere, once filled with excitement, actually turned suffocating. I started to dread walking through the halls, fearing that I would see his tiny hat bobbing toward me. It might not sound like classic stalking, but his presence was invasive enough to make me feel like I was under constant watch. After the convention, I looked him up out of curiosity. Turns out, Nick attended the 3 major conventions in my area every single year. The thought of running into him again filled me with so much dread, so I reluctantly decided to skip any future cons, prioritizing my peace of mind. So, to Nick, the man with a tiny hat and unsettling presence who followed me for 3 days during the anime convention, I hope that I never see you again. And also, I hope your girlfriend breaks up with you, asshole. It started innocently enough, or so I thought. About a year ago, I was added by a username on Snapchat that seemed vaguely familiar. You know how it is. Sometimes you see a name and can't quite place it, but it still rings a bell. So, being the curious person that I am, I accepted the request. A week went by without any interaction, which was pretty normal. But then one day, I received a message from this account. My curiosity turned to shock when I opened it and a full-on explicit photo stared back at me. Grossed out and angry, I immediately blocked the account, and I thought that that would be the end of it, and I couldn't have been more wrong. Just a few days later, I received another friend request from another username on Snapchat, this time a girl's name. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me once again. I accepted the request, only to be met with a long chatty message claiming to be from someone who attended my school. They said that they were too shy to approach me in person. Now, I'm currently in a rigorous master's program in biomedical science at a private school. And trust me, no one there has time for childish games, so I was skeptical. I questioned if this was the same person who had sent the earlier obnoxious photo. They admitted it, chalking their behavior up to being drunk and high. I wasn't exactly in a forgiving mood, especially when they immediately shifted gears and started trying to initiate sexting. Enough was enough. I told them to leave me alone, and I blocked them once more. But it didn't stop there. Over the following weeks, the harassment escalated. I noticed they were stalking my social media too. They sent messages detailing outfits that I'd worn recently, and I realized with discomfort that these were not details visible in any photos online. They were either watching me in person or had access to someone who was. And then the screenshots started. Photos from my Instagram, stories from my sister's profile, all saved and sent back to me through various new fake accounts. It was beyond creepy. They even started reaching out to people that I knew, dragging them into this bizarre twisted game. The relentless barrage of new accounts in Snapchat, Instagram, even a Facebook request was exhausting. I was starting to feel paranoid, jumping at shadows and suspicious of everyone around me. In a small, closely knit school environment, it was easy to feel claustrophobic. Each time I blocked one account, another would appear. I reported them all, but those platforms seemed powerless to stop the pervasive harassment. My mind spiraled with questions. Was it someone from my classes? Or a stranger who'd seen me on campus? The idea that I could unknowingly be interacting with this person in real life was terrifying. I tried seeking advice. I reached out to friends, scoured online forums, and even considered hiring a private investigator. But without any concrete information or a consistent username, it felt like searching for a ghost. I became more vigilant in my daily routines, scanning each room for familiar faces, watching for anyone who seemed overly interested. Yet no one stood out, and that was the most unsettling part. The breaking point came one night while studying late at the library. Lost in my notes, I glanced at my phone to find a new message from yet another unfamiliar account. This time, it was a photo of me sitting at my desk, taken just moments before. My blood ran cold, my heart was pounding, and I gathered my things and then left the library. I was scanning the room for anyone who seemed out of place. The ride home was a blur of anxiety and fear. I had no idea who was following me or how they always seemed to know where I was. At home, I called my sister, and I confided in her the extent of the stalker's behavior. She urged me to go to the police, something that I had been really hesitant to do so, because I was thinking that it might blow over. But the fear had become too real and too tangible, so I took her advice and I went to the police. They were sympathetic, but they were honest about their limited ability to track online harassment. Still, they promised to increase patrols around the campus in my neighborhood. It was a little comfort, but at least I wasn't alone anymore. I decided to take matters into my own hands, so I reached out to a cybersecurity expert for help. They advised tightening my privacy settings, limiting what I shared online, and gave me tools to trace any future messages. And with their help, I began painstakingly process locking down my digital footprint. The messages and fake accounts eventually dwindled, but the unease remained since I had no idea who the person was. I had to be vigilant. I was constantly questioning the motives of those around me, and I changed my routines often. I never stuck to patterns, and I always made sure that someone knew where I was. Months passed, and the stalker slowly receded. I really never discovered who my stalker was, and the mystery lingered like an unsolved puzzle. And to this day, I remain cautious in my online interactions, and to the anonymous phantom who tried to disrupt my life, I hope we never meet. Let's keep it that way. I'm not quite sure if this fits here, because it was a bit of a strange situation, but here goes. I used to get bullied, and so did pretty much all of my friends. I have witnessed some of it, and I couldn't believe how cruel and degrading people could be. It wasn't a shock when Sally, my best friend, brought up a boy that she had made friends with in a conversation. We were on a holiday at that time, and I already knew this kid. He was quiet, pretty smart, awkward, and clearly sad. She explained how he got bullied for his voice and how his ex-girlfriend was spreading rumors that he was faking a condition and that he didn't really sound like that. She wanted to know if she could let him sit with us at lunch because he usually didn't have anyone to sit with. I obviously agreed to it, not really knowing that much about him. I had talked to him a couple of times before, and he seemed pretty happy about having someone to talk to. But I couldn't see any personality when I talked to him. Everything he did just seemed odd, like it wasn't really him. I know that sounds weird, but that's how I felt. His name was Samuel, an unusual name, but quite nice. He seemed like a kind person, but he still had that weird feeling about him. After a while of talking to him, Sally and I got to know him better. He liked dark jokes, much like me, and he was really into Doctor Who. None of us really knew much about it, but we still let him talk about his interest so that he would feel more comfortable around us. He talked a lot, and I didn't even realize that he had feelings for Sally until he asked me if she likes Harry Potter and what her favorite colors are. She soon realized this too, but she had just gotten over a boy, so she made it clear that she wasn't interested. He wouldn't leave her alone though. He was always next to her, somewhere nearby, and it started to get to her, and she hated it. She felt as though she couldn't be alone, so I tried to do something about it. I wanted to help, so I turned his attention from her to me. I started hanging out with him more often, listening to his terrible, unfunny jokes, to his strange interest, to everything that he said. I tried to make it seem like I wanted to be there, even though at this point, I really didn't. I wanted to get away from him. He was beginning to tire me out emotionally, with him constantly being there somewhere near me. He wouldn't leave me alone. He even walked home with me and my friend Grace, despite the fact that he walks in the opposite way to get to his house. At one point, I was going through a particularly hard time, and being desperate for help and someone to talk to, I turned to him. I knew that it was the wrong move, but desperation led me to make that move. He asked to video call me, so I agreed. I was crying. He tried to calm me down, and eventually he did. And he just started making his horrible jokes and talking about things I like and stuff he actually shouldn't have known about. But I didn't think of it at that time because I wanted someone to make me laugh. Laughter got me through a lot of hard times, you know? I began to think that he wasn't so bad after all, and that we just didn't like him for what he did to Sally. But maybe he wasn't like that. I started talking to him through video almost every day after school, and I noticed him being around more often. One day, he said he needed to tell me something, which turned out to be his confession. He confessed that he had a crush on me, but I had to go because my mom wanted to watch a movie. When I returned, I had about 10 video and voice messages from him. All of them were him apologizing because he apparently thought that I hadn't actually left to go watch a movie, but was instead avoiding him because of what he told me. I felt horrible. I didn't mean to upset him. He was crying, and I explained that I really went to watch a movie, and that's why I was gone. Fortunately, he understood. After a while of hanging out with him, I began to get tired of him again, with him constantly being there, and now also knowing that he was crushing on me. I looked back to the situation with Sally and began to spot the same things in our friendship. He got clingy and just downright annoying. I politely explained to him that I didn't want to sit with him at lunch anymore, but he still insisted that I sat with him. I declined, and I just told him to go away every time he approached our table. One particular incident made me lose all respect for him though. He would sometimes randomly walk with me and Grace, as I mentioned before, but this time it was different. Outside was a thick mist, but even I could see in it, and according to my friends who have looked through my glasses, I am technically blind. He didn't wear glasses or contacts because there is nothing wrong with his eyes. Well, we walked all the way to Grace's house and we said our goodbyes. I often stayed at her house after school and we would watch weird videos that we found in her recommended. About an hour into me being there, we hear a knock at the door, and she goes to answer it thinking it's her parents. Well, needless to say, it wasn't her parents. It was Samuel. I heard his voice and dropped to the floor, hoping that he hadn't seen me. After a long while of silence, I proceeded to army crawl over to the door to see if he was still there. And lo and behold, he was. "Hello?" His voice echoed in my mind at this point, and I began to crawl back. I'm lost. I can't find my house. Can you guys help me?" he asked. Liar. How could he possibly not know where his house is? And it's not like I knew where it was. I'd never been there. He persisted and continued to knock on Grace's door. She was hiding in the living room. We came to a decision that we would hide in the conservatory until he goes away, and so we did. So time passed before Grace chose to climb onto a desk to see if he was still there. I jumped back when she yelped and stumbled off the desk, almost knocking me over. She turned to look at me and then pointed in the direction that she was looking at. "He's still there. He was looking directly at me and he fucking waved at me," she whispered. "No way," I whispered back. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't happening. We weren't trapped by him. He wasn't outside. This was all just a joke or something. But Grace's face looked so scared and in a way angry as well. I awkwardly got my stuff and I told her that I was going to head out to get him the hell away from her house. She reluctantly agreed and I left with him. I offered to walk him down to the shop and let him go from there, but he refused to let me leave. He told me that he couldn't see very well and that he almost got hit by a car earlier. Bullshit. This boy had boasted many times about how good his eyesight was. There was no way that he suddenly couldn't see. Despite his apparent sight problem, he flawlessly led me to his house. At this point, I was in an area completely unknown to me, and I began to worry. How would I get home? It was already dark and there was no way that I was going to wander an area that I have never been in, especially in the dark. Who knows what kind of creeps could have been hiding out there? I brought this up to him, and he assured me that him and his mom would drop me off. I didn't want that. I didn't want him to know where I lived. With how he was acting, I was fully convinced that he would try to pull something. I suffer from symptoms of schizophrenia, and this didn't at all make it better for me. I felt unbelievably unsafe at that moment, and I wish that I hadn't left Grace's and explained it to my mom later. I was sure that she would understand. Countless minutes dragged on as I sat and waited in his room surrounded by his cats. They were the only thing keeping me from snapping and just trying to make my way back home on my own. And soon enough, his mom arrived and agreed to drop me off. Seeing how distressed I looked, she offered me some chocolates and assured me that I would be just fine. She must have thought that she was the problem. It wasn't her. He was in the car, and he would now know where I lived. I wanted to cry. This brought back so many horrible memories with stalkers that I had in the past. He was so much like all of them. His eyes gave me that horrible feeling of hopelessness, and I hated it. After they dropped me off at my house, I went to my mom and I broke out in tears. I couldn't take it anymore. He went too far this time, and my mom said that she was going to report him for that, because he wasn't going to cause me this much stress and then get away with it. I agreed at that time, but soon after, I asked my mom to just forget it. Maybe this would all go away. It didn't. The next day, I told him that I wasn't allowed to talk to him anymore because my mom told me not to, but he still refused to leave me alone. I obviously got mad due to having enough of his shit, and I had a complete mental breakdown saying that I was going to get Tim, my boyfriend, on him because I was done. Grace and Felicity, who is my other friend, tried to take me to one of our most trusted teachers. But a few other teachers, despite seeing me cry hysterically, refused to let us through because she probably won't be able to help. So, we found another teacher and explained the whole situation to her. She assured me that she would speak with him and attempt to get this sorted. Throughout the entirety of my geography class, I was having major anxiety, but I calmed down a bit in math. When lunch came about, I saw Grace standing next to the door holding Samuel's stuff. "What the hell is this about?" I questioned. "I don't know. He just dumped it on me and left. Now he's in the toilet," she told me. Then one of my male friends who knew about the situation, Chad, approached us and offered to take his stuff while we leave. I thanked him 1,000,000 times and then we hurried away. We reached the hall and sat down at the table where Sally and Felicity were, and everything seemed fine. Until he showed up again. He seemed pretty angry, so I assumed that the teacher we spoke to had talked to him. I began to panic, thinking that this wouldn't end well and that we were all in danger. Then Rafida, another close friend, walked over to him, attempting to save me from an episode. She told him that I don't feel all right and that he should probably go. But he completely ignored her and asked me if I wanted food. I nervously shook my head, and he started saying that he was going to pass out and that he needs to sit down. Rafida calmly told him that he can go sit down somewhere else because this isn't the best time. He turned to her, fury in his eyes, and yelled, "Now!" I hid my face in my hands, and I felt weak, like I was going to start hyperventilating. He sat down, and Rafida, having had enough of his shit, grabbed my arm and said, "Come on, let's go," while dragging me away and the others following. He also left the hall, but luckily he didn't follow us. Then, all of the built-up stress and anger caused me to start hyperventilating and crying because I felt like I put not only myself but the others in danger. I didn't know what to do anymore. Then Chad came and said that he will talk to him for me and ask him to sit with him instead of us. Once again, I thanked him with all of my heart and we went back into the hall. One of my old friends, Shayla, well, he is now transgender and his name is Jaden, came up to us and we told her about the entire situation. She told us that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and that he had a book in which he wrote about plans for mass homicide, and that he calls it Samuelism. Then Chad returned and told me that Samuel wants to talk to me after science and how I probably should. So after science, I waited for him and he said that he hadn't realized that he was causing a problem. Shut up. Of course you did. How can you be so damn oblivious to your own actions? He then proceeded to tell me how bad his day was, and I ended up having to walk him to the office. I told Tim about it, and he said that he would meet me after school on Wednesday and sort it out if he doesn't stop, and I was very thankful of this. I just wanted Samuel out of my life. He still wouldn't leave me alone after all of that. He even specifically moved next to me in English class. After everything that happened on Friday, he still persisted with his little game. That day was parents' evening at school, so I went with my mom and I left my phone at home. When I got back and looked at my phone, my heart dropped. 20 messages, fucking 20 of them within half an hour, all from Samuel. I started ranting about all of this to myself and even went in the bathroom to practice what I was going to say to him the next day. I started crying again because all of this was just too much to bear. And then I decided to do something. I decided to call him out on all this stuff and inform him that a troubled childhood isn't an excuse to put someone in the same situation. He tried to guilt trip me into forgiving him by telling me about how awful his childhood was, and I admit that I felt bad for him because no one should have to go through that kind of pain. But to show him that he isn't the only one who has dealt with things in the past, I told him about myself. Halfway through me explaining that I had a lot of trouble showing and experiencing emotions as a child, and that I had a lot of violent homicidal thoughts, he interrupted me, saying that he also didn't have emotions and that he tried to kill someone because he thought it was funny. This actually pissed me off because not only was he interrupting me to add to his story and trying to make me feel even worse, he was trying to one-up me on my suffering. If you ask me, that is absolutely disgusting. You don't compare struggles because you only have your own experiences to go off of. Don't try to make another person feel as though their problems don't matter and that they shouldn't ask for help with their problems because they're too small. That's just wrong. I calmly told him that I let him finish his story without interruptions and that it was only fair for him to let me finish mine that way too. He quickly apologized, being caught out on his bullshit. I told him the rest of my story and let him realize that he really wasn't the only one who had gone through stuff in his childhood. He then began begging for me for another chance at being my friend. I declined, and I decided to talk with Sally instead, ignoring the rest of his messages. Every day until that point, and even for a while after, was just me feeling like I was going to die. I actually contemplated suicide for a while because I couldn't deal with his constant presence. I was afraid to leave my house because I felt like he would be there. I know this is a bit weird, but I felt that way because of my schizophrenia. My episodes began getting more frequent and severe. There were periods of time where I could not concentrate in class and actually couldn't hear what the teacher was saying because of my auditory hallucinations. I generally felt like shit, and it got so bad that I felt like I didn't want to be here anymore. But after telling him to bugger off, I felt like a giant weight was removed from my chest and that I could breathe my own air again. Not for long though, because he kept trying to come back into my life despite me refusing to be his friend ever again. I was still there for him, but only in absolute emergencies. And by that, I mean that only if he was on the verge of dying. I wish I could say that he left me alone since then and that I never saw him after that. But I can't, because I still see him around at school, and unfortunately, he's friends with my friend Brian, so I still have to hang out around him, which sucks. He annoys me purposely to get my attention by calling himself God and other things that suggest that he thinks way too highly of himself. Anyway, that's about it for my story. Samuel, please shut up about your godly status for a second and realize that the reason people hate you is because you do this shit. Not once, not twice, but always. So pause, think, and stop so that you don't melt any more brains.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.